welcome back. You've missed us, we've missed you. But in case you forgot, or you're new, let me introduce you to the PCC.
It's going to be an absolute banger of a match from front to back.
Is going to find the kill. Incredible play coming out.
Who will be the next champion?
50 scrims, 20 days, one PCC championship for professors, baby.
My guess is as good as yours.
Hello gamers, one and all. Welcome to the Prime Championship Circuit. We are a community-based tournament series passionate about Predecessor, just like you, with the goal of building and uniting gamers within the Predecessor community. Today is the second part of our first main event of 2024, where we will spectate the semifinals and the grand finals. Let's take a moment to set the stage. Today is the one event you don't want to miss. Buckle up and hold on tight because we are taking you on for a wild ride. 32 teams have come to conquer the crown and only 4 remain. Who will join the elite to call themselves the champions of the Prime Championship Circuit? Who will go down in history and rewrite the stars? Predecessor is more than just a game, don't you know? It's a lifestyle. These teams are coming in hot and they are hungry. Predecessor fans, you better be loud and proud. Welcome to the PCC6. My name is R-Dog with the Triple Gs, and I am your host for today's main event. It's finals day, baby. But before we get into these games, I also would like to introduce the medical team. Ring ring, hello, PCC called and the doctors are in. I've got Mr. Meds and a medkit here. A medkit, meme king, content creator, and support main. How are you?
Yo, what up, R-Dog? Hello, everyone. My name is Medkit, and welcome back. Excited to be here and can't wait to watch some epic matches and analyze them. Woo!
Woo! We also have Mr. Meds, Witch Doctor, Shaman, Healer, Predecessor, Internal Tester. How are you, Mr. Meds?
Yeah, we're doing good today. I am very excited to see these teams go head to head. You know, as you said, these are the best 4 teams. We know that they have the strats, they've got the picks, they know this game inside and out. So I'm really excited to see some banger of games today.
Yep, especially when you're playing at this level, you've got to be. We've gone through the group stages, the elimination rounds, and yesterday we just had the quarterfinals. Today we're watching 2 series in our semifinals. They're going to go head to head for a spot and a chance to advance to the grand finals. Choice plays, pull up the bracket, please. Each of our semifinals will be best of 3s, and the winning teams of our semis will advance to the grand finals, which will be a best of 5. So the first series we'll be watching will be Chefs versus Villains. So these 2 teams swept in the quarterfinals, as well as cruised to the group stages without any hiccups. And then the next series we'll be watching will be Even Worse Timing versus the Professors. And then whoever wins in these best of 3s will advance to the grand finals. Our first placer will win $2,000 and the second place team will win $1,000. Without further delay, let's dive right in to game number 1. So, we mentioned that the first semifinal series will be the Chefs versus the Villains. We also said that they swept in the quarters and cruised through the group stages without any hiccups. Mr. Meds, what do we know about the Chefs?
Well, I will say this matchup's actually going to be very interesting because, like you said, I think both these teams, they kind of got out of the group stages very, very well, and then in quarters, they both swept, right? But I think in this matchup, we're going to see differing styles. Villains yesterday, they were going up against a team that plays the same style that they do, like front to back team fight. But Chefs, are not that team, right? They are going to be bloodthirsty. They are going to be scrappy. They are going to try to take these odd, even fights. So I think if, Villains can, hold off and stave off the aggression from the Chefs, I think we could see a very, very good match here.
Yeah, and we know something about the Chefs. One of their players, Sneaks, doesn't play traditional mid laners. What do you know about that, a Medkit?
Traditional mages, as in your typical Gideon, Bellica, Gadget, Iggy, he likes to play a lot of bursty assassins like Shinbi or sometimes even Kalari. We might even see a Feng Mao if he happens to be matched up against a Gideon, for example. That's a great matchup, and we've all seen what Sneaks does once he gets going. So I think what Chefs, they're going to bring out a whole new set of cookbooks, and we're going to see some crazy plays we probably haven't seen before. I think they've saved them for this day, and I can't wait to see them and witness them with you guys.
Yep. And we definitely saw that when Chefs versed NA Sandbags EU, and he was just unstoppable. At some point, he was 8-0, and then that man was just unstoppable. But what about the Villains, Mr. Meds?
Well, I think when we look at Villains' team, I think there's a couple really strong things that we saw yesterday from them. Toasty on Richter, absolute god on that champion. So our Chef's going to opt to take that away from him. I think it's a pretty good candidate to do that. I know that they prioritize that Decker to take it away from Toasty because he is known for that champ as well. But, I think those are probably going to be Chef's 2 priority bans, getting Toasty off of something that's more uncomfortable, or getting him on something that's more uncomfortable, I should say, to allow for that Chef's dual lane to pressure that duo lane of Lakeinator and Toasty, which they weren't really pressured at all yesterday. So we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, that dual lane is definitely something that we will have to watch, because we know Chefs like to play protect the president. They got to protect Cold because he's the VIP. But what else do we know about the Villains, a Medkit?
A lot of their roster is actually pretty much the same as the old school D-Lab, if you guys remember. Yep. That was Dirty Lake and the boys. So we still have Lake and his partner in crime, Toasty. We still have Appy, and we still have Lauber, but they have Bry in the mid lane now.
Yep, and they have a lot up their sleeve as well. Both of these teams are both very strong. We got to do some predictions. Okay, I'm going to start with you, though, a Medkit. Who do you think in this series, this will be a best of 3 to try one of these teams to advance into the grand finals? Who do you think will win the series? The Chefs or the Villains?
I'm going to have a crazy take here. I think Chefs are going to take it in game 2. And the reason is going to be solely from back-to-back surprise factors. All
right. So you think that the Villains won't be able to handle what the Chefs have up their sleeve? Okay, Mr. Meds, who do you think will win?
I'm a little bit more confident than what seems like Medkit is. I think Chefs are going to take this one pretty handily, to be honest with you. I think that Chefs are going to be attacking that duo lane pretty hard very early. I think that, one of the key takeaways that I have for Villains is get Lakeinator out of laning phase. I really feel like Chefs are not really going to have a laning phase. They're just going to have all-out brawls, all-out, just mayhem across the map. And I don't think that Lakeinator is even going to play the lane, let alone get to the mid game, right?
Oh my goodness. So you're saying it's going to be a bloodbath out here.
It's going to be a bloodbath
on a Sunday morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that leaves just me. So I'm going to lock in Villains. So I think that because, we mentioned how Villains were the old Dirty Lake and the boys with a little bit of a role swap. I mentioned this yesterday. Appy Picker, even though he originally was a mid laner, he is able to show himself in the jungle as well, and able to show that he can be a jungler. And he was able to take his team through the groups, through the quarterfinals, and now they made it to the semis. So will the chefs find themselves on the chopping board, or will they be able to cook up and feast today? Will the villains find themselves defeated, or will they discover that they are actually the anti-hero? Let's head on to the draft. I kind of asked like a lot of traditional kind of questions, but we know Sneaks plays like, you know, like I said, a med kit. Those non-traditional mages. Do you think they'll ban that, villains?
Well, they have to consider it, right? So this draft is not going to be like the draft we've covered yet so far. Like, it's not going to be the same as yesterday. It's not going to be the same as 2 weeks ago. Villains legit has to consider thinking about Kalari, thinking about Shinbi, thinking about Countess, Fengmao, literally every assassin that is in the game right now. So what Chefs opted to do right away is take out one of the frontliners to possibly let Sneaks go and yeah, I see it too.
You know, Medkit, I think this is
it's not a problem.
It's exactly what we're talking about, right?
It's not.
This is exactly what we're talking about. We get the Kalari taken off the board. Villains just don't want to play it, right? They think it's too scary. But you know, Chefs also, they did ban away that Sevarog. Lauber being that staple in the offlane for villains. Knowing that he's that monster of a late game threat when he gets going, it offers a lot of team fight potential. You know, that kind of shuts down what Chefs really want to do. They want to end early. They don't want to go late, right? So taking away that Sevarog kind of takes away some of that late game power.
So taking out Kalari, I said it won't be a problem because I think Chefs already has like a backup plan here. So right now what they opted to do is pick up Bellica for possibly Sneaks or even Zihi. We've seen Zihi play Bellica support before, and he's really, really solid, very, very aggressive. And over on the villain side, it's like they straight up pick Chimera in order to counter what possible assassin could have been in the jungle. And also another great flex pick in Richter. And we all know what Richter can provide. He provides that initiation with the pull, that group ultimate stun. Not to mention, he's a big boy. He's a tanky frontliner too.
Yeah, and we'll say this again, it's in the hands of Toasty, right? And we know, and we saw what he can do on that pick yesterday. We'll just have to check his computer after the game to see if he didn't turn his cheats on. But, you know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Greystone Narbash picked up for Chefs here. That is going to confirm that it looks like Sneaks is going to take that Bellica into the mid lane. Zihi is also a monster on Narbash. It's one of his favorite picks. I know that for a fact. So, and we are going to see this Greystone. Most likely, I would assume it's going to go in the off lane. I think that Rebel Oasis really likes to play that Greystone. It offers a lot of safety in that lane because I know that the jungle of Chefs and really that mid lane aren't going to be going to the off lane a lot. They're going to be more focused on protecting hold in that dual lane.
Yeah, exactly like you said. Normally we would think, okay, where's this Greystone possibly going? Where is he going offlane or jungle? But we kind of know these players, you know? We know Rebel not only likes Greystone in the offlane, but Mav typically likes to give Rebel that Greystone picks where he can kind of pick like a Rampage or another jungler in this situation. But we see Steel has been picked up for the villain, so adding 3 scary front lines. Okay, so Chefs has to really get when you guys said protect the president, they really need to protect the president, because look at those three front lines there. I think what Chefs may need right here is possibly another frontliner alongside their ADC here in order to contend with that.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing from villains is a lot of disengage, right? We're seeing Steel, we're seeing Richter, and even Chimera too. I mean, I know Chimera is primarily an offensive champion, but that ultimate does provide a lot of disengage as well when when you see a Greystone jumping in or a Narbash ulting in with his Rifties or something like that, right? So all of these forms of CC are just going to protect Lakeinator a little bit more, help him get to that late game, get to that mid game where he can actually shine, right? I think this Zarus ban is actually pretty interesting. I think it's a good blind pick in that off lane. So maybe they're trying to force that Greystone into the jungle and into Mav's hands, but we'll see how that goes. Iggy and Scorch for the mid lane for villains. I really like this pick. Bri is very proficient on it. I think we saw it pretty much exclusively in his hands in scrims, and then we did see it, I think, once yesterday. So I think he has had some very good success on it, and I think it offers a lot of good team fight potential for villains.
And Iggy and Scorch has been picked up for Bri, so that's probably what Villains is thinking. Like, let's just get Bri a character that provides some long range AoE, some dot damage in order to deal with the Belka for at least half the game. Oh my goodness, I see a Shinbi. Excuse me. All right, so that distracted me. So we're gonna see Shinbi for the chefs. So I don't know. Shinbi is possibly we don't know where that Shinbi goes. Mav does play Shinbi, but then again, Greystone can also jungle. So again, Chefs is playing that mind games. I still think we won't know until we see the first minute of the game. And we do see Twin Blast has been picked up. So it could be a combination of we not only need a solid president with mobility, right? But we also need to take Twin Blast away from Lakeinator. We know Lakeinator is probably his best ADC in his arsenal. So kind of like two birds and one stone with that. I'm really hyped to see the Shinbi again. We've seen sneaks yesterday pop off, but who knows? He may not get Shinbi. It may be Mav, it may be someone else.
Yeah, and to round out the villains comp, we do see the Murdoch come in. One of those I thought was going to be a lower priority pick for a lot of these teams, but we did see yesterday that it actually did come up in priority a little bit. Especially, we did see that Wraith and Twin Blast were also left up in a lot of these drafts that we saw with Murdoch being picked up. EWT, they definitely prioritized that Murdoch, especially in that series. It was a big contested pick. So interesting to see that villains pick it up here. It does have that long arm of the law to provide a lot of team fight and omnipresence over the map. So really good pickup to round out the comps for villain.
Mr. Meds, you kind of mentioned the disengage that the villains will have, but what do you think about the team comp that the chefs have? What does their team fight look like?
Yeah, well, I think kind of like what I said earlier, I think they're looking to do a lot of skirmishes, right, in that early to mid game. What we're seeing is a lot of priority lanes that have very good push potential against what the villains have. You got Shinbi with her line tempo. You've got Twin Blast that can just ventilate the entire wave and just absolutely annihilate it and be able to get into that jungle. I assume that we're probably going to see this Greystone jungle. I think Shinbi, that lock-in probably is going to make it go to the off lane. So I'm going to hopefully see Mav get active on the map, get into the jungle of Appy Picker, and hopefully create some chaos surrounding the other side of the map.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is ready. Sit back and relax. Spooky Mars in F6, take it away.
Thank you again to the desk. Now, some of you may be able to sit back and relax, but I don't think either of these teams are feeling very comfortable just yet. Villains, looking like they got away with a really nice draft. There's a lot of tools we saw from them yesterday, coming back in their first match of the day. Hopefully for them, not their last one. F6, Chefs put on a very good performance as well. Both these teams have walked out of their quarters 2-0. Not a single loss on their records in this tournament so far. Who changes first is the question.
It's going to be a tough one. But for me right now, Villains have won the draft. But we do know the chefs, they can pull something out of their sleeve and they might just be working with something that maybe none of us really knows about. So we're definitely excited to see how this turns around and see how they play with this roster that they've picked up in the draft.
Well, already, looks like my expectations were a little wrong. I was expecting Shinbi be piloted by Sneaks here in the mid lane, the Bellica solo, but not going to be what we're seeing here. Instead, just some aggressive positioning from both sides here. Look at the way the Villains are grouping. Oh, they're wise to it, though. The chefs are not about to let that one happen. It's a long trip through the jungle, and now a longer trip back to their lanes. We have to resume our original starting positions. The Villains not able to find that early aggression they were looking for.
Not at all, but they were able to get that deep ward over onto that blue side of the jungle. Meanwhile, chefs were not able to get a deeper vision alongside, but they did get some vision inside their river, which is going to be good for them. But watch out for Villain with an early invade, especially with that Kai if they're going to ward that deep on blue side.
And I'm expecting quite a bit of aggression coming out from the jungle. I mean, we've seen a lot from Appy Picker this tournament, and a lot of it was over to the right side of the map. He was really focusing on that off lane in the first game. Chefs, I didn't get to see as much of them, but I want your thoughts on how their playstyle is going to affect the way the Villains are trying to control this map. Do you think we're going to see a lot of that off lane focus that we saw between Villains and Rogues? Or do you think the chefs are going to do like the desk said and send a lot of attention over to that duo lane?
I think they're going to be sending a lot of attention to that duo lane and keeping a little bit more focus on mid here. Bride's not somebody you want to sleep on in the mid lane, especially with the Iggy and Scorch, what it allows them to have a little bit more safety than it does for the Bellica. But also, you want to actually remember yesterday, chefs, they were dominant when it came to the macro decisions of getting these neutral objectives. So, and also Villains are the same mindset. So that's really what's going to come down to is who's going to make the right plays at the right time. Because no matter how much you pressure a lane, if it's at the wrong time, you're going to stagger yourself for neutral objectives. And you might not be able to make it up for it.
Exactly right. And speaking of the objectives, both these teams have good team fights around those pits. In Toasty, we've seen him be an absolute menace on this exact pick. The Richter pulls been very effective. Eyes on the map. Appy is making a rotation over to this right side, looking to just try to invade a camp here, but Double Oasis gonna walk straight into it. Small trade, no kill potential there just yet. Appy instead switches focus over to this camp. Now over on the steal, he's all the way back in the lane. No help coming from Appy. He's gonna have to bail out of this one, not commit to a fight.
Do you see them going for the screen buff, though? As Appy goes back in here, this is a brave move.
Lobber has made the rotation. He's come up from the lane, pushing Rebel Oasis back, trying to find a way out. The blink is good, but not good enough. Lobber follows it up, finds the first blood, and now Appy just trying to sustain, but not enough healing. Mav returns the favor. Still, this does slightly favor the Villains getting the first blood bounty.
So close. Able to pick up the first blood, though, when it goes over the Villains, which is huge, but definitely a bad sign there when Chimera goes down. He was really close to actually getting that. A little bit more stacks on his passive, maybe a second or two on that ambush, and he actually turns that fight around, but a lot of blinks got blown out that way. But the Whiplash comes on in into the trap, forces the blink onto Cold there. Man, that one came out of nowhere, Spooky.
Now that's the Lincolnator Toasty synergy. Toasty is going to find these pulls, and as soon as he does, Lincolnator on this Murdoch is going to be having something set up to keep that CC chain going. Lobber just walks into Mav. I don't think they're going to be doing too much there. But that's the danger of this Villains duo lane. I mean, I'm surprised that with how aggressive they're playing, how far up they are, we actually haven't seen any attention paid towards it so far.
We definitely seen Mav over there on that blue side. I think that kind of went mostly towards farming. Let's see, he looking like a little bit in trouble here.
Ooh, not quite enough damage, though, to pick up the kill. He's healing. Gonna keep him alive for right now. But man, it just shows you that no matter what, this dual lane, Lincolnator and Toast, they're always looking for that kill. They're always trying to find that pick. And as much as they're doing damage, they're burning this mana away from the Narbash. Every single pull is just increasing their kill potential.
Agreed there, and that's going to get better throughout the game. But for now, especially in this early game, it's really detrimental to that Narbash. Just anybody getting hooked and trying to heal that back up, especially after you run out of pots. But you see Mav over onto this offlane side again, and I think Mav is just not reading the script that the desk was saying and should be over in duo lane. So just trying to get this pressure out inside where Shinbi is. I think he's trying to get her to a stage where she's just well off enough to get the pressure in that lane, or just fare a little bit better into Lobber with that steal, and then he's going to pressure around the map, because it's still only 6 minutes, and once Shinbi gets that Megacosm or first item, she kind of gets into a better state of the game.
Yeah, and really, Mav hasn't really been looking for too many kills over on this right side. He's just kind of just popping in, telling Lobber, hey, I'm here, you better watch yourself, and then stepping away. Appy Picker, on the other hand, he's jumping in. He wants to find something more, but Rebel Oasis able to dash away. Not going to get her too much trouble here, and Mav, in the meantime, makes the rotation all the way to the other side. He heard about the script, and now he's trying to rewrite things. Dosti in some trouble, has to blink away. It'll be A-okay for now, Bri. Coming on in as well. May not be able to close the distance in time. There's a lot of damage put out. Healing gets turned on. The chefs walk away. All right. Has some company. As the rotation follows. E is credited with the kill onto Toasty. It's an excellent return there. Chefs take the lead 6.5 minutes in.
That pistol came out of the hip, instantly just deleted. Right there, just was not okay. That lock-on did a lot of damage, but great rotation, that counter gank to follow that up. But Legionator still in a little bit of trouble here, forces the blink. Little mana left is going to have to take a reset.
That is a dangerous place to reset. He is behind the wall, so no vision, but man, he is gutsy for taking that tiny little step and saying, yeah, that's good enough. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, villains have recognized there's a lot of tension paid towards the left side right now, so they're going to go ahead and take that mini prime down, make themselves a smaller advantage. Mob tries to go over the wall, gets caught, gonna have to take the long walk of shame instead, and easily secured is the mini prime for Appy Picker. Now, where are you expecting to see Appy take this one?
I'm expecting him to actually push towards this duo lane. They just got ganked twice within the span of a minute. I was expecting him to get a little bit more pressure. But do you see Chefs going towards this Fang Tooth? Toasty looking over the wall, notices it. Might be able to answer it, but Kai on the far end of the map, so might not be able to get to it in time.
He on the way, Bri. Not going to let that one go quietly. The Chefs pull away, recognizing a few too many rotations coming their way. They don't want to be taking damage from the villains and the Fang Tooth. That's just a recipe for a lost team fight. Instead, play it smart, back away, and try again a little bit later. We're still only 8 minutes into this game. We are very early on. Don't need to be rushing anything just yet. A lot of people still not hitting level 6, namely that duo lane. I think there's still some power spikes to be hit here before we start looking too deep into the Fang Tooth. Appy right into the tower. Lots of damage. And the burn is enough. Appy Picker is the one that gets the kill credit on that one.
And that burn coming off, just doing damage over time. It just always gets you. You always think you're going to survive. I believe he had red buff there. Or if you can look at the tab screen. But he definitely was able to have some bleed damage going off.
Either way,
definitely does have the red buff.
It's a good pickup for the villains. An excellent kill. Now this duel lane gotta be careful because look where Mob is. He's gonna go ahead and start up this Fang Tooth again. It doesn't look like the villains are wise to it this time. Nobody around. This one could just go down for free. Honestly, Toasty not in a position to rotate. Pull is good, but honestly, I think that actually works out in favor of the Chefs here.
Yeah, it does, because it concentrated their focus over onto the duo lane instead of them rotating. But Appy here still with the mini or prime. I don't think he's going to be able to get to this. He's been working at this objective, and I think they might just be giving it up just due to the fact that they're not healthy enough to get it here.
And finally, we go ahead and take it, but Appy Picker is now here. He jumps on in and gets bounced around a few times there. Lakeinator Also moving forward alongside his jungler, wants to try to find the kill, but not good enough. The blink comes through, gets Mav out of danger, and that Fangtooth is free.
Free as it can be. That was just an absolute, I think, a great decision to let that one fall due to the fact that Toasty and Lake were looking a little bit low on health, a little bit low on mana and resources to really be able to contest that, especially when you have that Greystone hitting level 6, Stoneforge still ready to go. But Snakes needs to be careful here.
Wow! Lakeinator across the map, fires off the long arm, gets the kill. And you know what? I like that. Lots of pressure put to the mid lane. But Lakeinator and Toasty have been struggling a little bit here in the dual lane. They have had a lot of pressure put on them. So him picking up that kill, that should do wonders. The question is, how big is that kill for this dual lane?
That is huge, and that's what you want to see out of your Murdoch. You want to be able to use the long arm of the law, not just to necessarily just shoot one or two people out of nowhere and just try and like save it to secure yourself a kill. But right there, they just comboed very well. The call, Iggy Molotov, and just Snipe were all coming in at the same time, and that's just their comms right there. That's just a shot calling, understanding what is getting ready to happen, and they were able to secure that kill just through that coordination.
Well, we've seen the Fangtooth go down. We've seen the Mini Prime go down. We've seen some ganks coming through on pretty much every lane at this point. What's next for these teams? No major objectives on the board really for them to contest right now. So is it just a sit-back farm? Or is this the time where you want to be stepping forward, trying to find some kind of pressure in a lane to make your next objective push look a little better?
For me, it would definitely be trying to get your crest completed, but if you already know, Iggy and Scorch most likely already has his crest finished, and everybody else still working on it. Meanwhile, Mav looking to get in and get active here inside the mid lane, but definitely going to be thwarted unless he uses Stoneforge Soul here. He's just going to turn out the back into his tower.
Yeah, Bryce steps back and not Rebel. Actually falls down on the right side. Appy Picker has been making some excellent rotations. Sees Mav on one side, immediately goes to the other. He's making plays across this map, and so far they feel a little bit more successful aside from the objectives being taken.
I could agree with that right there. He's just been over, and we did see Mav a little bit, but he was able to get that mini prime. Did not get the Fangtooth, but right after that, you saw him get aggressive. But his ganks have definitely been a little bit more successful, just for the fact that he's picking, I guess, the better opportune ganks, in my honest opinion, going into all of these ganks coming out.
Now, tower goes down over on that right side, gives him a little bit more pressure. Now, Lobber should be able to rotate a little bit more easily with that freedom to leave the lane, get his wave pushed up. Question is, does he stick around there for just a little bit more farm until these objectives start coming up? Do you expect to see him leave that lane immediately and just start trying to put some more pressure onto Sneaks? Because we've seen a lot of aggression paid towards Sneaks so far. The villains seem very conscious about keeping him down.
I think we see Steel kind of right about now when it comes towards mini prime and the Fangtooth coming up. So you're gonna see him rotate a little bit more, kind of check out, because right now, since he's gotten that tier 1, that's fantastic. Opens up that side of the map, and now he gets to just perform and kind of initiate for his team. And if his team follows up with that damage, like Abby's been there with Bry slowly coming into those fights, it's going to be huge. It's going to be a game changer. And if not stopped by the chefs and out rotated, it's going to be bad for them.
But let's talk about the team fights a little bit here, because I think we're starting to move towards that point. Got towers down, Lobber's going to be starting to rotate. Rebel might have a little bit more trouble rotating, but might have a little bit of trouble staying alive, as a matter of fact. Up, down from Lobber. Mav is here to try to help his solo laner, but the damage rips through him. Still barely alive, but the long arm cuts through, and Appy Picker gets the kill. Toasty also makes rotation and locks Mav down. Not long enough to keep him out of the Stoneforge Soul. Gets the heal off, and Zihi left behind, trying to keep his jungler alive. He does just enough work to get him on out of there. Mav walks away. Zihi walks away. That means they're heading the opposite direction of this mini prime, and the villains are all over it.
Great rotation. We know the junglers should be rotating the gank, but the supports, oh my, coming out from the far left side of the map to rotate over to this mini prime, and the villains are the ones that end up being successful, because Toasty was the first one to arrive, and the Narbash was not able to really get there in time and they were able to force out that Stoneforge Soul and get the mini prime for themselves.
Yeah, honestly, credit to Zihi though, because if I'm playing support and I see the enemy support just leave the lane, I'm thinking, yeah, whatever, he'll be back. I'm not going to follow him. I'm not going all the way to the right side of the map. Are you kidding me? I got stuff to do over here. So, Zihi definitely a better support than I am.
No, that is a great understanding of the possibility of what should happen, especially when these guys are playing at such a high level. They know when there's somebody missing from a lane for even more than a second or two, they're definitely doing something that is they shouldn't be doing and probably coming back towards the lane. If they were unhealthy, they might have backed, but we do see Chimera going towards the Fangtooth, but Mav close by. He does have mini prime though, so he's going to have the damage advantage going into this next team fight.
Yeah, he wants to fight. Toasty coming in as well. Looking maybe for a pull. Pulls him right on in. No skewer available. Not the lockdown mob. Blinks out, jumps out. But Liquidator once again says there are no survivors. You cannot run from the law. Zihi comes in from behind, but there's little he can do. And it's straight back to the Fangtooth for the villains.
Liquidator cleaning these kills up. It's ridiculous. Long Arm of the Law is hit 2 times now, able to secure a kill, especially on Mav or into the mid lane. But Appy is the real kind of go-getter here. He's just been very aggressive, been everywhere he needs to be. And Toasty coming in as a, kind of like a second jungler is what I think the support is when it roams around the map. But as they look towards this dual lane here one more time.
Viewer comes in, hits 2, but he's able to jump on out. Appy doesn't have the damage right away, the burst potential to take those targets down. The villains, from that play, you can tell they're feeling themselves. They're looking for every opportunity to fight because they are very confident they're going to win any trade that they take.
I would be confident too, especially with being up on 2 mini primes and a Fangtooth versus their 1 Fangtooth. They just now got their mid tower, but for right now, the map is pretty even and the neutral objective win game is there. And villain, they also have the kills win game there. So now they don't really have too much. They kind of just have to keep themselves at this pace and slowly increase and slowly get themselves into a bigger lead. As long as they don't make any huge mistakes, as long as they don't overcommit to a decision that might not be so well in their favor, I think they can just get themselves into this mid to end game spot where they just kind of win this.
Well, this is something we saw yesterday as well when the villains were playing against Rogue, as they were just building up a lead over time, and it got to the point where Rogue was very desperate to just see the villains make a mistake, and it did not happen. The villains are a clean team. They're clinical. They don't over-aggress. They don't make those mistakes. They're very patient and disciplined. So if Chefs are in this position, it has to be a little bit worrisome for them. And you have to start thinking, what can we proactively do to stop the villains from getting any farther ahead? What can we do to pull this lead back?
Getting Rebel here to start split pushing, get a little bit more pressure around the map as the rest of the team groups up in force and just create pressure on the opposite side, creating essentially a big decision that has to be made from the villains. Do I go towards the big team fight or do I stop this Shinbi from split pushing? But
whew, there's your answer right there. They see the Chefs overloading one side of the map. They're going to go ahead and dive in on the other side. Take out Twin Blast. That's just a tower for a tower trade there. It was looking like a nice trade for the Chefs. If they were able to just get that tower for themselves, that would have been the second one in a very short span of time. But the villains, I've said it before, F6, they don't give anything for free.
No, they do not. And as they're going to be taken out now in mid-tier 1, opening up the map even more. And yeah, exactly right there. They miscalculated on the Chef side. They spent 4 over on the opposite side of the map where Shinbi was split pushing, and that's not what I wanted them to do. I need them to leave the Shinbi by herself, right? I need you to go answer that gank, 3-man gank coming towards your dual lane there, because the Twin Blast is a key part, and Cole just being on the Twin Blast is going to be a key part in your team fight, especially when it comes here and the next big, when it goes towards this big prime. So not being there for him, going to where the Shinbi is not the ideal route you want to make as Chefs.
Now, villains come out of the gates looking to try to make a statement game. Not quite as clean as we've seen before. but it's looking pretty good so far. Now it's Zihi and Cold switching over to the right side of the map, just trying to find some farm. It feels like the Chefs are in a point where they're just kind of spinning their wheels and trying to stay afloat right now. They're looking for any farm that they can get. So the proactive plays aren't really working out. If they try to overload, they pay for it on the opposite side. Is it a question of getting more vision down? Is it just recognizing what the villains will do in response to you? I don't know, man. It's feeling like the window is still open, but it's beginning to close.
They just need to do exactly what I said, and that's what they look like they're doing. We do have a Shinbi swapping lanes here into the other side lane, creating a little bit more pressure. There is the Fangtooth side, though. I would put her on the opposite side, where less likely the enemy is going to go for, because this next Fangtooth is probably the next objective. The big prime right now, game's still a little bit too close for them to really kind of just full send, unless they get a pick or something like that. But you see a lot of Massacre trying to come down into this mid lane here as Appy is looking once again, but forces Mav and sneaks to back up. But blue team going on with the villains, looking to rotate over towards this Fangtooth, with Chess following slowly behind.
This is a big Fangtooth to be taken. I mean, villains have a great composition for it. They've got the Iggy there to help shred through just about every piece of that health bar. Might not even get to that point because Mav already taking a lot of damage. Lobber goes on in. The skewer comes out. Doesn't quite connect to the minis he's looking for. Big knockup on 3 though. And Mav burns the Stoneforge Soul. Keeps himself healthy. And sneaks. Finds the first kill of the fight. Toasty goes down. And that's the signal for the Chefs to push on forward. They want to kill as many of the villains as they can. They might just walk out with just the one. Lakenator burns the ultimate as well. Doesn't quite find anybody on that one. That's a fight in favor of the Chefs. Excellent turnaround.
Turnaround indeed. We thought that was going to go in the favor of the villains with that much CC on their team, but the big crash, bang, boom. Wait a second. Lobber's going back in, but Lakenator is here. Meanwhile, Cold rotating in is going to scare them off. But yes, the crash, bang, boom came in huge there with a triple knockup with the Bellica with Seismic Assault. And they were able to combo there, and Cold in the back line just cleaning up with that damage was amazing. And that's what really was trying to turn in that fight.
Now Chefs looking for the Fangtooth themselves. Lobber's still in the area. In fact, most of the villains still here. Appy is going to be moving on forward, but the Chefs simply step forward, push him back, as Zihi has the healing to keep them topped off. They can take these extended engagements no problem. Big damage onto Oasis, and the villains don't want to make this an extended one. They want to push forward. They want to try to clean some of these kills up, but the Chefs are so good at the disengagement, they cannot close the ground. But it does concede the Fangtooth pit to the villains.
That's what they wanted. They wanted to get them so far out away from the pit that's a little bit more detrimental for them to kind of come back into the fight to get that neutral objective, especially when it's a small prime or small Fangtooth. Doesn't really take a lot, especially when you're inside of this 20-minute parts of the game. It doesn't really take for a lot for a team to kind of burst that down with all 5 members. So great job there on the villains for chasing them out. But great job as well for the Chefs of recognizing that you don't want to take this fight right now. They took a full reset, and they're a little bit more healthier and ready for this fight than you are.
I want to talk a little bit here. Now that we've got them pulled up, let's look at the builds a little bit. Obviously, Lakenator slightly ahead of Cold in the build as well. The Orb of Growth coming out from Rebel Oasis. Talk to me a little bit about this item and how you feel about it.
I like it. It's definitely good on Shinbi. She uses this item very well just due to the fact of what she's trying to do. She's able to kind of just throw her Q out. You need a little bit more mana, you need a little bit more health to kind of make it a little bit tankier, right? But one of the big things I want to point out is the Frosted Lure coming out on top of the Narbash here, and I kind of feel like this is underestimated a little bit. So he's going into True Silver, Frosted Lure, and Sanctification, and while all his shields are up, you are not stopping this man from literally getting his ult off because of the Sanctification, and you're just stacking these shields on top of your True Silver. And this is kind of nutty. We haven't seen it just quite yet, but it was definitely cooking up a little bit, and here we're seeing it live here in PCC.
Yeah, I think we actually saw a little bit of that coming through in that last fight, where Zihi was getting that shield going, stepping forward, really just creating a lot of pressure with his presence, with his simple body being around the chef or the villains. It didn't really feel like they had a great way forward. They didn't have great kill potential there. And this is something that I think is going to be a problem going forward, right? How do you take down this Narbash between the shielding, the healing, and his entire team behind him putting out the damage? Like, is he even a priority target at that point? Or do you just have to try to burst down the back line before the healing becomes a problem?
It's all about target of opportunity, right? So not every fight's going to be the same. So the first person to usually initiate from most of these fights has been Mav, coming in with the Greystone, understanding he has Stoneforge Soul, able to take a brunt of the damage, hoping to kind of get all these ultimates and resources out from him just diving into these fights. And if he's lucky enough, he's able to get some resources. But if they don't waste it right away on Mav while he goes in and kind of just set back a little bit of a retreat and kind of burst him down, I think they're fine. They're able to be able to just burst down the Mav with the Stoneforge Soul, get out his ultimate, and then continue on and just kind of mow through the rest of the map, because this Narbash hasn't been going in too much without the resources being spent. You see him kind of go in when there's a little bit more resources spent. As you do see Appy, though, rotating towards this Rebel. Mav on that blue side just kind of pushed him out as they're getting ready to maybe possibly look towards his Prime.
Gotta be looking for the Prime. I mean, Fangtooth has been taken. You see all the vision coming down around that right side. Lots of it gold, lots of it blue. You know the villains. They have a slight lead right now. They've got their front foot forward. They're looking to lean on it here. The question is, when do they pull that trigger? Because as a spin, they did lose the last team fight. It didn't go disastrously bad, but the chefs were able to answer them and put a lot of damage back out. So who's the first pick you have to look for before you can step up to this Orb Prime?
Getting the Twin Blast or getting the Bellica. Bellica with her drone, kind of in these fights, her drone has been kind of ignored a little bit and kind of been throwing off a lot of damage. So I think the Bellica or the Twin Blast is a key part of getting that burst picked off. So maybe try and get a Riplash to hit, maybe getting a lucky hook, or just rotate over towards this Twin Blast and maybe pick that kill up, because right now you kind of just been seeing Cold and Lakeinator just kind of pushing waves back and forth, trying to get pressure, as Cold now rotating to the fight. So this might be the potential where Chefs can turn this around with a 5v4.
Chefs looking to maybe get aggressive, but I'm sorry, Cold is actually coming back to the lane. He steps out, goes back in. Fool me once, I suppose. Meanwhile, Villains stepping forward in this mid lane, looking to try to find some kind of pressure. Keep an eye on Lobber lurking in the jungle around there. So far, it doesn't look like either team's feeling confident in stepping fully forward. I mean, Chefs have tons of vision out, a lot of it on that left side now. A lot of their wards have gone down on the right. The Villains don't seem to have the knowledge of that, so they're not making an aggressive play over there.
I mean, what can you do, right? You just got to have faith in what your wards see and what you know that's there. So I understand it. Just playing a little bit safe. None of these teams want to make a bad decision, but I might be wrong here. Lobber zoning as they look towards a Primordial Fangtooth, trying to get a sneaky, risky play, but at the same time, look over on the mini or big Orb Prime. They're kind of trying to trade this, but if they're able to get this Primordial Fangtooth in time, and they are, this might be in the favor of the Villains.
Lobber is here. Mav started this Orb Prime up a little bit ago. Health bar shouldn't be the best. Lobber's gonna go right on in. Gonna try to put the pressure onto Cole. The Lakeinator from across the map takes out Mav on this fight. I mean, they have to try to get out now. The Orb Prime does go down to the Chefs, but what is the cost? To fall down. Quick succession. The Villains take a third. No, that's Toasty going down. I'm sorry. This might not be the best look for the Chefs. They got the Orb Prime, lose 2 for it. Only answer back 1, and it's a Primal Fangtooth on the Villains. Feels like it does still favor the Villains.
It definitely favors the Villains here, because now they have 4 members to 3 going into this fight, and a couple members have to back. Now, what they don't have is the Mav or the Narbash. So even though they do have the Ore Prime here, that Primordial Burn is going to stop them from healing right away and regenerating and getting out of combat as quickly as possible. So they're able to get a lot of poke off. But Respawn's coming back in here. We'll see what's going to happen. Right now, Villain's going to have to kind of group up a little bit more, maybe 3-2-0 into this lanes, try and push two sides, get a little bit of siege going on, and try and outpoke the enemy team with the Orb Prime here, because I do think at this point in the game right now, Primordial Fangtooth, this Blaze is just too strong for the Villains, especially if they get the CC off.
Well, Chefs, now with the Orb Prime, I'm stepping forward a little bit. I'm expecting them much the same as you, a reset and a regroup from the Villains. With Toasty alive now, and their team fight should look very good for them. Keep an eye on the jungle, though, Mav. In the area. Not going to stop. Appy's back. And Toasty going to take a step back as well. Recognizes jungler's no longer there. Cannot be that far forward. The Villains, they're still playing this a little bit quietly. And still sending Lakenator to the left side of the map here. I'm surprised we're not seeing a stronger grouping coming out from them.
We've talked about this in the early game. You asked me what's the difference between these two teams. There's really not a lot. They're both very micro focused, right? So they don't want to make the first bad decision. And you see, they make decisions pretty much the same time each other. Drawing back to those neutral objective fights, they pulled Primordial Fangtooth, and once they realized they pulled Primordial Fangtooth, they pulled Orb Prime. Obviously, a little bit delay on Chef's side there to really go at it and fully commit to it. But they're kind of trying to make the same decisions, and they're trying to make sure they're not the ones making the worst decisions out of the two. And right now, that is what we're seeing. We're waiting for the most prime opportunities and like the best hope and options for each other.
Now, here's the big question, F6. Which is worse, a bad decision or a decision that never gets made? Because right now, these teams are kind of allowing both sides to simply scale up and reach their strongest point. Mm-hmm. And as this game goes on, death timers obviously going to get longer. And so it starts to feel like you're putting everything into relying on one fight that can swing the entire game.
100% correct there, Spooky. You don't want people to get to late game, right? The advantage of having early game kills, early game leads, is so you can just hit end game faster than your opponent. So you definitely don't want that, so you need to make these decisions. But we are still enough into this game where they can slowly take themselves to make these smarter decisions as they look to possibly get somebody to make a bad decision like Zihi poking throughout inside this jungle. If they can get a Riplash or if they can get a pick, it's going to be huge. But probably not going to have anything coming out until one of these major objectives spawn up.
Toasty tries for it, doesn't quite connect. Not all of the Riplashes will hit, but the ones that do tend to have some good results. I like to see Toasty just throwing that out, see if he can hit someone. Really, what's the punishment for missing it? The Chefs are going to walk to you? I don't think so. That's exactly what they're trying to avoid by dodging the Riplash. So, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and if you miss, nothing lost here. Villains feeling very comfortable. Looks like they're going to group up around this Primal once again. Try to get another one under their belts as it respawns here very soon.
And this is something here that they're going to be in a problem with. Shinbi spotted off into the offlane. I think this is going to be a trigger for the Villains to make a move on somebody somewhere, because now they have the numbers advantage. They might lose an inhib. They might lose one of these towers. But if they get this neutral objective, they can easily get the pressure back.
Tower goes down. Purple Oasis gonna stick in that lane. The rest of the Chefs, you need to move forward. This be a risky 50-50 here. So the Villains, they want to go for the Fangtooth. They're not looking for the fight. And scratch that. They pull off. They're looking to put the damage back down. But Lobber's taking a lot of damage. Skewer comes through. But Mav gets a lot of the damage put back to him. Sneaks. Finds the kill on the Appy Picker. No jungler available to secure this objective. And Toasty goes down as well. It's now a 2 for 3 because Lakenator just finds so much value in this fight. Bry alive as well. The backline is doing the damage, but look at Rebel Oasis. He's in on the core. You fought, you lost. The Chefs with a backdoor take game 1.
The back door on the first game of semis is absolutely criminal.
Can we even call it a backdoor F6? Because Shinbi was on the map. They knew Rebel Oasis was there. They made an active decision to stay in that Fangtooth pit and to fight against the chefs and ignore the push that was happening. And the fight takes too long, F6. It takes way too long. And they pay the price.
Yeah, they pay the price indeed. Somebody needed to back, but nobody noticed it. Oh man, we saw her at the T2, right? When we called it out, we're like, you're gonna lose something off of this. You need to understand she's there split pushing. It's either you do this objective and win it, or send somebody back and just kind of wait out for the objective. But they didn't do any of those things. They kind of just took the fight, totally forgot about the Shinbi, and that's what we wanted, right? We wanted the chefs to take a big 4v5 fight on the other side of the map, and we wanted Shinbi to split push. And that's what they needed to do. They finally did it. And I don't see the future, but it's a pretty easy decision to make there.
Yeah. I mean, right there, it feels like a consequence of the villains playing it so slow, not wanting to be the ones to make the decisions. They were in the pilot seat. They had control of the game. Not wanting to make the wrong decision, the bad decision, ends up costing them everything.
Yeah, but there's game two.
Always game two. But before we can get to that, we'll send it back to the desk, have them break this one down and see what they got to say.
I don't even know what to say. I said before the game, I said sit back and relax. And then what just happened? Medkit, take us through what just happened through game number 1.
My former teammate, that's what happened. Way to go, Rebel. Hell yeah. I think this is what happened. After the draft, you know how everyone loads up into the screen and they placed Rebel, who's Shinbi. I didn't expect that. And they went up and put him against Steel. And we all know how Shinbi can stall Steel as much as they can. And so when it comes to the comp, Villains has a lot of like aggressive engage from Richter, from Steel, from Chimera. They just have such a strong team fight advantage. And I think what happened was chefs recognized that because they unusually were on like the back pedal with macro and objectives this match. And I think chefs quickly recognized like, hey, this is really difficult to win because like, for example, Zihi isn't high enough level or not enough gold to get all that items and mana regen that he needs to sustain his team in these team fights. Mav is he's doing a good job like holding him off as much as he can as Greystone, but it's not enough. And then they took their eyes off of my boy Rebel and he just ran it down.
Mr. Meds, what happened and what do the villains need to do in order to secure game number 2?
Well, I'll go back to your comment on, sit back and relax. At the beginning of this game, I was kind of snoring a little bit. I'm a little bit disappointed in the chefs' early game because I thought they were going to be a lot more aggressive, but they ended up playing a lot of the villains' game and letting them kind of take control and dictate the speed of the game, right? I think Abby Picker played a very good early game. I think he actually was the facilitator in a lot of the early aggression coming out of the villains, attacking that mid lane and kind of keeping Sneaks in his lane to kind of fight it out with Bry a little bit. So he wasn't able to get out of lane, team up with Mav and kind of impact that dual lane that we, kind of harped on, that Cold was our president. We need to protect him. We need to get him ahead. Right. So I think that, like Medkit was saying, I think that once the chefs knew that, hey, we don't win a 5-on-5 team fight. There's just too many tanky boys in our face. There's too much disengage. There's too much hard CC on the side of villains. We can't take a team fight here. We just can't. So let's just send Rebel, keep him in the off lane. We'll take a 5v5. We'll take a 4v5 team fight. We'll stay away from the 5v5s, disengage 5v5s as much as possible. Like we did see that Fangtooth fight, they disengaged very well. But I will say, Zihi, I would say, was one of the MVPs of that game, outside of Rebel's backdoor. I think the stalling on that, that big team fight that we had in the mid lane around the steps there, and then also in that last team fight where he had that 4-man ultimate to kind of stall out the game. I think that was huge play from Zeke. I love to see him on the Narbash, and we'll see if he can continue next game.
Yep. Don't go anywhere, because game number 2 will be coming right up. Will the villains take it, or will the chefs win and advance to the grand finals? We'll be right back.
Hi, chat. Choice here. Just wanted to say hello. And this is a purposeful hot mic this time. And you're great. You're all great. I love you. Okay, I'm going back into Medkit's little closet. Sorry.
Oh?
Mr. Meds, what would you prescribe for a backdoor?
I don't. That's a tough game to come back from, because that one really hurts. I really feel like I said before, the villains, I needed to make sure that I wasn't dreaming, so I needed to pinch myself. I'm really excited for this next game. We'll see if we can get some hype around it.
Dr. Medkit, what else can we do for a backdoor?
I'm no doctor. I'm just the meme king. But if I were a doctor, I would prescribe salt on the wound.
Boom. Ladies and gentlemen,
Boom.
let's hop right into the draft. Okay, so game number 1, Chefs took it and they won. They only have to win this second game in order for them to advance into the grand finals. What do they have to do? Like you let the villains through with the two big boys, the Richter and the Steel. But now you've got the Sevrog. Mr. Meds, take it away.
Yeah, well, seeing the Severog and, hearing Medkit's comment about salt on the wound, are we going to get a salty run back? Using that, no pun intended, but, we did see that Severog being taken off the plate for Chefs last game against Lauber, and they still don't want to play against it. We'll see if Villains answer with the same ban that they did last time. I believe that it was the Kalari that they did take off the board. We'll see if they opt to go in for that again, or if, and it looks like they do. It looks like we're having a little bit of a salty run back. We'll see.
Is this deja vu? What am I seeing? That's Bellica first pick
No, they
again.
played yesterday.
Okay. So Bell, I was about to say, this could be Zihi on Bellica instead, because while Zihi plays a phenomenal Narbash, I think if you want to give a traditional mage 2 sneaks, you gotta give him, I think, Gideon. I think he plays a better Gideon than a Bellica, and that is like Chimera. Yo, I'm losing my mind here. I feel like I've been here before. But okay, so Chimera has been taken because possibly an answer to whatever assassin sneaks may try and get from this draft. But anyways, I think what villains need to do, right, just to kind of ignore this little midlife crisis I'm going through right now, I think, okay, get Mav off his Greystone, get Zihi off Narbash. If Lake can't secure Twin Blast, get another Murdoch Richter kill lane like in game 1. This is game 2, right? Okay, wait, no. Okay,
Is this a
back to what
salty
I was
run
saying.
back?
Back to what I was saying. Get Lake on another Murdoch Richter kill lane, or you could have given him like a Wraith phase combo, but it doesn't look like the case. This is a salty run back, and I'm kind of like, I don't know. I've been going on for a while. Meds, you take it. I don't know what else to say.
I mean, so they did do a little bit something different here. So they did pick up Twin Blast in the second phase. Chefs, they did pick up the Twin Blast in the second phase last time. They did end up picking the Narbash in the first game, which it kind of looks like Villains is doing the same thing. They picked up the Iggy in the second phase, but now they're picking up in the first phase. We do see a little bit of a deviation here. Shinbi is going to be the first ban for Villains, which does leave up, one of those important picks that they did take off, the Zarus, that Villains did take off the board last game. So we'll probably see maybe Chefs. I know Rebel likes to play the Zarus. It is a good blind pick. We talked about it yesterday, how Zarus has some really good trading patterns into, pretty much all of the meta picks for the offlane. So we'll see, what sort of change happens there in the offlane. I think that's going to be the biggest change as we see here. But I'm interested to see what Chefs pick up in the second phase, whether they allow this Wraith to go through. I know that Lakinator loves to play Wraith. It's probably one of his most played outside of, let's say, Murdoch and Twin Blast. But we do see Steel Ban. I think that was a really impactful pick for Lauber last game. Those probably are his 2 most played and most comfortable champions. So we're going to see Lauber maybe on something that he's not as comfortable on. Maybe something like a fighter. Maybe we see a Grux come out into that. Maybe Zarus that we kind of talked about already.
So the fact that Shinbi was banned second, further solidifies my case that Rebel was MVP that game. But what's interesting is that the offlane matchup is off the table from last match. Steel and Shinbi are no longer available. So you know what? Give Zarus to Rebel. He's probably gonna do the same thing anyway. I don't do that. If that happens, that is criminal behavior. I am I'm not a psychic. This is a very I see the Zarus and I see the Narbash. This is a salty run back, but they're targeting Rebel. The MVP, by the way, my boy. Wow, this is such a similar team comp so far. We're gonna see who that last pick was. Now, Meds, who was that last pick? I can't seem to remember.
Well, so the last pick for Villains and to round out their salty runback team was that Steel, which was taken off the board. But I do want to harp on the Zarus pick a little bit. You know, we do say that Rebel was the MVP, but Zarus doesn't actually provide as much split push as that Shinbi does. It is more of that team fight pick. So depending on the build, right? If Zarus is more going towards that Mind Razor build that we normally see in the jungle, I can see maybe it being a split push pick, but we do see that Grux being that last lock-in pick. I think Zarus is somewhat good into Grux in those early levels. The trading pattern is good with that, the shield stun. Once Grux can pull him in, I think that's really good for Zarus, but once it goes past 6, I think Grux just wins out against Zarus. But we do see that these teams are very team fight heavy. We are going to have to see, is Toasty going to have as much impact as he did in the lane with that Richter? Is this Richter Murdoch lane going to take over the game like we saw last game? Only time will tell.
All right. Well, I've got one question. Medkit. You mentioned the Zarus and how Rebel might be the MVP of this next game, just like the first game for you. But what does the team fight from Chefs look like in order for them to secure game number 2?
Say, that's a great question. I was mostly joking about Rebel pulling another split push win for the second time in a row, but I think if we look at it, the biggest change is in the off lane. And this time, instead of Steel, who provides 3 or 5 or 9 crowd control abilities, we have Grux, who provides maybe 3 or 8 crowd control abilities instead. So I think team fight is still kind of dangerous and deadly coming from Villains. And the Zarus, I don't think can close that gap when it comes to team fight prowess just as quite. So what Chefs are really good at is adapting really quickly. So we might see better overall macro and possibly better team fights in game 2. And you guys want to remember, they already won a game. It's Villains that are on the back foot this time.
Yep. So if the Chefs win this game, that takes Villains out and they will no longer be able to play in the grand finals. Chefs will move forward and take on who will be the second winner from our second series. Without further ado, game number 2. F6 and Spooky Mars.
Game number 2, and only time will tell how this one pans out here. F6, there's some talk about what to prescribe for a backdoor. And I think we should weigh in on this, because for my answer, it's maybe a little bit more awareness and care paid to the split pusher, but I don't know. What are you thinking? F6 doesn't want to talk to me right now, which is probably a result of the puns I dropped in chat. That's probably my own fault.
It's definitely your fault, 100%. But definitely the map awareness getting there a little bit more. But we do see the 5v5 coming out early inside that red side jungle, able to get some ward off on the Villains, as I think they're not going to be taking any chances this game. And I think what they're going to do for themselves is just push harder.
Well, we have a very similar draft to what they had last time. Villains almost complete run back, and the same is true for the Chefs. Only one lane has changed, and it's this off lane, which feels a little bit more volatile now. Feels like there's a little bit more kill potential from both sides here. Rebel now on the Zars and Lobber being on the Grux. Feels a little bit more brawly than the Steel Shinbi, who kind of just looked at each other and did their own thing and walked away.
It's definitely going to be a little bit more aggressive. Going to have that early game more on Zaris. That poke is really good when it comes towards trying training your opponent in the offlane. But do you see Zihi a little bit low?
It's gotta be a
while
Richter
Leg is
pull.
low as well.
He had to have been pulled
right?
for that. Yeah,
Richter
not-
pull indeed is dangerous.
Not the best look to start off your lane, but it's the Narbash, right? He's going to be able to sustain up, stay fairly safe, and be pretty much fine here. As long as he doesn't get pulled again in quick succession, shouldn't be too much of an issue. The question, though, is how the game changes in number 2 here, right? Villains doesn't feel like they need to change a whole lot. They were able to secure themselves a lead and push fairly effectively throughout the game. Whereas the Chefs kind of went off a Hail Mary play, recognizing that the Villains were in a bad spot and couldn't stop what they wanted to do as long as they just kept them occupied. So is there a gameplay shift, or do they just go back to kind of the same strategies as game 1?
They just go back to the strategies in game 1, and they just try not to let that happen again. They get a little bit more aggressive, more decisive, as we do see they're getting that exactly done right now.
Rebel going ahead, moving into Mav, who does get away. Happy Picker, though, and Lobber both pressuring out Rebel. Gonna go ahead and blink. Tries to find the dash, but Bryce made the rotation as well. Ignites the oil slick, and a quick first blood. 3 minutes in, puts the Villains ahead.
That is what we wanted. Get aggressive, get a little bit more active. Yes, make smarter decisions, but make them quicker. And that's what we're seeing as they come out just with the first blood once again in game number 2. But can they keep this up is the real question. Can they keep that pressure going throughout this entire map? We did see that mid rotation coming off early, which we did not see in the last game.
I'll talk a little bit about this dual lane, specifically this gold buff, right? Chefs, get some pressure, push that wave up, opens up this gold buff for themselves. There's a lot of fighting that can happen over this. How valuable do you consider that gold buff and getting repeated secures on it?
I think it is valuable if you're able to secure it without any risk at all or minimal risk. But if you're just going to put yourself at risk for a gold buff, I feel like you are trolling, and that's just a bad decision. The gold buff is not worth your life, and definitely is not as much gold as what you think it really is getting you. Until later game, of course.
You would hate playing with me, guys. I am dying for that gold buff every time.
Says every single ADC main ever.
Yes, sir. You caught me red-handed. Toasty, though, he wants to catch someone else. He's still looking towards Zihi. Hasn't been a lot of opportunity on that duo lane, though, for aggression from the Villains. Saw that first pull that put Zihi a little bit low, but other than that, it's Happy Picker trying to set the pace on this right side. Once again, paying a little visit to Rebel Oasis. Doesn't feel like there's any kill potential because instead Mav has rotated the duo side, putting some pressure down onto Lakeinator. Gonna be a-okay for now. May force a back, but Happy Picker takes this opportunity not to gank, but to invade.
Easy 5 camp for the man. Mav looking towards over the Fangtooth here. Kind of wild going for that. Going to be taking a lot of damage. I don't think he can solo this one. And if he does, it's going to take him a long while. And if anybody even rotates slightly, that's going to be bad for him.
Neeks on his way over along with Zihi. Meanwhile, Appy has shown himself on the map on the right side. It's a good start for the Chefs. They've got everyone they can over on this Fangtooth. Should be going their way. This is a pre-6-minute Fangtooth. I mean, that's a good way to start.
PCC. Yeah. This is the first ever anybody's taking the Fangtooth. Oh my!
Oh no! In a bad spot, but can Lakeinator find the damage? The blink is good. No ultimate available means he can't snipe this one out. Chefs get to walk away.
Cold there, clenching, because, man, that Whiplash came out of nowhere, and he was really close. Oh!
Bro, you got out. You gotta get out.
Go home! Just go home! Oh, man, unfortunate, but a great play coming out of Big Lake there to secure the second kill of the game, even though they lost the first Fade Tooth, trying to get themselves back in.
I'm kind of upset. I'm not gonna lie, F6. That's like the kind of death I would have right there. I mean, if you're that low, you gotta just kind of cut your losses, take the TKO, reset, not give up the gold. Villains are not a passive team. They are looking for every opportunity to get those kills. And we've seen that in every game so far, in their quarterfinals, in these semis so far. You have to respect the damage output they have and their willingness to step forward and try to put it out.
And they've been doing that in groups as well throughout their scrims. We did see Greystone walk over wards, so they know he's on this blue side. So we're going to expect Kai to maybe answer into this left lane side. But Blink comes out of Bellica here, and the Neural Disruptor to clean it up. Rebel, though, is going to go down, and right now, it's kicking up a gear, Spooky.
A kill for kill across the board, but Sneaks able to put the Chefs on the board with that kill should be a good boost to the morale of the Chefs. Sneaks finding a solo is big. Now looking for another kill. Pulled back in is Cold. No blink available. Can't get out of this one. The mob jumps in. Shotgun blast takes down the ADC, keeping the numbers in favor of the villains. Blink comes through from Zihi, but Appy Picker follows it with the jump. Thunk comes through. Stun under the tower. The shot does it. Mob gets the kill, and Snakes comes on through. Like they're not quite able to find too much, but he gets Zihi. Mob, I'm going to cut off the retreat. Knock back, blink forward. Trap comes down to secure Mob. Not going to be able to get the kill on the Lakeinator. He's 1 HP and a dream.
You think a fight's going to go one way, but the thunk hits and it turns around. They were able to pick up the kill going in there. Getting aggressive, Kai being great, but unable to get one more auto attack in because the thunk hit him and then allowed him to take a bunch more shots. But do you see him over here in the mini or primed? Great rotation from Bellic in that last fight to be able to pick up a kill or two. Almost got the Big Lake there as Team Villains are looking to keep this pressure up as they did last game.
Now, Villains go ahead and secure themselves the mini prime. Coliseum gets dropped by Rebel. They want to pinch Appy in. He jumps forward, but it's all in vain. He's going to go into 4. He gets his team out. Not the best look, but he trades his life to keep his team alive. That's got to be worth something. Oh, Lobber is 2 levels up? Did I read that right? Oh my God.
He's been farming. He's been doing things in this soft lane, and he's been gruxing. But, I mean, they did lose the mini prime there, so that is a huge takeaway, and that's great for the Chefs. But they did allow for a 5-man rotation to this mini prime, and that was kind of wild. Usually it's only a 4-man rotation, so it's going to gives a little bit of pressure into that duo lane, and that might lead to the second Fang Tooth going to Villains with this pressure that they have.
It's like you said, F6. Things are kicking up a gear here in Game 2. We are 10 minutes in. There's already 9 kills on board. I mean, we're practically at a kill a minute. If Lobber wants to kill Rebel, you would be evening that up. Both these teams are looking a lot more confident and a lot more willing to get aggressive. Chefs, for their part, I mean, they lead by a game, so it's only natural that they would try to put a little bit more pressure down. The Villains completely unaffected by the game deficit. Looks like it's just a game 1 for them.
This is for at least getting the cash prize. This is the game that you want to make sure you get into, right? Out of anything, you want to be able to at least say you made it to the finals, nonetheless win the PCC6, right? So this is all on the line for them going in, because if they don't even get past this, there's nothing else to talk about. So that's what you're seeing here. So you're seeing them like, hey, we have to make sure we put our best foot effort on the side of Villains here. They can't lose. Chefs, on the other hand, is like, we can't let them get another win and slowly start to maybe shift the momentum, as we do see a Fangtooth fight gonna happen, all 5v4 here coming across Zaris in the off lane.
Going forward, Skewer comes through, and the villains steal it away. But good God, the damage is insane coming out. The villains are getting shredded. Mauve simply steps forward and says, yeah, you want to fight? Let's do it. Bry matches the efforts, and with a flamethrower burns their lives away. A 2 for 3, the Fangtooth to the villains.
Gruxin coming across, Lauber using the advantage as levels to come over to this fight, help out his team, and he was Gruxin, and Iggy's turrets were doing its thing, and they were flame broiling them back down after they stole that Fangtooth.
Man, it's a tough win, but it's a win nonetheless for villains. You give up a couple kills, but you secure yourself an objective. You get more out of it than what you gave to the chefs. It's be a good comeback point for the villains, who looked like they were starting to let things slip away from them at that Fangtooth. Once again, Lincolnator 4-0-2. Once again, just put on a clinic. Let's take a quick look across the board here. Lauber also with the Sky Splitter as well. I mean, talk to me about these builds you're looking at.
This is what you want from an aggressive Grux. Talking to these guys in the offlane, they kind of just understand Sky Splitter is such a strong item going into first, because you're just winning these trades. And now you're going into Basilisk with that Ice Crunch talent. Now you're just being just a big damage deal just with these first 2 items. And then after that, you can choose whether you want to go into protection or a little bit more of a bruiser, whatever you need to get into that game. And Grux is one of the best with it, and that's what you're seeing from Lauber. As Mav, though, looks like he wants to get a little bit of payback. He also has picked up something spicy. He picked up a Phoenix to be a little bit more of a nuisance in these fights, and I think that's also going to be a big game changer towards that.
I mean, what's worse than a Greystone coming at you and resetting his health bar? A Greystone coming at you, dying, and then coming back to life to then reset his health bar. Not a pleasant experience. The question is, can they make use of it? Looks like it, because it looks like they're diving under the tower on the right side. Meanwhile, Sneaks in some trouble. Gonna be A-okay. Survives the onslaught for now. Happy Picker not able to get the kill there. Instead, the villains just pushing forward aggressively, stealing away the farm because they see Mauve all the way on that right side, not able to secure his own farm. This is how you do it. You gotta take what you can get.
As they look towards getting something here in that mid lane tower, Belka, though, coming out of nowhere. Trying to get Noodle Disruptor should be being squeaks by Mav, though, in the haunt here, Spooky.
And Sneak's gonna get the kill on him now, running down App. He has to blink out. No blink is gonna be following him on that one. Quick turnaround for the chefs. Rye steps up to take that tower. Sneaks, he's got some thoughts about that.
Yeah, he did not take a vibe to that and was like, you know what, you're not being friendly right now and I don't like it. So, able to get the T1 tower, though, which opens up this map a lot more for the Iggy, as there's a little bit more fights going to be happening once this mini prime comes up here in a bit.
Go buff to the way of the chefs. The pressure, the way it is on this right side, Villain should have a pretty easy time stepping towards that mini prime. Question, though, is that right side the only thing that matters? Because so far, we've seen a lot of rotations to these objectives. I mean, we've seen 4, 5-man rotations constantly throughout the game. It doesn't feel like either of these teams are going to have a quiet time on an objective. You can send 2 or 3, but you're likely meeting quite a few more from the other side.
No doubt about it. How do you beat somebody that has more numbers than you? Try and get more numbers than them, or even it out, right? So you're definitely going to want to be in that situation where you're rotating on point. You have the vision down. For instance, need a little bit more wards above this mini prime, because right now it looks like they're just going to be able to take that ward away, and the only vision they have is coming in from villains, and they just look like they do have the pressure on this. Zihi on the opposite side of the map, leaving cold in the cold.
He's going to be holding down this lane on his own for right now. But still, even with that, I was expecting the villains to maybe make a rotation towards that mini prime, use their numbers there. It looks like they're just going to play it safe, because they recognize Cole being here on his own means Zihi could be causing some problems if they go for any of those objectives. But Mauve might be starting it up here on the right side.
Do they want to, though?
Oh, Happy Picker is caught here, has to find a way out. Globber pulls them on in, does a lot of damage, but this is not looking great for the villains. Brian makes the rotation in. Rebel Oasis gets the reset off, and Happy, somehow still alive, gets a shield off. The villains easily take that fight, 4 kills to none.
What a turnaround. Big rotation coming in from Toasty there. And I believe that was the sanctification that he used on top of Appy to give him a little bit more survivability to get himself to turn on that kill. Able to pick up Mav, but let's talk about the Grux. The 4-man pull going into that fight. They thought they were going to be able to chase, but Grux said no, no, no. And then Big Brian with the rotation, just doing what Iggy does best, throwing out damage like no other.
I mean, what an incredible play from Blobber. Completely turned that entire fight around with that pull. And even then, it still looked like there was so much damage coming through that the Chefs would be able to pull through. Brian making the rotation along with the rest of the team. Simply too much damage output for the Chefs to handle. Now Mini Prime still stands. The Fang Tooth being looked at by the Chefs, recognizing they don't want to take that fight again. Instead, try to get this buff stacking up. And that one goes quietly, and F6. The villains do not respond to that on the map. Macro, not quite there. So, nothing doing. That's just a free Fang Tooth.
If you lost a fight like you just did, I wouldn't be trying to rush into that as Chefs either, but we do see them cold split pushing, trying to get a little bit more gold elsewhere, as he's kind of been missing from from these fights. When it comes to, like, he did this as well in the early game, kind of took him a little bit to get into these team fights. Roughly around the 25-30 minute mark, he was there. Do see, though, the hunt coming out. Coliseum forces the blink, though, as they're trying to back out here. Might have some more potential as he's holding the W key.
Not too bad of a trade for Rebel Oasis. Coliseum going to be backed up before that blink will. No problems for him there. Goes to make the rotation in. Instead, Chefs don't have a whole lot of room for aggression here. Instead, they fade back to this kind of quiet moment. We saw a lot of action very early on. We're still at 19 kills. Make no mistake, it's still a kill a minute here. But it feels like the teams are willing to take a step back now, reevaluate things, and kind of look the map over. If you are the Chefs, right, you just lost that fight. Where are you looking next?
I am looking towards this dual lane. I'm looking towards that Murdoch. We just burned that flash. Even though he does have mini prime right now, that's why you're kind of seeing them get that push, most likely get that T2s, because they have that mini prime buff on Lakeinator. So they're going to be able to get a lot of pressure in that lane, but they need to either get that mini prime off of him or get a kill, because his blink is down. You already got the Coliseum, full rotation over there, cause that to kind of happen. Also, you're going to be looking towards getting to fight around the Coliseum, getting to zone away different individuals from the fight. If you could zone the Grux out, or you could zone Toasty out with the Richter, you kind of give yourselves a little bit more advantage. You have a Greystone with a Phoenix, with the Stoneforge Soul, and use that. Be a nuisance. Try and bait out a lot of resources. Try and get ults out. You're there for that reason, Greystone, especially if you're going to pick up Phoenix. You're there for that. So that's what they need to do. Get a little bit more resources out before they full commit to these fights. Get Cold involved a little bit more and watch them kind of turn around.
Your eyes on that right side as well. Rebel Oasis, they're taking his time, pushing that right wave up. Maybe looking for another opportunity to break down a tier 2 while the villains aren't quite looking. But until these objectives come back up, these opportunities won't be too readily available to Rebel Oasis. Has to have something to distract the villains before they go for those plays again. Instead, kind of just seeing some grouping towards this Fangtooth. It's going to be coming up relatively soon. Question is, though, is it the Fangtooth these teams look at? Is it the Orb Prime? Both will be coming up.
Fangtooth has a little bit longer to go, but I think this invade is what they're looking for, as we do see Mav and Zihi trying to sneak away a little something. Got a little bit of fair XP, but I think the next big fight's going to come from this Or Prime, if they can get a pick, and I know the Villains can right now, they've been running with this lead. They've been doing it. They did it last game, and if they can just get a simple pick like this Bellica, they should be able to easily do this Prime. Maybe push out this duo lane a little bit, force Cole to answer back, push it a little bit more, rotate over. But Lobber coming in aggressive with the blink, Spooks.
Oh, he pulls him right back in. That's going to be an easy kill for Lobber. Just a one and done. Lakenator does burn the ultimate there. But F6, I'm looking at these stats. I'm looking at the levels. I think the biggest thing is that there's a 4-level deficit. 2 in support, 2 in the solo lane. Villains have a very real lead right now. It's in the XP, maybe not as much in the gold, but those 13 kills are doing some work. Lakenator gets cut down. And that's going to make things a little easier for Chefs. I mean, so maybe scratch what I just said.
Yeah, scratch everything that we were talking about off that list. We talked about getting the pick on the Bellica would be great. We got that. But we kind of let it all go back when we just sat there out of position as Lakenator. You kind of just don't want to be there. You're kind of just ahead. Yes, you guys just got a kill, but the Coliseum is also still a danger to you. You do not have Blink. Your support and the rest of your team is quite frankly over by the Prime Pit. Why are you there? So bad play coming up there with the positioning. So hopefully they can turn this around if they can get back together here once these cooldowns are set.
I think that's Lake's first death this game as well, isn't it?
Possibly so.
Right.
I have not seen him go down. But if he plays like that again, he's definitely going to have another one coming his way.
Yeah, has to be a little bit more careful. And it's so strange to see Lakenator out of position like that because he's normally so safe and so good at just staying alive. Fortunately for the Villains, Chefs don't seem to be able to make too big of a play off of that. Or Prime, still on the board. Jump for jump keeps Mav alive there. Not in any danger whatsoever. Villains. It's starting to feel like shades of game 1 here, where they have a good lead, they have the advantage, but they're hesitant to pull the trigger and make a play.
They're a little bit more aggressive. You're seeing them kind of trying to force things as you're trying to see them trying to get out to Cold here as he's doing the typical ADC move of going for the gold buff. And this is why he's going to pay for it. It's not worth your life here, but can he get out?
I don't think so. I think he saw these guys coming. There's nowhere for him to go, and he is just simply dead. Looked like maybe he was trying to retreat up towards the opposite side of the map, but retreat cut off. There's nowhere to go. Rebel Oasis gonna split push again. Banku should go the way of the Villains.
Lawbury is heading back though, so we don't think there's going to be a backdoor coming out of this Primordial Fangtooth like last game, but this should be a free Primordial for Villains as we had it last time. But can they turn this to pick up the Orb Prime as well, get double buffed up? And as they're going to take a reset, would you see big
There's
push
3 here. There are 3 members of the Chefs on this inhibitor, but not
4.
Okay. What? Okay, if I'm sending 4 people to the inhibitor, I'm at least trying to put a little bit of damage on it.
Yeah, and I think that was just that's honestly a bad decision right there from the Chefs. They kind of just left open the Orb Prime now. Now they're on their retreat. Now they're going to have to take a reset with that Primordial Blaze. They cannot focus this. Cold on the other side of the map. Oh, man, this is the double buff you needed from Villains. And Villains are looking to take this game over, looking to get these rest of these T2s down and maybe get an inhib because they are double buffed up on a Tuesday. Or is it a Sunday?
This is a Sunday. It's okay.
It is a Sunday.
It's the weekend. You're allowed to be a little groggy on things there. But man, what a turnaround from the Villains. This is a big power spike for them, and it pretty much puts the entire game in their control. Anywhere they look, they can take. And with both objectives down, it means we're looking at the lanes at this point. Are we just taking a trip down the mid lane? Do you think maybe one of these side lanes is a little bit more valuable?
I think they actually go with a 1-3-1, really push down the mid lane. You want to send Lauber, as you see on the opposite side. You want to send Kai on the opposite side. What this does, these are the two heroes that are be able to handle themselves on their own. They're able to take maybe like a 2v1 or even possibly a 3v1, right? Coming with the sustain and Grux just being able to Grux. And then you have your 3 strongest damage dealers and your support providing some CC, potential Riplash, able to destroy somebody there is going to be huge.
Tower goes down very quickly. Not a whole lot that the chefs can really say or do about that. This is a clean sweep on the tier 2s. Was now stepping forward, looking at some inhibitors. 3 strong in the mid. Chefs are answering with 5. They're going to let those side lanes go for right now. They do not want to give anything up for free here.
They also just need to push the minions in and be close by. They don't necessarily need to fully commit anywhere near here. That's what they're doing. Well, that's what you're seeing. Coliseum's already down. That's why you see Lauber a little bit more aggressive. You see Kai just kind of slowly pushing in. They got the middle inhibitor, and now this is where they're going to ramp it up. You're going to see them push towards one side while the opposite side is full. Now, chefs are going to have to make a really good decision. Where are you going to put your lane clear? Where are you going to put the pressure on as we see Lauber getting a little bit active?
He's more than happy to take those trades, but in the meantime, on the left side, the fight brews up. Lakeinator takes out the jungler first. Phoenix won't keep you alive on that one. Crash Bang Boom gets expended. But Zihi, Dangerous Low and Lauber comes in from the opposite side. Lakeinator doesn't quite find the snipe, but who cares? You got the inhibitor, 2 broken. This one's looking great for the villains.
2 inhibitors down, and that Riplash into the skewer was a great setup. They tried to kill there, but they weren't able to get the Chimera with it or Prime here. They're going to be able to take this down, and now this is where you kind of want to see a full commit, but it looks like they're low, and they're going to have to take a reset here, and this is going to be a smart decision. Don't want to get caught out. Maybe if they overchase, you can possibly be able to turn some kills here.
Chefs look like they want to try to get forward, see if they can find any of these low health bars. Coliseum comes down straight onto Appy Picker, but wait, he's so low, you can't fight that, and Lakeinator has taken out another member. This is a quick turnaround, 2 dead, looking for a third. Cold falls, and that might just be the game right then and there. Mauve still defending, and Toasty falls, but wow, you've lost your support. Who cares at that point? Your damage dealers are alive, and they're marching straight towards the core, with Mauve as the only defender.
And that is what it was. Coliseum, you thought you were trapped in there with him, but no, Appy said the otherwise you're trapped in here with me. Lakeinator Appy looking to end this. Mav with the Stone Force Soul trying to get something off, but I think it's inevitable here, Spooky, and that is game number 2 going towards Villain as they clean up the little mistakes, giving us a 3 series.
Mauve tries to go in, gets knocked back on the engagement, and sent to the far end of his base. Completely unable to defend at that point. Unfortunate for them, but Clinical from the villains looked much better this time around. Weren't baited into those fights, didn't allow anything to go unchecked. This is the villains we saw from the quarters.
And that is the villains that we want to see in game number 3. And if they do that again, we're going to be seeing them later on today one more time.
Yeah, so far, Lance's prediction now looking like it might be in the books. He called a 2-1. Mine is right out the door, unfortunately, but we're not here to talk about predictions. We leave that for the desk. So we kick it back to them and let them do the talking.
Thank you, Spooky and F6. Wow. Game 1 was a gradual snowball that eventually peaked up a mountain and fell for Chefs, taking game number 1. But game number 2 had a lot at stake for the villains, but it was a villainous takeover. They brought out the salt with all of that flavor. Okay, Medkit, what happened game number 2?
So, game number 2. In the beginning, we saw a lot of aggressive plays right off the bat from villains, making sure Rebel pays for his crime for what he did in game 1. Zihi and Mav were still playing really well. Cold, on the other hand, started off cold, but then I saw him get 2 tier 1 towers solo. That's like 800 gold minimum. So he was about to make a comeback. Until I saw the worst decision when he went for the gold buff by himself, gets picked off, Villains gets prio for primal. Then Chefs tried to kind of recoup to at least take an inhib for Cold's mistake there. They couldn't, unfortunately, and Chefs had no choice but to retreat. And just like that, Villains get prio for the double buff, and that's when I knew it was over. But you know what? The best 3 words in sports is Game 7. But since this is PCC and it's the best of 3, we gotta love and respect the Game 3. This is big. Go big or go home.
Go big or go home. Mr. Meds, what happened in game number 2?
Yeah, I think that, it was a really good, solid macro game from Villains. I think there was a little bit of that solo lane diff a little bit. I think the Grux into the Zarus was actually a really good pick. We did say that Zarus does trade into Grux very well in the early game, but as we saw in that, in the game, once he hit that 6, once he hit 7, we did see that Rebel was going to lose those trades as Grux kind of takes over and does Grux things. And kind of like what Medkit said, Cole did have a way to get back into the game. He did get a lot of gold from those towers. He did get that shutdown on Lakeinator in that mid lane as well. So he did have a lot of gold, but they just threw it back to Villains. So if they need to, if going into this game 3, I really feel like Chefs need to maybe, I know they like to play fast. I know they like to play bloody, but they need, before they make a play, they need to think about, hey, is our president safe? Because when Cole just goes rogue and goes for those gold buffs, he's not safe anymore. And that's kind of where they fall apart.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere because this is a best of 3 and we're serving you game 3 after a break. Welcome back, everybody. For those who are just catching up with us here at the PCC, we are watching the first series of our semifinals, Villains versus the Chefs, who are 1-1 in this best of 3. Now, we gotta know who's going to advance in the grand finals. I'm not even going to delay this. Let's get right into the draft. Mr. Meds, you mentioned the Grux a little bit. Do you see a salty run back, or are we going to expect a ban on Lauber's Grux?
I think there's like actually some really interesting things that can be done in this draft, right? We have seen Sev being banned for the past 2 games. Do they actually let Lauber have the Sev so he's not on the Grux, right? We saw him be such a terror on the Grux, right? But what's the lesser of the 2 evils? I'm not sure which one it is, but to be honest with you, I think that Chefs need to kind of target the mid lane. Bry on this Iggy has not allowed Sneaks to do what he loves to do and get out of lane, right? And impact the map. We did see early on in that second game where Sneaks did get into that dual lane. He actually had a huge impact and actually was able to get that Chef's dual lane ahead somewhat, right? So I'm actually interested if they drop this Sev ban, maybe pick up an Iggy ban. Unsure. We'll see what happens here. But I'd like to see some sort of shakeup to kind of maybe get some more early pressure for the Chefs.
Medkit, what do the Chefs need to do in order for them to secure game number 3?
So I think if this is not another salty run back, I think, again, like I said, let Mav go Greystone if he wants to. Again, let Zihi keep his Narbash again if they want to. I wouldn't be surprised if ADC is picked last now, because I don't know. Cold needs to kind of turn up the heat. If Chefs can't get Sneaks and Assassin, by the way, in this draft, and let's say he needs a traditional mage, like I said before, I would like to see someone other than Abelica. I think he has more agency when he does play Gideon. He'll be able to contribute a little bit better in these team fights, having that ultimate, depending on how many crowd control abilities Villains have in order to stop that ultimate mid-team fight. So it looks like Villains target the Shinbi, so Chefs won't be able to give Rebel Shinbi again. And it looks like the same, very similar bans again. Sevarog has been banned once again.
Yeah, we're going to get a little bit of a salty run back here with those 2 bans, and then, Toasty picking up Richter again. It seems like he's just on Richter duty. I don't know why people keep letting him have this pick. It's giving Villains a lot of pressure, not only in lane, but in team fights. He's able to get these huge sweeping ults and, disrupt and fish for these priority picks that just seem to explode in a lot of these team fights. So, interesting that they're allowing the Richter to still be played. Interesting that the Sev is still off the table. And then the threat of Rebel on the Shinbi is still present. But we do see Belica again and the Steel coming out for Chefs. I do like the Steel. I've said this many a times, but Steel offers a lot of agency in these mid to late game team fights. Once he hits 6, he's full build. So, looking to get that... we do see a Chimera Niggy coming out for Villains. Again, a little bit of a salty run back for Villains. They're going standard. They know they had success with it in the first game. They had success with it in the second game, even though they did lose the first game to a backdoor, but they still controlled the game. So I really do like this draft from Villains.
We're seeing the same picks again. I'm starting to wonder if Chefs can actually find a way around like all this team fight agency that the Villains have. So it's interesting to see that Chefs finally secured the Steel, and now we see the Wraith. So what I am thinking now is Villains might secure that Murdoch Richter kill lane just like before, but we may possibly see a phase Wraith to go against that this time. Now, here are the next two bans. So they get rid of Grux, like Meds predicted, and the Kalari. Like I said, like villains have to actually consider banning a character like this in such a competitive environment because of a certain individual.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to say, though, that Wraith Bellica is actually a very, very strong duo lane. If Richter does miss his hook, which Toasty doesn't miss a lot of them, but when he does, or it gets dodged out, that Q snipe from Wraith is actually very impressive on any carry, right? So looking to maybe switch up that duo lane, maybe throwing that Bellica into Zihi's hand. We know he plays it a lot. We know he's very proficient in that play. So interesting. We might get a little bit of shakeup there, but we do see the Greystone and the Zarus picked. And then again, to round out Villains comp, we do see the Murdoch. A lot of team fight potential for Villains. I think they are sticking with their strategy. They know it worked. So let's just see if they can execute it.
I said it once, I'm going to say it again. I think this last pick, it might possibly be a phase over in the dual lane. But we're seeing similar picks once again. Mav on Greystone, possibly. And this time Zarus goes over for the Villains. And again, Villains have been very prioritative on these team fight picks. They want to be aggressive. They want to work with each other, provide a lot of crowd control and secure a lot of damage across the board and help them with macro. But looks like Chefs have picked up Crunch. I would love to see my boy Rebel on Crunch again. That's one of his favorite characters and one of his best performing heroes as well. So I'm very excited to see the Crunch pick here.
Mr. Meds, we kind of mentioned how the Zarus kind of switched over to the Villains instead of the Chefs now. What does the offlane matchup look like with if it is going to be Rebel on that Crunch?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very similar to the matchup against Grux. I do think Zarus has a little bit more fighting potential into the Crunch, even though it is still fairly, even. I think it's a very skill-based matchup. I think Zarus offers a lot more team fight potential, where Crunch is more of like that secondary engage. We're going to see Steel come in normally on that primary engage, Greystone leaping in as that primary engage, and then Crunch kind of disrupting that backline, kind of a secondary engage after that first CC hits.
And lastly, Mr. Meds, for the Chefs, you kind of mentioned how the Villains are like, they have this a similar team with their, that works for them. They're using this playstyle. But with this team comp that Chefs have, what does their team fight look like?
Well, again, I think they are just looking to push forward. They're kind of trying to meet Villains halfway. It's kind of like a tug of war, right? They've got these big beefy boys as that anchor, and then they've got that tug of war going. So they're really just trying to meet in that middle, not allowing Villains to just overtake them in these team fights like they've kind of done before, because they are missing either, maybe one form of CC or, some sort of tanky bit that, once the Greystone goes down. So we'll see if this tug of war, that Crunch can get a little bit more tanky, Steel can get tanky, Greystone can get tanky, and that Wraith Bellica lane can survive long enough to where Wraith can just blow up some of these backline carries in the late game.
Yep. Game number 3. Will the Chefs find themselves on the chopping board, or will the Villains find themselves defeated? Take it away, Spooky Mars and F6.
Hello once again, potentially for the last time here today, as the Villains and the Chefs go at it in their third game. F6, very similar draft from the Villains in all three of these games. The biggest changes coming up from the Chefs themselves and their bans and their picks. Talk to me a little bit about, one, why so much attention is being put towards Lobber with these bans, how you feel about this Crunch Steel switch up.
Let's first talk about Lobber. Lobber is a menace inside that offlane, and let's be honest here, he's been doing fairly well, especially the second game here, going with that Grux. He was just unstoppable, being almost 3-4 levels up inside that lane at the end of the game. So you kind of want to nip that area down, right? Rebel, also a little bit of history behind him. He was actually a jungler for the most part of his career. This is the first tournament he's going to the offlane, so a little bit of experience inside that lane kind of disadvantage, and they're trying to make sure they even that out, and just by targeting a little bit more in Lauber's pool. So that's where that's coming from. They kind of just want to even the playing field. That's why you also saw him pick up Crunch, which Medkit did say is a little bit more of a comfort pick for Rebel.
Hopefully that comfort pick will be enough to give them an advantage, because that last game, not the best look in the offlane, right? Lauber having a 2-level lead and was really able to dominate a lot of the fights, rotated throughout the map, and his pressure was just felt everywhere. So now with this Crunch going to the Zarus, how do you feel about that matchup? Do you think that the comfort of the Crunch is enough to get Rebel maybe a lead or at least stay even?
Well, before 6, Crunch is going to have a pretty rough time in that lane, but post 6, that Crunch is going to throw hands like Muhammad Ali, and it's going to be a little bit of a rough time for the Zarus, depending on how this Crunch builds as well. If he's a little bit more tankier, build a little bit more bruiser, it's going to be a lot harder for him to get killed inside that lane. But when it comes down to it, all in all, it should be a fairly decent matchup. There's not a lot of CC on the side of Villains, though, to really stop the Crunch from doing what he needs to do. Obviously, because Crunch is not always going to be the first one in, and you're going to be wanting to peel or either initiate really quickly. And once the CC out of Richter is down, maybe you have the call left, and that's about it. So there's a lot to be worried about there, especially with this Crunch pickup with the limited CC on the side of Villains.
I'm glad you bring up the Richter as well, because Toasty has been a big conversation point in a lot of these games. His synergy with Lakeinator has been really dominant in the duo lane. Cold and Zihi have really struggled to find a lot of success there. We've seen a lot of rotations. They've been more than happy to leave the lane, as would I if I was facing those two. But Cold tends to stick around there a little bit longer because Lakeinator also does the same. They stay in that left side for so long. How much of an impact do you think these supports are going to have? Because we've seen them rotate all the way to that offlane as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it just comes down to those decisions, right? It's what we were talking about in both of these last games. These teams like to make the best possible decision at all times. They kind of don't send it just as much, right? Somebody like the Professors with Crazy Fool kind of be one of the shot callers. He kind of like, you know what? We're sending this, guys. But when it comes to the Villains and the Chefs, you're a little bit more tight and gripped on if they're making a decision. And it's a good thing, but also a bad thing at the same time, because sometimes you just need to pull that trigger. You need to go in, and this is really what's going to determine it. So that's going to be the basis of it, and who gets to actually do that first.
So I've just realized something. Sneaks is the Greystone this time around. It's not Mav. We've made a switch up. This is a Greystone mid. And it looks like Steel is going to be piloted by Mav in the jungle.
Right, and the Bellica over inside the duo lane, and that's going to be huge to kind of have the manager and go against the...
We're talking about the Greystone. You talk to me about this Greystone right now, F6.
Oh, man, I was trying to avoid this, but essentially what you're seeing here coming in from this Greystone here, Spooky, is you are not going to be able to get these ganks over and over as you did with Kai, all of these other games, with a little bit of a squishier individual. And what this is going to provide more of a new nuance again, but not just in the offlane away from everything or in the jungle where you're picking to choose fights, but now you're going to have the Steel in the jungle, Jupe just providing CC everywhere. Now you're going to have the Greystone rotating from mid lane to either the duo or the offlane. Now he's more of a menace instead of being stuck on one side of the map or in the jungle.
So how is this matchup into the Iggy, though? Because as we've seen multiple times, Bry is really good on this Iggy.
Yes.
And he clears the wave so quickly. It feels like Sneaks is going to struggle to find opportunities to get out of this lane without losing farm.
He will be struggling a little bit in the early game versus his clear and just getting poked out with the range. But once he gets some magical resistance, maybe even build a crystalline, and just run at this Iggy. And it's not going to be a good day when it comes roughly around after that first item into this Iggy. And then after that, it's kind of just using that pressure you have from mid to rotate throughout the map and now become another number towards these team fights and objective fights.
Happy already getting active on the map, looking for an invade on this red buff. Mav is here staring straight at him. Oh, looks like they're going to go for the fight instead. Appy decides that he's not going to risk having it stolen away from him. Puts the damage out. No first blood just yet. Kill potential isn't quite there. It should open up that red buff for nice, secure Appy.
Clean little vertical jungling going on from Appy Picker here. Same aggressiveness that we saw from the other two games, so we like that he's keeping that pace. Lauber, nice little freeze, trying to manipulate the wave in his favor, making sure that Crunch, even when he does hit level 6, doesn't have a lot of items.
Good dash from Rebel. Sensed Appy Picker coming in to try to gank him. Immediately got out of danger there. Now we're 4 minutes in, just about. Still fairly quiet. This is about the time things were starting to burn up in game number 2. Here in 3, it looks like the villains are still looking for that same aggression. They're still playing forward, but Chefs be a little bit more cautious here in game 3.
You see, pressure off into this off lane. Rebel needs to be a little bit careful, but has to blink out. Lauber did previously blink, though, from the prior engagement to try and cut off that dash, but was unable to, so he does not have blink to stay in this fight. But Appy here sitting on a ward, he doesn't know it.
Yeah, he's not going to be finding anything here. He's going to eventually decide, okay, it's not worth it to stick around too long. There's a 5 camp right here I can steal away. Gonna have to contest Mav with it, though, here. Mav has just been having to kind of watch as Appy Picker steps up to his jungle. This slower clear is feeling a little bit detrimental to the jungler from the Chefs right now.
It's going to be that way coming out with the steal. He just doesn't have that powerful clear as the Kai does, and that is why Kai is so good into these tankier, less viable clear targets with heroes, right? So that's what you're going to see from Kai early on. But once this steal hits level 6, 7, gets Fire Blossom online, or even just Brimstone online, he's a little bit more dangerous. His clear is a little bit more up, and he's able to kind of not necessarily match, but keep up a little bit better with what Chimera is going to have going on. But he's going to have a lot more CC and a lot more initiation coming out of his skit.
Take a quick look over back at this duo lane real fast here, since we're in here anyway. Toasty and Lycanate are fairly quiet this game. Haven't seen a whole lot of skirmishing over here. Toasty unable to find too many holes just yet. And I have to wonder, maybe that's... Never mind! Cole gets pulled right on in. Going into the stealth, trying to find a way out. Has to burn the blink. So, cast a curse that one. How's the range look for Cold on this range?
His combo is great, especially when Belka gets the knockup. But if he gets pulled in like that, that's where the big Richter shines. Do you see Mav lurking in the back here? There's no wards. Toasty Lake needs to be careful.
They have no idea he's coming. Lakinator already very low. Blinks out. Mav does not have that available, but it leaves Toasty all by himself. Isn't able to get the kill onto Zihi. Blinks back into the jungle, looking for a way back to safety. Lake is here to help his support out. Damage comes through. It's a lot of it. Mav still pushing forward. It's just one more shot is all they need onto Toasty. He blinks forward. Mav finally gets it back up. Lobber on the other side. Make sure he gets the first blood before the Chefs can get it. And that should even things up.
Great rotation coming out of Appy, understanding the Crunch's blink is down and picking that up. But let's not throw away what Cold was with on Wraith, able to get the combo off, 2 RMBs and this nice little slow grenade, get it in Toasty low enough for him to be able to clean that kill up. Did get the steal flash though, so that is in the side of favor of the villains, but great job of getting the first blood on villains.
Still, even though it's a 1-for-1, it feels pretty in favor of the villains, right? First blood bounty is the fact that you killed the offlaner in return for your support. Toasty's not upset that he died there. He's okay with that. No. He's going to be just as effective as he was if he didn't die there. This definitely feels like a small win for the villains, and it feels like they're trying once again to push Lobber ahead.
Crunch is level 6. Gonna be a little bit of a different story inside this offlane. A little bit more mobility coming in with being able to use that recrunch. So, gonna be able to maybe lock him inside that Coliseum though. Do we have sneaks? Building, not quite too sure what he's building into yet, but it looks like he's a little bit better inside of his, right? Yeah, he's sneaks kind of just does sneak stuff and it works. You know, that's kind of what he does best. But put that on a pause. Appy looking to rotate, blinks her down.
Hey, he's got a good flank, gets knocked up at the pole, sets it up. Cole very low, trying to find a way out, but he's firing off shots. He's perfectly envisioned, and Appy got to get the credit for that one. Like they're half health. He's still perfectly fine going over to the Fangtooth. Got some help there. Bry keeping sneaks in the mid lane means not likely to see anyone leaving there. Might be a solo Fangtooth, because there's still some fighting over in this duo lane. No, Appy leaves. Okay, I like that.
That's definitely a good call. Don't know where the Mav is. You know, do see though, there's a ward deep inside of the blue side of Chimera's jungle. So Mav looking like he wants to get a gank off, but I think they do peek him and see him there, able to pick up his blue buff. But what a great rotation coming in from Appy, doing kind of the same thing what Mav was doing, coming through the red side jungle, and then just kind of getting that just flank and just being able to secure that kill with those blinks being down.
Careful on this camp here. Appy Picker being pressured. Toasty's in the area, but Lakeinator still on his way. As soon as Appy steps into that lane, recognize that is just over. The rewind doesn't quite get the kill onto Appy, but it does burn the blink out. Nice little play from the chefs, gives them pressure now on this Fangtooth, and they are straight to it.
That was just great pressure they got. They had to use the rewind, but they were able to get the blink out on top of Appy there. So now they're going to be able to push through. But Bright, by himself with a little bit of team coming in, might be able to turn into a fight.
Mav going in, jumps up and down, sneaks also on top of this Iggy. The health is being shredded, but somehow he gets on out. Somehow Iggy survives. No kills dropped, but chefs do pick up that Fangtooth, get it in their favor. I honestly say, F6, this game feels incredibly even right now.
Indeed, but that big belly belch coming in from the Flaming Scourge was able to save Iggy there, getting that knockback. So that was really what kind of just knocked that out of the park, right? So great job on Bry there, being able to understand what his ultimate's going to do for him into that situation, still being able to get damage off, but still able to peel for himself. And great peel coming out of Chimera. They did lose the Fangtooth though, but that's okay. We've been seeing them kind of lose the first Fangtooth in the prior 2 games as villains. Just kind of let that one go. Looking for them though on a second Fangtooth to kind of have a little bit more of an aggressive fight.
Yeah, I think by now we can safely say the villains understand their comp extraordinarily well. They've played it now 3 games in a row. They know where their power spikes are. They know where they want to start grouping up at. They're going to lose first Fangtooth. They feel pretty good about that. Now, Mini Prime, this big question mark on the map. Coliseum gets dropped over in the off lane. Aubrey's trying to put some hurt down. Not sure if he's going to be able to find the kill. It's a lot of damage, but Rebel is back under tower. Mav here as well. Stalling out Appy Picker, preventing him from ganking. Making sure that his offlaner stays alive. Meanwhile, Sneaks chasing Bry, but running into Appy as well. Lots of damage coming out. Still has the Stoneforge Soul available to him. And a step back and joining the fight is Mav now, pushing them out of position. Terrible spot for Appy, and Sneaks gets the kill on that one. Open up a Mini Prime.
Great rotation coming out of Sneaks, following the mid laner, making sure he's able to counter gank the gank. But they do actually go on into this Mini Prime. They do have the advantage. Do you see nice little rotation coming in from Richter and this Murdoch? The duo might be able to turn this fight around if they're able to get there in time.
Wraith now on his way as well. Mini Prime goes down, and Mav leads the charge straight into all 4 members, but the Skewer answers it right back and puts Sneaks down in the ground. Pull back in, put one more down. This one is all in favor of the villains. They lost the objective, but they're gonna make you pay. I said it before, F6, nothing is free.
Oh my word, the combo right at the last optimal second. The triple man skewer. The blink coming out of the Greystone, but the long arm of the law says nobody is gonna run away from him. And gonna be able to clean that up. But then, Toasty, they should have banned this Richter away from him because he hits the Riplash to secure the kill of the running away steal. Yeah, and just turning that fight, Toasty himself, one-man army with a little bit of damage coming in from the damage deals in the back.
I don't think Toasty has played a different hero in this entire tournament so far. It's been Richter, 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 and why not? No one's banning away from him. It feels like disrespect at this point with the performances he has on it.
I don't know if it's disrespect or well-earned respect, you know, it's just he is absolutely out of his mind right now. Maybe he's just having the day of his life on this Richter because, man, he is killing it so far. But one thing I want to point out is, like, they saw the rotation because we've even seen it like a mile away, but they ran through the mid lane. But even after the mini prime, they chose to still initiate on top of the Iggy there. And that, oh my God, the skewer and Riplash come out, and Zihi looking to turn tail and run.
Luminator not looking to put any further damage down. They recognize Mav coming in here. The Zihi being so low, gonna have to reset. With the gold buff over to the chefs, but Happy Picker also on the way. Shouldn't be able to close the distance too well here. Chefs able to easily step back under their tower. Stay very safe. The real point of contention is the Fangtooth that's coming up here, F6.
Yeah, what you're going to see is probably Lauber going to clear this last wave, going to take this back, try and put a little bit more pressure over towards this duo side, try and go towards this Fangtooth. But we do see a little bit of rotations coming along. A lot of fights going to probably be popping out here any second now here, Spooky, as we look to be aggressive.
Oh man, Happy gets caught and immediately bursts down. He's still alive for now, but he's on the run. Has to get his way on out of this. Rewind, pulls him back in, and Gold picks up the kill. The jungler down. Makes this a very easy Fangtooth for the chefs to look at. Bry and Lauber on the way, but they got a numbers disadvantage. Double knockup on the duo lane. Coliseum drops, and Lakenator steps out, looking to put the damage back in between those walls. Toasty taking a lot of damage, still staying alive, and Bry has put out quite a bit. The chefs not looking good as the first one burns, pulled back in, takes down a second one. Lakenator has made his presence known. The villains are the team of fighters of this game.
Big Lake. Man, this man is dripping right now because of the sweat coming out of his headband. He is doing God's work in the backline. Him and Bly throwing out absolute damage. Meanwhile, the Coliseum keeping everybody locked in, and they're just cleaning them up one by one. A situation where you thought it was down for the count with your jungler not being there, but they were able to flip it.
Rebel gonna get flipped as well. Lauber gets the solo kill on that one. Takes down a tier 1 tower. Puts some gold in his team's pocket. Has to pay for it with his life though. 16 minutes in. F6. 8 kills to 3. Not quite the breakneck pace we saw in game 2. These teams are definitely clashing quite a bit. And you can see the villains are winning most of them right now.
As they were these other couple of games, and this is what you want to be playing like, right? You want to just be able to fix everything so quick, and they did that since game 1. A lot of those mistakes that you saw in game 1 are not really happening anymore. They're understanding what they need to prio inside these situations, and they are doing it, and that's what you love to see, and that's what I love about this Villains team. They're able to kind of just realize and adapt at a very fast pace.
And it's what they needed to do. And even in game 1, it felt like they were doing things correctly. It was really just the one mistake that cost them, well, everything. I'm not about to repeat that performance. Appy jumping in onto Mav. Lauber following it up. The Coliseum forces out the blink. Steel no longer in this engagement. Means a mini prime could be in the books for the villains. Riplash doesn't connect on the Zihi. So no more fighting should happen over here in the mid lane.
Maybe not, but there's 4 members looking like they want this T1 tower to open up the map. Do you see Lakeinator, though, rotating over to try and answer Cold, but might be able to take this tower.
The tower, good answer from Cold. Just be careful not to run into too many members of the villains, though. They're spread across this map. A couple resets come out. Honestly, F6, I don't think we're going to see any attention towards the mini prime. I think we're just going to wait until the orb prime comes up, because we're 2 minutes out from that. There's no positioning towards that side right now.
No, I mean, they're just kind of making sure they matching pressure. We do see Toasty, though, inside this mid lane, and that kind of already gives you the presence of allowing them to either rotate towards this mini prime when they want to, because Toasty is that key factor with the Richter to be able to rotate there. Lakeinator, not so much. He is a damage dealer, but they do have Bri. So as long as Lake is able to have the long arm of the law up, they're going to be able to take a lot of fights on the other side of the map, especially if he's able to hit like a big skewer like he's been doing all day today.
Yeah, Toasty and missing skewer, those two things just don't go in the same sentence pretty much ever. So I've definitely got my eyes on this Rick to see what exactly we putting out. But right now, it seems both teams are willing to kind of take a step back, let this slow down, get some farm up. And on one hand, I respect that. You're waiting for the orb prime to come up. You don't want to make a big play and potentially give up something around the mini prime, and then you've set up the chefs to get it something even bigger. At the same time, though, this is a mistake that was made in game 1. The villains' hesitance, their unwillingness to step forward and make the initiative on these objectives, and it's what allowed chefs to get in position to punish them when they eventually did.
I think one of the biggest things right now is the fact that there's not a lot of ward placements and vision up for villains, even though they do have the pressure in this game. And I think that's really what's stopping them from being able to make something here. They do have their human vision, was what we call whenever the heroes are just kind of in the map, being able to see what they can see. But that's the only really all they have, especially with Appy just kind of sitting in the jungle. But they do have that pressure, and I think they're just waiting on just one slight mistake from the enemy team of chefs here, and I think they're going to go, and it's going to be very quick, and it's going to come out of nowhere.
I don't think we can call it human vision, because Zarus is a lizard person.
Do we call it hero vision then? Is that?
I think we should do it like something even worse, like atmospheric passive neutral vision. I think that would be a really good term for it.
Yeah, that's a lot of words from my small brain. But we do see a gank. Sneak's getting aggressive. Poison will blink out on Lake and is going to have to back up here. And that's a good job on Sneaks, but Lake needs to have to be careful.
So lucky something happened.
Right? Just a little bit. Do have the Fang Tooth, though, coming back up. And that's definitely a fight we are looking towards.
Yeah, this has to be the point of contention for the villains. We saw them get the second one there. Now comes the last Fang Tooth. This is the one that everyone kind of wants to make sure they get, because this leads to the primal Fang Tooth. You don't want to be giving that up to chefs. Not the topic just yet. The villains are not about to just let the chefs have something free. Nav going on in. Happy Picker once again is the target. But Toasty positioned himself nicely, preventing anyone else from getting in on that. Ice Field drops down. Pull doesn't quite connect. There's a lot of abilities being thrown right now, F6, but frankly, not a lot happening.
Not a lot hitting indeed, just feeling it out, trying to get the better position, seeing if something hits, something works. But waiting on Toasty here, waiting for another Riplash here in another second or two. If they can hit it. Huge Coliseum coming down. Just going to be putting them in a bad position as health bars drip away. The uppercut lands, but Rebel needs to be careful. Toasty goes down, but Sneaks here coming out with Stoneforge Soul Spooks.
Eel is good, keeps him in for a little bit longer, just enough to get back out, but the rest of his team has been shredded apart. Him and Cole are the only two left alive, and scratch that, because now it's just Cole on the board. I don't think he steps up to this one with any chance of success. This is the Fang Tooth, all for the villains.
Villain strike again. Lauber looking to zone a little bit cold, trying to maybe sneak in and get a little bit of damage off, but this one is definitely going towards the villains. Man, we thought we were waiting for a Riplash, but instead we were waiting for the Coliseum there, and once they were locked into that cage, it was free hunting.
Man, there's just so many ways for the villains to initiate these fights and start them off, right? You've got Lauber, who can jump in with the Coliseum and lock people down. You've got Appy Picker, who can jump in on a target and just start shredding them. And if there's not a good opportunity to go aggressive like that, Toshi can just pull someone to you. Like, they have so many options. I'm not entirely sure how the chefs are supposed to play around it so they're not getting caught like that.
I mean, you just have to dodge, dip, duck, and dive, you know? And that is what they need to do a little bit better. But the fact that their blinks are getting used rapidly, and that's what they're focusing on. Once that blink is down, the Coliseum is literally the only thing that's going to keep them in there. And they don't have any dashes, for instance. The only person that could possibly get out is like a Kalari, being able to jump out of it. And since they don't have that, they're kind of all just whoever gets locked in there is just there and just free pickings. And that's what you're seeing is them just being unable to get out. And if they use the blink, that's another 5 minutes compared to like a 60-second cooldown that's coming out. And they can just wait out anything that's going to happen.
Villains now comfortably ahead, 12-5, 24 minutes in. This is a tough look for the chefs. They were cooking in game one. It seems their fires might have gotten a little bit cold here in game number 3. Still, they're stepping up. They're still matching the presence of the villains. Any opportunities they might have. Lauber blocks 2 in, and Appy Picker. Oh my god, the long arm erases Rebel from the fight, from the entire map. And Skewer looking to do much the same. Mav tries to find a way out. He jumps, but the damage is still coming through. The dash puts some good distance, and Zihi trying to make sure that no one else closes it up. Gets his nice little jungler out. But what is next for the villains? They're all around the Orb Prime. Fold and Sneaks coming on in, looking for a way to get aggressive here inside the mini prime. Oh, we're getting in there. Sneaks getting aggressive, pulled back in by Toasty. Has to jump back out. Cole has to try to buy his mid laner some time. Might have just done. The Stoneforge Soul keeps him topped off, but Lakenator's got a shotgun straight to the face. You cannot block for that. And Lakenator is going to clean this one up. Zihi falls down. A completely split fight. Disarray from the chefs. And Villains just clean everything. No, you're not walking forward into this, are you? You're not walking forward into this. They're walking
There's
forward.
no way.
Lakenator has another one. Cole falls down. They trade one out, but Appy Picker is pretty okay taking one death if it means a full ace for his team.
There's no way they walked up to that. They were down 3 members. Then Punch came back up and they just ran towards. I know they were low health. I know they were low mana, but you can't just disrespect Toasty. You can't just disrespect Bri or Lakenator like that. They still have a lot of damage there as they look to take this Orb Prime. Can somebody answer to be able to stop them? And no, they cannot.
I don't know. It just feels so strange for Sneaks to go in as aggressively as did into so many members of the villains. Didn't really have a whole lot of backup, and it felt like the villains really just got to look at one target by one target and slowly pick them off without anything being done back to them.
Speaking of just being absolutely a menace, Big Lake 8-0-5, just doing it. And Lauber with 13 assists, that kill participation of was that 17? Just, man, he is out here just doing it. The Coliseum's coming to work, barely surviving though. When some of these fights, a little bit close to be calling, but just being able to see that pressure, and you can see why we were talking about early game, why they were trying to ban out that pool on the side of Lauber into that offlanes, because he's just such an impactful player for the villains, and here we are seeing it once again.
How many times has Lakenator actually died in this tournament so far? He feels untouchable at this point. Mav wishes he was untouchable, has to burn the ultimate, but it's followed immediately by Appy. Lakeinator puts one more to his name. Going to try to find Cole, and the long arm comes through, blasts him down, sneaks in the back, drops the Stoneforge Soul, but you're all by yourself, knocked back, jumping out. Somehow managed to survive all that duress. But the villains easily clean up that tier 1 tower. Now they're pushing forward. We're going to put some hurt onto the tier 2. Appy and Toasty leading the way on this one.
Lauber able to pick up that T2 on the right side as well, and that fight did not turn into the favor of Chefs as they themselves got cooked, as now Villains looking to be, oh my, the Riplash from a mile away. He cannot be stopped as they look to siege and get an inhib down.
Man, that is just tragic for the Chefs. You're so far back, you think you're safe, but you just cannot be complicit around Toasty. He is simply too good at landing these pulls. Lauber now left by himself. A 3v1 drops the Coliseum, but he trades one out against 3. He makes sure to put one in the grave.
In the grave that he dug this entire game. He's gonna lay. But look, it's over to Primordial Fangtooth. They sent over a lot of resources to stop the man, the myth, the legend, but in turn trade a huge neutral objective to the side of the villains as they take a reset and look to apply a little bit more pressure.
No, we call it a neutral objective. But I take a look at the game state. It's 22-7. Villains quite far ahead. It kind of feels like everything in the jungle belongs to them, because how in the world do the Chefs step forward into contested territory without simply dying? They sent 3 people at Lauber, and they lost one for it.
He's just better right now. He's just playing better. He's ahead right now. So he knows he's going to at least take one. And he knows his team, they're talking to each other, letting them know, hey, man, we're doing Primordial here. The more people you can get to your side of the lane, the better. And that's what happened. He might not have the Primordial Blaze, but 4 other villains do. And they are looking to scheme here and possibly get a couple kills to end this game.
These guys have hatched a nasty plot, and their attacks are hitting very hard as a result of it. Lakeinator stepping forward, looking at this tier 2. Villains pull one back in, it sneaks, tries to hit the skewer, but the Stoneforge Soul comes through in time, up and straight back down, hits a lot, but it's not nearly enough to turn this one around. Appy still pushing forward, more than willing to tank the tower to set up for Lakeinator, pulling down the crunch. In the back, Lauber lobs the Coliseum straight at him. It's not locking him down. He still finds a kill at the cold and completely separates the Chefs from that tier 2. This inhibitor not looking very good for the defense. 3v5. The numbers are in favor of the villains.
Riplash just missed out there, but the pressure is on as they look towards the core. 3v5. Can they break something down? Stoneforge Soul down, but Sneaks is going away here as they look towards Steel and they pick it up. That is one person left. They're running it. They're cleaning up shop. And this is going to be game.
Game number 3, all the way to the villains. Contested throughout the first. Dropped it in the first. A close second match. A bloodbath all the way. But here in the final match they needed, this was absolute dominance coming out from the villains here, F6. Looks like a completely different team. One that has truly found their footing.
Man, 13-0-7. The big man. Oh, man. That was an absolute dominance performance in the second half, going in for the villains, and they showed why they belong in the finals. And I cannot wait to see how they perform later on today.
And once they found their positioning and started making those decisions and getting aggressive with their lead, they looked phenomenal. They were able to push it so far to the point where the Chefs looked like they were little infants in their cradles, unable to fight back. They tried to, and it was just little slaps against the villains that did absolutely nothing to deter them.
Yeah, and Villains just kind of brought it. They were just so ahead. Lauber able to zone out, able to pick up cold there. I think if they even had a cold at that ending, they might have been able to stay alive a little bit longer. But
Maybe.
picking up that cold was huge. Yeah, definitely a big if, especially with that Primordial Blaze and 5 members. But just that separation, Lauber, just seeing him understanding they're going to be able to get that T2, rotates deep throughout that blue side jungle, goes around, wraps around, gets the Coliseum, locks a bunch of people out trying to run away. And they were just able to close out there. And then from that point on, they were just cleaning it up left and right.
With that, the Villains are moving into the finals. That was the first one they needed. Now the question is, who do they face against them in that finals match? It's been Spooky and F6 to take you through this phenomenal first semifinal. But we've got one more group for you guys before we get into the semifinals coming up here. So we're going to kick it back to our blanket appreciation squad on the desk.
Thank you, Spooky, Mars, and F6. Spooky, we do love your blanket. We're big fans. Game 3 was absolutely clinical. Villains had the chemistry. They were able to match the pressure. Each member of the team working together to win the match, locking down a spot in the grand finals. The chefs tried cooking, but they got burnt because the Villains are the real main characters of series number 1. They finished 31 minutes, 27 kills, and a lot of gold in their pockets. Congratulations, Villains. You moved right on to the grand finals. Medkit, what happened in that last match?
To put it shortly, this match was just a bloodbath. Dare I say the chefs got cooked. You know, that first recipe was a fluke. The second dish was a flop. The third match was just an annihilation. I mean, I think we all kind of saw it coming. There were just so many team fights this match. Just team fight after team fight. And that was the chef's ultimate downfall. You know, the Villains just kept coming out on top over and over from every skirmish and eventually making this crazy comeback reverse sweep. So congratulations, Villains.
Yep, they definitely tried to cook, but it ended up being inedible. Mr. Meds.
Yeah, you know, I
highlights?
think that. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, Villains played a very good series. They played to their strategy. They didn't deviate from that strategy. And outside of that little fluke of that first game, like Medkit was saying, I think they played very, very well in the macro sense, in the micro sense. But I don't think, and you know, the chefs did cook, right? They cooked, but they didn't force Villains to do anything that they weren't uncomfortable with. They just let Villains dictate the speed of the game. They let Villains just kind of steamroll over them a little bit, as we saw in that last game. So interesting. We'll see them again in the finals. They're going to be up against either EWT or Professors in our next match. I think that those teams are, again, going to be a lot of these team fight heavy teams. So we'll see if they, you know, can continue this team fight strategy and continue to play the game that they want to play, and if they can get a win against either of those teams.
Medkit, I do want to highlight, because we got to talk about Lauber. What did Lauber do to kind of help secure game number 3?
Well, Lauber did what he does best, and to be fair, Lauber is a off-lane aficionado. Rebel did have a comfort pick in the form of Crunch, who, to Crunch's credit, is a really good offlaner as well. But to be able to go up against Lauber and also getting a lot of pressure from Appy, the Villains made sure that Lauber was in a really strong position, you know, multiple levels ahead, lots of gold ahead, lane pressure all the time, advantage in towers. Like, it was a really collective effort from the Villains to make sure that, you know, that war crime that happened in game 1 does not happen again.
And unfortunately, yeah, it was evident the skills in that offlane diff, Mr. Meds. But we got to talk about the mid lane, though. That there was that Greystone versus Iggy that we didn't foresee or predict. What happened during that matchup?
So one thing that Iggy does kind of struggle with is having somebody that just goes on top of you, right? Like it basically makes it so that the Iggy needs to expend the ult to get space, right? So that is one of the things that Greystone is actually really good at. He's really good at going in and kind of bullying these characters that don't have high mobility. So I think that chefs were trying to cook surrounding that, because we did have a lot of dive opportunities to get in on that Iggy with that steal, and with the Wraith kind of counter pick, kind of get down those towers, those turrets, with that snipe. But I ultimately just don't think that the chefs had the damage to take down any of those priority targets because of that Greystone pick. Maybe if we saw Greystone go more towards a damage-oriented build, we did see him go more towards that tanky bruiser style. He might have had a little bit more damage, but that Wraith, while it's really good at damage, doesn't provide a lot of sustained damage throughout a team fight, right? It's a lot of burst heavy damage. So they were kind of lacking a little bit of that damage when that snipe was down.
Yeah, I like the tech, but unfortunately it just didn't work. Bry made his enemies cry. Let's take a look at the bracket. All right, so now we know with this first semifinals, we just watched Chefs and Villains. Unfortunately, Chefs, you don't get to move forward in advance because Villains get to secure that spot in the grand finals. Up next, we have Even Worse Timing versus the Professors for that best of 3, trying to secure a spot in the grand finals. Who does everybody have their money on? Is it going to be Even Worse Timing, or is it going to be the Professors? Who's going to get taught and who is going to have a better time? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Essex. I cast over at the PCC and I work on the back end, the media guy. Well, when it comes to like the competitive scene, getting involved in that, I kind of just wanted to play better matches. And then one day at like 6 in the morning, Lance was like, "Hey man, do you wanna cast with me? I don't have a partner." And I was like, "You know what? Sure, man. I'll help you out. Lance is my boy." I kind of had some fun with it, so I kind of just kept going with it.
A big skewer comes out as well. The ball comes out from TV. He's going to be able to secure the kill. 1 HP, the grenade! And the grenade from downtown secures that kill to put the Professors in an advantage over on that duo lane.
I played Paragon for like 2 or 3 weeks, realized it was a horribly balanced game. Then I went back to Smite. I saw that they're making remakes. I started playing Pred, and it kind of just took my heart away. I just think it's a great game. There's a lot of people in this community that come from Paragon, which rightfully so have been hurt by either Paragon or the remakes, and they kind of bring that over to Pred, which I think they should give it a clean slate. Even though it is technically a remake, they're a different company, they have their different ways of doing stuff, and kind of believe in the process. Nothing's going to be perfect right away. And obviously there's some stuff they need to clean up on, but just kind of have the patience to kind of deal with it, and look at it at an overall picture. The highlight of the PCC to me is essentially the community coming together. I know I just said like we kind of look at it very critically as a game, but whenever the PCC is up and alive, it's just one great time. People are just competing, players are coming back. People that don't play as much or don't play casually as much are coming in. Even the newer players are trying to play as well. And it's just a different atmosphere, and it's just tenfold more positive than just the regular casual games you see.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the second series of our semifinals. We just finished our first series with Villains advancing to the grand finals, but now we have even worse timing versus the Professors. Medkit, which team do you know a little bit more about, and what can you tell us about them?
A little more about? I know both teams pretty well. Okay, I mean, I kind of know both teams pretty well, but I know the Professors are back at it, and they broke their previous record of, what was it, 55 scrims in 2 weeks. This time they have like over 100 in like 69 hours or something crazy like that. Both teams, they have unbannable heroes. They are the pinnacle of micro, macro. This is like Ali and Frazier. These are two top tier classes going head to head.
Yep, Professors were old PCC winners in PCC5. They have Soul Reaper, who's one of the community's favorite mid laners, but they also have Six, who's one of the most insane junglers out there. Crazy Fool, one of the best supports, as well as Nitro, their offlaner. Mr. Meds, what do you know about even worse timing?
Well, so I will harp on this. So Professors now has Six, right? That you just mentioned. But he was actually the jungler of EWT when EWT did win PCC4, right? So we saw EWT take PCC4. We did see a Professors EWT finals in PCC5. And now we're seeing this again, this matchup coming in here. So I think we're going to get some pretty spicy games. We did see EWT win in 3 games yesterday. Professors take a 2-0 victory in their quarterfinals match. I know that both of these teams are playing at their peak. So I think they're going to be some banger games, hopefully 3 games, and some very exciting gameplay.
Yep, and even worse timing was the team that the Professors won against in PCC5, even though even worse timing won in PCC4. EWT, they have 3 developers. A lot of them have played for a very long time, and they're a top 4 team. Not to mention, they have Snoop, the MVP from PCC number 4. So they have Snoop, they have Ray, they have, sorry, my mind is blanking here. They also have Import as their jungler. That's also going to be a very interesting matchup because we have all these top players in every single lane going up against each other. We got to do some predictions. Medkit, I'm going to start with you again. Who do you think is going to win and top out of this second series, this semifinals, and will advance into the grand finals?
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I'm surprised this is not in the finals. You know, this is like finals caliber matchups coming up from these teams, but ultimately, I think the Professors are gonna narrowly win in game 3. I'm hoping for 3 back-to-back bangers, and all of them are just like this close. You know, could go either way, but ultimately, I think Professors might come out on top due to their preparation and their teamwork and synergy. But again, I want to emphasize that they're gonna be very, very, very close.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a series to watch. I failed to mention, but the other players in the roster of even worse timing, we also have Pablo as well as Shin. So, like I said, all of these players are all very good in their respective roles. Even worse timing versus the Professors. Mr. Meds, what's your take?
Well, I was on the Professor's hype train last PCC. I'm going to continue to be on that hype train this PCC. So choo-choo, let's go Professors.
I feel like every time we do this, I can't remember. I think I did go against the Professors last time. And you know what? I am going to lock in even worse timing. I think they're going to have a better time You can't, I agree. The professors do have that synergy. They've been working a lot. You mentioned they have had over 100 scrims and over 60 hours of gameplay going into PCC number 6. But even worse timing, I think they've been working hard and they are hungry too. Let's get right into the draft. So this will be a series that's a little bit different because they have different play styles, and I think it is going to be different from the first series that we just watched. Mr. Meds, what kind of bans are you expecting to see?
So I think we're going to see a lot of the similar bans that we saw yesterday from EWT and Professor. I think one of the priority bans is this phase, right? Professors have notably ban the phase against a lot of teams just because it doesn't suit their playstyle, right? Phase enables teams to get out and play a very inactive game, but professors love to go forward and push their leads. So, and that's kind of what phase prohibits, right? So I think this is a really good ban. I think that, even worse timing do play a lot of different picks. Yesterday we saw the Muriel come out, so I wouldn't be surprised. Ray does play a lot of these champions and plays them very, very well. But I think one of his signature picks is that Muriel. So we'll look out for that one if we can get like some of these wombo combos like Steel. I know Import loves to pick the Rampage as well. But we are seeing that Bellica flex pick being taken out from even worse timing. And that Steel pickup for professors.
Oh, this is insane. So the first 4 picks, 2 bans, 2 picks, happen to be in the support roster, and just like that, we're only like 15 seconds in, and the support choices have already been limited. So even worse timing, taking Richter away from Crazy Fool. Meanwhile, Professor's taking Steel away from Snoop. So these players, again, every single one of them are unbannable. What they can do is just take away the most lethal threat from either side, and ultimately they're still gonna try and play some mind games just to get a little bit of an edge here in the draft. So looking at this team comp for even worse timing, they have the Richter for the pole, they have the Chimera, which we all know Import loves Chimera in the jungle, and he's a formidable threat in there. He's in the right places in the right time. His eyes are glued to the minimap, and he's basically omnipresent and very aggressive when he needs to be, and he knows when to back off when he needs to.
Yeah, and the next 2 picks coming in, Decker, Iggy, and Scorch. I think Steel Decker is like very good zone control. It's going to allow professors to kind of control the map a little bit, and then with that Iggy and Scorch, again, another crowd control mage. So a lot of presence from professors. Even worse timing are going to want to go in onto professors with this Chimera, and Steel, Decker, Iggy kind of push that Chimera back off of the team. So I think there's a lot of good disengage from professors. Let's see if we can round out the professors comp with maybe a really good team fight dueling here.
So we see Pablo once again taking the Murdoch. That's probably his best ADC that he can play. If he gets another Penta, if he gets a Penta in this series, I'm going to lose my mind. But we see some interesting bans here. Even worse timing does not want to deal with a Kalari on 6. They don't want to deal with that. And likewise, professors don't want to deal with a howitzer coming from Shin. And we all know how formidable Shin is when he plays a traditional mage instead of, say, like a Decker mid lane like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the Decker mid was a little bit of a flop, but the Howie game was an absolute terror. So I think you're right. I think this is a great ban from professors. It kind of forces Shin onto maybe like a gadget, which is what we see now. I think this is actually a really good pickup. Maybe it rounds out the comp, maybe with a Zarus pick that we are going to see maybe come out there. But we do see Severug come out for professors. I think this allows for that secondary front line, and we do see a Drongo for that sustained damage in that 80 carry role for the professors.
I think showing the gadget card also tells the professors like, hey, we have a gadget. Don't you dare pick a Zarus because we will microwave that lizard. And instead, they force professors to pick the Sevrog instead of the Zarus because of that gadget pick. And for the last pick, we see Drongo, that Survival will get, and they already have like a lot of presence for objective fights. Drongo provides that silence for that clutch moment on the jungler where they can't smite it. We see a lot of wombo combo potential coming from the professors as well. So we're going to see how Even Worse Timing answers with their final pick here, mids.
Yeah, and it is that Zarus pick, kind of like what you were talking about. Gadget Zarus is a very classic combo. We're going to see that microwave cooker is going to be placed on that field, and professors might be cooking in that. But we do see that professors do have a lot of zone control as well. So there's a lot of places on this map that a lot of these champions cannot go. So we'll see if they can get around those spots and come out on top.
Medkit, you mentioned how there's going to be that wombo combo we'll be seeing from Even Worse Timing with the Zarus and Gadget, but what does the team fight look like from the professors?
Now that I see the entire draft, I think both sides are fairly balanced. Fair amount of wombo combo from both sides. Fair amount of damage types, fair amount of mobility even, fair amount of crowd control. I think the deciding factor here would be if we keep our eyes on Import and Ray, because I think everyone else is pretty much dead even.
Any last thoughts, Mr. Meds, before we head into game number 1?
Well, I do just want to say that this Iggy and Scorch pick, we did see that had a lot of impact in the last series. We'll see if it can have as much impact in this series as well, because it is sort of that pseudo counter to that Zarus, being able to boop him out of his Colosseum and bring those walls down. So that could be an escape for professors when that microwave gets put down on the map.
Second semifinals. This is a best of 3. Who will advance to the grand finals in the best of 5? First placer receiving $2,000 and the second place team receiving $1,000. Game number 1 of this series, Woofy and Falcon, please take it away.
How you doing, all you beautiful people out there in the Predecessor community? Welcome aboard with GG and Falcon here together to join a repetition of history itself. PCC5 had this in the grand finals, but now we're here at the second semifinals, as our dog and the rest of the analyst desk has so beautifully already mentioned. We're going to have a banger of a series here, Falcon.
I am so ready for it. Having to rest my voice all of yesterday was making me want to do the casting so much more. And it's honestly a shame having one of these teams fall out in the semi-final, not going to have them in the final to fight against villains. And as the desk was saying, I do really like both of these drafts, but another thing I wanted to add is Professors has so much disengage in their draft that even with time, it's going to have real difficult engages, really.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh my
whoa,
God.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow. Whoa. Give me a second here to breathe.
I was
The Soul
not ready for
Reaper
that.
just menacingly looking down at us all. Oh my goodness. But yeah, welcome in, everybody. That was a jump scare for sure. I was not ready for that one, Falcon. But as
was
you
that the face
mentioned
of God?
before, I don't know. Maybe I saw truth in there somewhere within those cold, dead eyes of Iggy and Scorch. But whatever the case, we are here. And as you mentioned, Falcon, what an interesting draft coming out of Professors.
Yeah, you're going to have a very weak-ish early game. You're going to have 6 on that server, so you're going to have time to stack up and probably won't be able to help out too much in the early game. Though I said that 6 has definitely done early ganks on that server before, but it's all going to be down to Import on Even Worse Timing to get this early game rolling for them. If he can't really do anything in the first couple of levels, then they may be in trouble.
Well, as you could say, it is of the highest import that you get through this early game when you are on Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Oh,
You're
we're
all
only just a
right.
minute in.
Yeah, I know, but I have to get it out of the way because this is going to be an intense game where I can't get all the punts out of the way, so I gotta stop. I gotta start somewhere. But at the end of the day, as you mentioned, like this jungle setup and this jungle matchup is so interesting to see that on one side you have a really aggressive, easy to start ganking jungle type, and the other one has to build up for a little while. But we know that professors are really good at building up an advantage slowly but steadily. So I'm really interested to see how they're going to manage this early game, as even worse timing clearly has a bit of a benefit here.
Yeah, and this is why I really like Professor's comp as well. They've got very safe laners, having all three having very decent disengage. Iggy's going to take until level 6 to really have that. As Snoop gets level 2, he's just going to do a bit of poking. But, you know, Nitro on that steal is just going to be able to ball rush away when he needs to. Iggy has his belt, and Deca is basically the queen of disengage, having that cage and is when needed. And another thing that's quite interesting is that both junglers started on the duo side of the map, so they're going to be kind of mirroring each other. And we may get 2 ganks at the same time.
Yeah, 6 actually went directly for the blue buff, and so did Import. No, he actually went for red buff, as you said, Mirrored. And that's kind of interesting to see where they're going to end up, because as soon as 6 gets this red buff, he might be going for that cheeky first gank, or he could go for the 5 camp. He chooses the 5 camp, and in the meantime, Import is still trying to go for his blue buff, so he's kind of late on the trigger. Here is Snoop getting caught out with the subjugate. Nitro is forcing Snoop to use his blink to get out of there. And Import coming in from the side, trying to see if he can engage onto Nitro. Snoop is re-engaging. There's the ambush, holding the fort. The bull, the shield bash will keep him alive. And that's just going to be a reset. Wow, I was very close of getting hyped on there.
That is fine, and a really good patience from 6 there, waiting for the Snoop to use his invade on the Zarus. And as soon as that went off, they went on him, knowing that he would have to use his blink to disengage. Import trying to get a decent counter gank out. They do get the sign buff from that. But most importantly, Nitro still has his blink. So now that's going to be a good opportunity for Professors if they want to return to that lane.
Yeah, and this pressure can only go one way, and that's forward if you keep it going. Do not hold back on your horses, because right now, you will have to take anything you can. These two teams are equally skilled in different aspects of this game, Predecessor. But at the end of the day, it's all about how you play your heroes, other than, you know, the draft as the starting point. We can always look at drafts, but at the end of the day, it's the players that will make the game happen. Professor's very oriented towards this slow build-up phase, and even worse timing, are really good at these team fights, especially team fights around the pits. So, speaking of said pits, there is a pit you're being thrown in, Survivor, here, as you're getting Rip Blast. Little bit of damage is coming through, but Crazy Bull is answering with the Stasis Bomb and the fence. Ray has to be on the retreat. He has little HP left, and he actually lost a lot of HP considering he's a Richter. But here is 6 from the side. He is waiting for an opportunity to strike like a snake in the grass, waiting patiently for that one moment. Here it is. The engage has started. El Pablo, that's his name now, is gonna be engaged on with the fence. 6 is holding on the fray, but the blink has to be burned to get out of this situation. Shin and Import as well are going over to this dual lane. They want the first blood for themselves. Import is hunting down Crazy Bull. He has to get out of there. Sinks has to get out of there. 4 members of Even Worse Timing are trying to get this first blood.
We're only 5 minutes into the game, guys. Chill out a bit. That was a really nice start gank by the Severog, using the drop down by Pablo to basically force the blink out. But then the return again by Sim just having that first appearance instead of Soul Reaper meant that 3 blinks was burned. No, only 2 blinks. Decker still has their blink, but now you don't have any blink on Survivor or 6, which makes it even harder to get any sort of playmaking abilities, especially when 6 gets that level 6, gets Colossal Blow. He's not going to be able to blink 180 at all now. So, in general, I think both teams do lose out quite a bit there, but nothing really gained from either side, unfortunately, either.
Yeah, you have to be careful here. Both teams have the skills necessary to push their advantages. So very clever plays from both sides to just make sure that it got equalized at the end of the day. So everybody used some kind of resource at their disposal, like links, as you just mentioned, Falcon. And this is a very, very dangerous situation. It's a very difficult environment to be in when you know that this grand finals is on the line.
Yeah, and can I just say, Six, you're playing Serverlog, man. Why are you ganking multiple times in the first couple of minutes? That's not normally how you play it, but it is being effective. As Nitro's level 6, but Nitro's import or Snoop, so he does that and walks away. Not really the best gank target, but now we'll see if Six can use that timing to do anything else on the map.
Well, that was not as important as another target, but he has to just reset and take this Cyan buff away from the side of the Professors. Meanwhile, Soul Reaper is looking towards having a bit of a river control with wards. But so far, so good. It's Six that has to disengage here with a few wards taken down. Snoop and Nitro are pretty much just hogging Nitro's tower at this point, but Import is there in case that it gets re-engaged. He wants to go for an early mini prime. This man is a maniac. He does not care whatsoever. He wants a mini prime before the 8-minute mark. Shin and, of course, having the Snoop with him as well. They do not care so much about the laning phase right now if they can get this essential objective. And they get it before 8 minutes, the very first mini prime being taken by even worse timing.
It sounds risky on paper, but when you actually look at it, Nitro doesn't have ult. Six was not level 6, and you already had Shin over there as well. Plus, you're level 6 on your own as the Chimera already. So, if a fight did walk out there, EWT was kind of happy taking it. So, you know, Professor's not letting it go through. Might get a kill on the Snoop. We'll see if he can. That's a boss.
That was an interesting colossal blow to push the Snoop away. He's trying to get out, but the Subjugate is connecting. Nitro and Six will get it. Import is also getting harassed a little bit here, even with the mini prime buff. He was way too late to the party. That's gonna be first blood going in the way of the Professors after 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know why the Snoop was that far pushed up. You know, as a Whiplash comes through onto Crazy Fall, the Shiro comes out as well. The damage is coming through. Crazy Fall has to blink away, leaving Survivor on his own to fight the 2v1. And as the autos come out, are they hitting each other? Sort of. We're going to get a disengage finally from Survivor. But going back from that, the Snoop was way too pissed up. He didn't really have import to help him at all there. He had no wards deep in, so just not really understanding why he was that pissed up when he knew he didn't have support.
Yeah, and in this very case, you don't have its support, so just keep it steady and try to get as much farm as possible. I feel that Survivor TV has played this really well, considering his support had to go back. And but that's also kind of, you know, the main skill of a Drongo, the amount of pain and pressure he can deal by himself. I'm pretty sure that Survivor has played this composition many times, and against this very composition on the even worse timing side many times. But what do you think?
I mean, we've seen how many scrims Professor does. I'm assuming they've probably done any sort of composition under the sun at this point. Six is looking around, and I mean, Professors really haven't done anything apart from that first blood gank. But Import needs to really use this mini prime to an advantage, because he picked it up and then hasn't done anything since. So, although he is looking, this is a 3v3, they really should be looking towards his first Sanctuary maybe, and you know, he's going to come in. It's got no blink. Oh, Skewer!
The Skewer is, sorry, the Rip Blast is coming through here, which controls Crazy Fool for just a little while. Six will activate the Colossal Blow to push Import out of the way. Ray is caught out between a rock and a hard place, and he will go down to Survivor. Even with the Skewer, it was not enough. Now they're on the hunt. They're looking for Import. They're looking for Shin. Six is just gonna subjugate it out of the way. Soul Reaper, in the meantime, is going over to the off lane and getting the Snoop. And now the field is bright. The field is open for the Professors.
It's all going bad for even worse time. Import there. Going forward, getting a nice blink Cole on the duo lane, but having no real follow-up from his duo meant that he was kind of left to the dogs there, as they completely took him out. And then once Ray did walk up, then he was left alone on that front line, Sin not being there in time to really do anything else. At least for something, as the Whiplash comes again onto Survivor, 6 is behind him.
6 is ready for this bout. Ray is getting hit with a few siphons, and now Import is hunting down the Decker. He gets Crazy Fool down with the help of Pablo. Now trying to see if they can get 6 as well. He has to get out of here. He does not like the smell in this kitchen. He needs to find a different bakery, because he is definitely not going to get any baked goods around here, as even worse timing are going to engage this first Fang Tooth. They did actually finally get a kill onto their belt as well.
Yeah, I was about to say before that carnage happened, Predecessor didn't actually get anything off of that kill, so the Fangtooth was still available, and, you know, having a pretty weak gank there, just having the dual lane being chunked out before 6 really managed to get in, meant that even worse time can see some signs of life, as Survivor has no TV, no mana, sorry, he has got a TV in his name, but Pablo again is also very low, and see Iggy and Scores walking over to them.
Did you just see Crazy Fool pulling out all the stops with that Iron Strike? That means the field is open once again. Soul Reaper will get a hold onto Pablo. Ray try to put in the Whiplash to connect onto Soul Reaper. It's just not enough. You are not hitting the mark. And again, Professor's being on top of this situation by getting Pablo.
Pablo had no right to be in that lane. He knew that the rotation was coming out. So I just don't understand why you're below half HP against a 7-walk Iggy, who is going to be able to throw that Molotov from the other side of the map. So that's just a real bad misplay from Pablo and the duo lane. They're not going to lose anything else off of it, because Professors were quite low. And as we get the first tab screen of the game, we can see that that even worse time is actually 40 CS up. I just want to see where that is mainly. That's mainly on Import, 30 CS up on 6. So a good play from him, but I mean, we've seen the amount of ganking 6 has done, so it's understandable why he's that much lower on the farm. And also Soul Reaper, Glistening Megacosm going into that Road Breaker, so he's going to be quite tanky come this mid game.
Yeah, absolutely, and they have been showing up since minute 1. Thank you so much to Tedium, our observer, for that tap screen. We appreciate you and all the work you do with this beautiful observing. Now, the Snoop is getting hunted down by Nitro. He is 1 level up, and he will bull rush your face in. And that's not gonna be a pleasant experience. I think you have to go to, you know, the public bathroom to wash off, you know, that bloody nose and all that. You know, you look a little bit roughed up. But at the end of the day, he's just going to go back and just show him that he does not care about you. But here is Import with the news, going to call away. The Colosseum is connecting on top, but Shield Slam will slam onto this educational situation. I'm going to teach you a thing or two, says 6, pulling you out of the fray. Nitro still getting hunted down, but the blink is going through. But there is the long arm of the law connecting onto Nitro. 6 will get another kill to get it to a 1-1.
Snoop is circling in victory there, and Pablo from the other side of the map showing why you pick that Murdoch up. No matter where that combat is happening, he can take part, getting that second kill online. We've got Import dying there, unfortunately, but, you know, given a kill over to the carry, we take that every day by even worse timing, as we seem to have a slight issue with the Observer, so we'll just have the tab screen open in the meantime. And, you know, a lot of kills have been happening in this early game. 5-2 in 15 minutes. That's not too many. We saw the bloodbath last game, so, you know, they've been pretty reserved compared to that. But we are going to have the second mini prime. We are not going to have the second mini prime up, because that has just been taken by 6. Thank you very much. And that's just from the Professor in that off lane. Although they did go 1-for-1, it was the Import dying there, so they had no hunt available. 6 easily able to pick it up.
Seriously, we do not see even worse timing on this kind of situation. because usually they are doing really well, either keeping it very even or being ahead. But in this case, Professors are showing up and they're taking pretty much any objective they desire. And it's just free pickings all around. Right now, sitting at some really good level advantages here. And to mention one, we do have 6 that is going to be slightly ahead of Import. And of course, over in the solo lane, there's also an advantage going in the favor of the Professors.
Yeah, still being ahead is not really good as we get a real good engage onto Soul Reaper. He's going to go really low. The Tesla Dome does most of the damage as Import will actually pick up the kill. So that is a really good time for EWT because the second Fangtooth is about to spawn, maybe only 30 seconds away. So Soul Reaper has not got time to set up. Although 6 has got that mini prime buff, EWT has the momentum here.
Yeah, that was a really good engage by the side of Even Worse Timing, but they still expended 3 ultimates for it, namely the Call and the Skewer and the Tesla Dome. So they have 3 ults off the board right now. So if they want to enter this battle, it just doesn't look good for either side. They're lacking the setup from Soul Reaper, but on the other side, in Even Worse Timing, they're lacking the ultimates. So we'll have to see who will get it. The engage will actually start with Professors. They have researched this time and time again. They got a doctorate in Fangtooth. And they're just gonna get it. There's no way that Even Worse Time can get in to take this. But Soul Reaper will lose his tier 1 tower in the meantime.
Yeah, but they don't get local gold on that tier 1 tower, so Professors aren't too worried about that being taken down. And yeah, as you said, EWT, they got the pick, but they used so many resources on it. That meant that when it came time to the actual objective, they just did not have anything left in the tank to deal with it. So we are now 1-for-1 on both Fangtooths and the Mini Prime. And outside the kills, it is a pretty even game. But as this game does go later, Professors has got a pretty good comp going into that late game. They got several and the Steel as that front line with 2 very strong backliners to deal damage. And when you look at EWT, they don't really have that true tank. They got the Victor, but he's playing support. He is not going to have those items to be as strong as the tank frontline of Professors.
That's definitely a problem for sure, but let's not forget that sometimes utility will be your best defense. You do not always need a meat shield. And I think that's the plan Professors are going for here. They do not care about the Richter pick going through here for Ray, because they know that if they can just get that combo with the fence, with the stasis bomb and the Iron Strike following, you can pretty much shut down whoever in a team fight. So I think they are actually trying to be smart about this. We will just have to wait and see when we are getting to a little bit later stage of the game, because as you mentioned, Falcon, so far it seems pretty even across the board.
Yeah, well, I'd hope Professors would be smart, otherwise they're really not doing very well for their naming. What do you think they are Professors of? Just like Predecessor in general, or farming, or macro? Because I feel like it's just a bunch of everything. Maybe hard work with scrims. Professor of scrims?
Yeah. They are Professors of dedication.
Yeah, I like that.
I've already taken the Masters.
As we just see pretty much the downtime here, just everyone farming up. No real objectives on the map to really take, so no real need to fight over anything. So I think we will get some downtime here, and this probably does feel better for Professors. Although 6, he's only got his Bard Pauldrons. Never mind, we're going to get a gank onto the dual lane. Way.
Predecessor is keeping them in check inside the fence, but 6 is getting met by Import in the jungle. The Colossal Blow is pushing him away. No, thank you. You do not get a nibble off my shoulder. Get away from me. I'm calling human resources. I'm getting out of there. And even though there's a hat placed on top of 6's head, he will still successfully get out of there. Soul Reaper looking to move, maybe seeing if he can find a good entry into the dual lane, but it doesn't seem that way. He's too careful. He is not going to push his advantage and put himself at risk because there's farm to get. But Import is still located around this dual lane. Will he get to engage onto this? We will never know unless Crazy Fool does a misplay. Oh, speaking of misplay, Import, what was that call?
That I don't know. I don't think he was expecting Crazy Fool to walk like that, try and get the ward. So just reaction time's a bit too late, but that's a big... Oh, Survivor! No, he got a blink, but double Riftwalker's on the Crazy Ball!
Goodness gracious, that Riftwalker's coming. Crazy Bull will open the field, will get Survivor a kill onto Ray. Pablo is on the retreat. Import coming in from the jungle to try and help out together with Shin. The Tesla Dome is put on top, but Survivor is outside of this ball. He's outside of this dome, and he's gonna keep himself alive. Six will push Pablo back with the Colossal Blow, getting another kill for the Professors, sitting at a 7-3.
Shen is still being chased by Soul Reaper, so he's not out of it just yet. Getting brought towards Survivor, I think this is going to be a very dead Shen in a second. I'm going to use the E-Port to survive last a second longer, but you can't survive a Molotov to the face. That is another kill for the Professors, now 8-3 ahead. And although there's nothing on the map to take, they are easily going to take this tier 1 tower. And just great ults in that team fight we saw. And I think EWT was using theirs a bit too early. Didn't have that call, obviously, to misplay into that lane. And the Tesla Dome just not really doing anything in that team fight.
No, it only connected onto one member of the Professors. So that was a little bit unfortunate when you're placing your big objective and you just don't have the Colosseum to follow up. We have been talking about this time and time again in multiple tournaments, PCC and Fang Booth alike. If you have the combo of Gadget and Cyrus, please do the combo with the Colosseum and the Tesla Dome on top. If you don't, people can just walk right out, and we saw that happen just right then and there. Crazy Fool is actually a bit of a perilous situation, but Six is there to help him. They want to engage onto Ray. The fence is connecting, and they have to burn the blink. Import in the jungle, trying to see if he can get a hold. But the shield slam is connecting onto Ray while Import is going into the backline. The Colosseum is coming on top towards 4 members of the Professors. They're kept inside. That's what I'm talking about. The combo with the Tesla Dome. There we go. Damage all around. 2, make that 3 kills for the side of Even Worse Timing. 6, you are out. You're being hooked, line, and sunk. You have to retreat, and that's going to be a big win for the side of Even Worse Timing.
Well, we talked about it for a reason, and that just happened there. The Colosseum caught 4 of Professors there. The Tesla Dome, even though it was late, came down in time and completely ripped them to shreds. This is going to be the second tank you picked up at EWT, as well as that tier 1 tower, not losing a single member. And now you got to say that EWT, although they're still behind in kills, they have that momentum. And that combo is only going to get stronger from here as that gadget gets more items.
It is absolutely illegal how well that went. But, well, you gotta keep your shin up, because you know that sooner or later, Even Worse Timing will make that combo. It actually worked out so perfectly, getting a hold onto 3 members of the Professors. Now we're sitting at a really, really comfortable position, as the advantages have kind of closed down a little bit. We have shortened the distance between these two fantastic teams here in this second semi-final. This is just the first game, and we're having a banger so far, Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, I just saw what the observers were showing there. Soul Reaper's build is questionable. It's not exactly the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, but having 2 tier 2 items not finished and then going Costico in that 4th slot is kind of a waste of money. He could have easily had 2 completed items instead of that, and in that team fight, that could have made the difference.
Yeah, it definitely could. It's all about your item choices and being ready for whatever you need to be ready for. In this case, it would, be ready for actually taking these fights, which are a little bit too hard at current times. Ray here in the mid lane trying to see if he can get a hold or at least some vision down for his squad. As Survivor is pretty much keeping this lane in his favor. He is sitting really comfortably on top of his throne. But there are movement in the jungle from multiple members of Even Worse Timing. They're looking to see if they can catch them off guard. But as always, 6 is nearby. So they should not be too overconfident here on Even Worse Timing, lest they want to meet that big Reaper himself and get bumped in the head with the hammer.
Yeah, bonked, killed, siphoned. How do you want to die in that sort of situation? But Versus are looking for that tier 1 tower. That's why they're having so many resources on this side of the map. But EWT, they could easily force Professors onto the other side because All Prime has spawned. It's been up for 6 minutes now. And, well, you can see how focused people are on that objective by just looking at the wards around it. We see 3 from EWT and then 2 from Professors in that pit with some bit further out as well. If someone starts that objective, everyone knows about it. It's just a question of who is going to go for it.
Now all of China knows you're here. Sorry, I couldn't help it. It was just stuck in my head when you were mentioning that. They're just firing up the bonfire and telling everybody that's where they are. You need to hit it right here and now. It's a beautiful situation right there if you can pull it off. But the vision, as you mentioned, is definitely in favor of the Professors around this or prime pit. And that's a huge objective they could take if they win a very essential fight. But so far, it's a bit of a stalemate. They're located around the mid lane. Multiple members of even worse timing looking to see if they can get any purchase. But so far, it's just going to be a ward just to get that essential vision available to them.
I got a feeling that EWT is probably just going to wait for the final Fangtooth. I don't think there's any real reason to force that All Prime to start when they're sitting on that second Fangtooth already. But then you look at Professor's comp, and then you also remember they have about 1 million disengage tools. So is it that EWT doesn't want to go on them, or is it that they can't go on them? Because those are 2 very different answers. And 6, he doesn't really care about having disengage. He just wants more to go in himself. Pablo, good luck. Oh, he's fine.
Well, six. We need to talk about this situation, all right, buddy? There was actually a window where he could have done it, but never mind. They're going into the jungle to try and vision up and get ready for this essential objective. This is going to be the 3rd. Oh, wait, we're actually already at the Primordial Fangtooth. So I guess that objectives right now are really big and gonna do a lot for whoever takes it.
Yeah, this is what EWT is waiting for, and I'm going to throw him under the bus a bit, but Wrangle from Team Rogue, he was in one of my games last time. We're going to continue. The Skewer comes out onto Crazy Fall and is blown up. That is the pick that EWT was looking for. Now they can force a 4v3 around this Primal Fangtooth. Sorry, Wrangle, you are going to be saved this time.
Yeah, I was about to say, please do elaborate. What are you about to say? Huh? Come on, tell me your secrets,
Well,
Falcon.
What he did is that he was playing Serverworld, and he did that against 2 people. So, could have been worse for 6. Could have been worse, but we see that EWT is actually not going to go for it. Having the jungler still up by 6 means that it is a 50-50 sort, especially with the top flow still up. And with the duo lane, really wants Snoop to be over there. 6 is going to go for another gank. This is probably going to be fine. We'll find out.
Snoop, how dare you throw your spear of Nier right in the face of a man who is trying to get back and replenish his health. 6 comes in right there to say, what did you just do right there? I do not accept you disrespecting my offlaner, okay? And he gets out successfully, but still, I really like the audacity of just jucking that spear into the face of your opponent as they're trying to get back, because you do not want that to be a reality.
I mean, Blink for stuff in the back. As Snoop, maybe the mental difference there, but in game, definitely good for Professor, because that means he's not going to be able to blink Colosseum at all there. It means he has to use his evade to get in and won't have time to get out. And I just want to saw that. Can we have a quick housekeeping? Because I believe Pablo's picked up the Onyxian Quiver on his back, which he has. So that's his 4th item. And that is actually a really strong item to be used in taking these objectives, such as the Primordial Fangtooth and the All Prime, meaning that all 3 sorts can hit it. And, they can all do a lot of damage. So that's going to increase EWT's objective speed, clearing so much better.
Yeah, and we started to see a pattern in that very item pick. The Onyxian Quiver is very popular to put on the Murdoch due to the damage output, I presume. Compared to other carries in the game, the other ADCs don't really go for this. But if you are a Murdoch and you want protection, you want sustain, you want all that damage output, it's such a smart idea to split your damage into 3 shots. You're gonna hit more and you're gonna be better in team fights, just in general. So I think that has been paying off for them quite well. Soul Reaper coming in from the jungle to try and get a hold onto Snoop, but Shin is there as well to stop it. But in the dual lane, they have the pressure to get this tier 1 down, and Import is coming in to try and help out. But Six has already noticed that little troublemaker. He's gonna put him in the corner of shame, keeping him right by the gate as he's trying to get out with Survivor's life intact.
Import using his cleanse to actually cleanse the rad rounds around means that he's not going to take as much damage and can easily heal it back up. But I mean, let's be honest, nothing has really happened for the last 5 minutes, has it? We've taken a tier 1 tower. We've had a pick from Dick onto Crazy Fool, taking another tier 1 tower there. But Primal Fang2's still up. Your Orb Farm's still up. But neither team really is looking for an objective at the moment.
I think it's because they're kind of even right now. They don't want to swing it too much in each direction. So they're waiting for an opportunity where they have already gotten the advantage before they go for these objectives. They're situated around the jungle, and it seems that the professors have researched that this is the time to strike. This is where we should go for the Fangtooth to get the primordial blaze. What the Primal Fangtooth will provide you with. Import, Shin, and Pablo are here nearby. They want to engage onto this. The call is connected with a skewer. The Tesla Dome on top to make a statement. Survivor will go down together with Soul Reaper. The retreat has appeared. Six cannot join this fight any longer. Nitro has to go out. And the 4 members make it 5 members of even worse timing, hunting them down. They opened up this situation. They can now get themselves a Fangtooth.
What a skewer by Way, catching both Soul Reaper and Survivor, and the Tesla Dome on top completely melted them to a crisp. This is why they weren't going for it, because the turn was so easy. Six is going to go in for it. He's going to get it. No, he's going to blink out. Six, come on, man.
Six, do not overestimate yourself right now. You're up against a lot of people. And even though we have 2 members of the side of the professors in, it will be even worse timing taking down this Primal Fangtooth and getting the buff. The call is coming through, and that means that Six is in trouble. Crazy Bull is in trouble. Everybody is in trouble. And the Colosseum coming down clutch from the Snoop to get yet another Colosseum stack on top of this beautiful engage by the side of even worse timing.
Well, that's just all prime then. You lost the fight already. You lost both of your backliners. Why are you going in as a 7-1 steal onto that? They can easily just disengage from the Primal Fangtooth and deal with you. They have a decent amount of CC to lock you down. We saw the Colosseum and the Tesla Dome was back up, so you were going to lose the Primordial Fangtooth anyway. But now you've lost the Orb Prime as well, allowing EWT to have both buffs at the same time. It's a rare mistake from professors that we don't normally see, and I'm not going to put out a desperation, but I think it was definitely something that they were trying to get back. And now they're going to have a large issue getting this defense going on. We see Pablo now at full build, finishing the turn. Is going to have that seal to stop any sort of real burst damage coming out of Survivor. And, Shin is nearly full build as well. And, I mean, if you've seen a late game gadget, it's not something you really want to deal with as professors.
Absolutely not. There is damage all around, and you can even stop the advantage by rooting with the speed gate. So there's a lot of things you can do. Now Nitro is trying to hold back the fort to protect his tier 2, but the Snoop has minions and an Orb Prime buff available to him. That means that it's gonna be given for free. There's no way you can defend this. And now it seems that multiple members of even worse timing are going for the big one. They want an inhibitor on their side. They want it down for the count. They have the buffs available to get Primordial Blaze, and they will get it successfully. Ray trying to get a little bit of a Riplash in here to do the cha-cha slide, but sadly, professors, they have already researched. They already know your deck inside and out. And that means that they know what cards you're going to be picking right here, Ray. You're getting out of there. You're going to get those misses through because professors are ready for you.
EWT just needs to play this slow. They've got that mid inhibitor already. They know Nitro can block those auto shots, but if they can just wait, let those super minions come through the mid lane and force someone professors over that side, they can easily force us in. They got Orb Prime still for a little while longer as the wall comes down again. EWT looking to get some more damage onto the inhibitor, but it is going to go down slowly and does eventually fall. Lovely Plains go to Snoop, does not care about being slow.
There is another Coliseum stack in favor of the Snoop. They still have all 5 members available to them over on Even Worse Time. They're going to engage. Ray will die despite using the skewer to Survivor TV. Now they have to be on the retreat. Multiple members are low, and the professors are topped up and ready for this. They do not want to lose this game 1. They want to hold the fort. They want to win this game and turn it around in a surprising fashion. But what can you do when Even Worse Timing only have one sight? Only one vision, and that's going to be a win in the bag. That's what they wanted, and that's what they got. Even Worse Timing taking this set 1-0.
The mid game is so close, but Professors just going on to that Primordial Fang Teeth sealed their fate, losing that team fight, and then EWT did not stop on the brakes, taking both that, the All Prime, and within a few minutes the Core, and that is going to be game 1. We're going to get another game of this. This is great.
And not only that, it's actually going to be most likely 2 when we're seeing how well these teams have been playing. Like, my lumbago is acting up because of this, okay? I'm an old man, I'm sorry, but it's acting up because of this. And we cannot wait for the second game. But we have to wait for a little bit longer, as we're going to send it back to the analysts. Our dog, Ahmed Kit, and Mr. Metz. Take it away.
Have fun with it.
Thanks, Wolfie and Falcon. What a game 1 of the second semifinals. When you're playing in the semifinals, you have to be of high caliber. Playing heroes at the top level, know every limitation, know every combo, know the game inside and out. You have to play as a one-pager. Game number 1 goes to EWT. What do you do when you are double buffed up on a Sunday? Mr. Meds, what are the highlights from game number 1?
Well, I think there's a couple highlights. I think that there's a couple key picks that we need to watch out for in game 2. I will keep saying it again and again and again. Richter is a priority pick for all of these teams. We saw that Ray had such a big impact on that game. We kind of harped on the Zarus gadget combo, which we did see, by the way. We did see that to great effect, but we didn't talk about the tentacle microwave that was coming in. The lockdown that was coming out of Ray to enable a lot of these Tesla domes to be super effective in that late game, around that Fang Pit specifically, was just really big value, allowed for EWT to kind of take these advantages and squeak out that victory.
Medkit, what happened in game number 1? What went wrong for the professors?
So game number 1 of the semifinals, like, even though this is the semifinals, it honestly felt like this is the finals. And I said it before, I said it again. These teams are super neck and neck. And if you look closely, everyone was really close in CS. Even Worse Timing was slightly ahead throughout. Professors did have an early lead on kills, that is true, but Even Worse Timing slowly crept up. They slowly out-macroed Professors. And in terms of even itemization, even Worse Timing just was able to keep up with the Professors. And I think for the next match and possibly game 3, it's gonna be very similar. They're both neck and neck, and it just comes down to the wire. That one little play at the end that turns it around. And I think this is why this is a series you don't want to miss. And I'm excited for this next match here.
Yep. Who else is sweating out here? We're all gonna have to take a break. But before that, I'm gonna get everybody, go get some water, get your favorite snacks, get ready, because we are in for a wild ride, baby. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to watch game number 2, the second semifinals. We love Pred so much. We just finished game 1 with even worse timing, taking it home. Get ready for game number 2 because there's a lot at stake here. Will the Professors win and take it to game 3, or will even worse timing hit the ball right out of the park? Do we want a 2-0, or is it a 2-1? What snacks did you grab? I asked this question to Medkit earlier, Mr. Meds, but what do the Professors need to do in order for them to secure a spot in game number 2?
Well, I think, one of their priority carries is Survivor. I think he's one of they play a very good front to back team fight, and enabling Survivor to kind of free hit in that mid to late game is really, really good. But I do also want to highlight that Nitro is playing out of his mind. He was playing out of his mind during scrims, right? So I think enabling Nitro to kind of be more active on the map, I realize that he did have the steal, right? But steal only has that one button, that R button, to do a lot of CC, right? So I really want to see Nitro on more of an impactful pick. I know that kind of sounds a little weird saying that steal wasn't that impactful, but the CC offered out of Ray kind of overshadowed the CC that the steal could do, right? So I really want to see that there's a more heavy CC comp for Professors to enable that late game carry of Survivor, right? So that's what I would say.
With that being said, let's go right into the draft. Medkit, I know the Professors, they really prioritize, banning FaZe, but is this something where they have to ban the Richter or Picket? Oh, go ahead, Medkit.
I guess they decided to not let Crazy Fool take Richter whatsoever. So Richter, we all know, not only a very versatile hero, but can go anywhere and provides a lot of impact within team fights, within the lane. Pretty much anytime, Richter doesn't have to wait until level 6. He can be impactful right at the get-go as soon as he leaves the base. But it all comes down to literally whichever team makes the most mistakes. And one of the first mistakes that can occur is actually in this draft right here. So I think even worse timing, so far so good. I mean, they're not letting Crazy Fool on Professor push that button like, hey, this is do or die. I'm going to play my best hero. Oh, wait, I can't.
Yeah, we do see that FaZe ban coming out. I'm a little curious on it because I know that Ray isn't really a FaZe player. He likes to play more of the Richter, more of the Muriel, and more of like a Decker, like a CC heavy chain hero. So I'm interested why they are still going with this FaZe. I know they just they really don't like playing into it, but we do see a Bellica and a Decker come out. I think with that Richter ban, by the way, the first time we've seen it ban, it's been ping-ponged around for a lot of teams, and it has a very high win rate. So I'm glad to see that it is off the table. One of those picks that Crazy Fool is known for is his Decker. He did pull it out in game 1. I think he had a lot of great engages with it. We did see in the landing phase his Rifty ult, ball combo locking down the EWT duo lane, and they did get 2 kills on that engage. So I think that's a really good pick for him. And we do see Professors taking away that Chimera, something that Import had a lot of impact on in the last game.
And right off the bat, so we already had 4 of the support heroes from the roster already taken. Now, because they also took out Steel, that's a lot. That's a really classic combo. If the Steel is support with the Murdoch, and we know Pablo loves his Murdoch, and he was probably the MVP from last match. I mean, he was getting kill after kill. He was on top of the kill count throughout the match. But again, we don't know where the Bellica will be. We don't know where the Steel is. So far, even worse timing is keeping up with the mind games, while Professors has already shown hey, you know what? We kind of know what we want. We want Decker support. We want Chimera mid, and we're going to show you the Drongo ADC.
Yeah, I think even worse timing might be doing a little cooking here, because one of the picks that Import really likes to show is the Steel Jungle. Now, I know we haven't seen a lot of Steel Jungle. Normally, when you see the Chimera, the answer is that Greystone, right? That we saw a lot in the last series. But I think Steel is actually a really good jungler. While he does suffer in the early game, he does offer a lot of engage, like I was saying before, into that mid to late game team fight. So really looking at that support role in terms of what is going to go into that. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see Ray on Muriel, enabling Murdoch to kind of utilize his E, get that double speed up, and kind of W key really, really hard. And we do see a Sev ban coming in for Professors.
That Sev ban might actually enable Even Worse Timing to pick up the Muriel possibly, because yesterday what enabled that was one of the tanks getting off the table, which allowed Ray to kind of pop off as the Muriel for the wombo combos to come off. But we see Gideon has been taken away from Soul Reaper, while Soul Reaper rebuttals and is like, you know what, I don't really need Gideon right now. I have another burst mage that I can take away from Shin, and that's in the form of Howitzer, who we've seen Shin be such a force on Howitzer, both yesterday and, he's such a formidable player. He can play pretty much any mid laner, so can Soul Reaper, but with three mid laners, remember, Belka can still be anywhere, same as a steal. We don't know yet. There's still 2 picks to go. But already we're seeing a lot of team synergy from Even Worse Timing, even though they only showed 3 heroes so far.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting. That Belka Steel being those flex picks. We do see Greystone Narbash to round out Even Worse Timing, so that does solidify to show where these picks are going to go. We're still unsure whether that Greystone is going to go in the off lane. I assume that it's going to go into the jungle, but that does solidify that the Belka is going to be the mid lane, and Ray is going to take that Narbash into that duo lane, with Zarus being that final pick for Professors.
All
Actually,
right.
I believe whoever's going to go up against Zarus, Even Worse Timing is going to put Snoop in the best position to go up against him.
Okay, well, Mr. Meds, we're talking about the impact that Snoop had that last game 1, but what does it look like in the offlane, and what's your take on what's going to happen there?
Well, I think Zarus, he does have a lot of bad matchups, right? Like post 6 Grux, like we talked about before. But I do really like Zarus as just like a staple offlaner. He's very safe with his dash, and he offers a lot of team fight engage to kind of follow that Chimera as well. So I'm really looking for that Zarus to kind of jump in, Chimera to follow with a butt ton of damage coming out of that Howitzer to blow up either that Belka or that Murdoch in that mid game team fight.
And lastly, Medkit, we talked about the duo lane and how both of these teams were able to play against each other in the duo. But now we're looking at different matchups. What does that look like?
Yeah, so over on the Professors, they have a very poke heavy comp between Drongo and Decker. And for Even Worse Timing, they have a more sustained comp with Narbash's E. And from my experience, sustain beats out poke, whereas poke beats all-ins, and all-ins beat out sustain. So I'm going to have to give the edge here to Pablo and Ray for the dual lane matchup. And not only that, I actually kind of like Even Worse Timing's comp here a little more, especially because Professors have a lot more on the table. They're not down 1 match.
Yep, and it has been spicy, and it's about to get spicier. In this best of 3, Predecessor gamers, who are you casting your votes on? Take it away, game number 2.
From one banger to the next, we're right back where we left off here in the second semifinal between Even Worse Timing and Professors. Even Worse Timing being 1-up for this game number 2. My name is WolfieGG, and I'm once again joined by Falcon to take this up a notch with deep dives into every single thought put into this game. How you doing, man?
Well, we've had a little bit of a rest before this next game will happen, but I'm still very much hyped. And who would have thought Professors, I mean, probably favorite take the entire thing, is on the game point. If they lose this, they are out, not even reaching that final. And, even this time, I agree to this. I really do like their comp. They have really good team fighting. And, well, last game, that's what it came down to, just the team fighting.
Yeah, and we were talking about that last game together, that we really like to see that these two teams have their play styles, but one team is more focused around grouping up and helping each other throughout the lane, and the other one is like all in on fighting. And I think that even worse timing is pulling off that all in fighting style with this composition.
Right.
They are able to do so much damage. Right here, Crazy Full is catching Ray slacking. Survivor as well. Their blink has to be burned, and he has to go back. There's no way he's gonna stay here any longer. Crazy Fool and Survivor was ready for it.
Well, that's not a good start for even worse timing, is it? Just Ray just not being with his duo there meant that he took a lot of pressure, and you're on Narbash. You don't have really a level 1. You hit people with a chicken drumstick and auto them a bit, but you don't have your main abilities of healing. As we see, Sorry for also having a decent level 1 against Jin. And now Professors are looking pretty good to begin with. And instead of Six being on this slow farming oriented jungler like the Servrog, he is on the Chimera this time. This means he has so much more damage and gang potential in this early game. Not that he needed it last game, but he has the tools this time. And I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't visit this duo lane soonest, because Ray does not have his blink.
Yeah. And that's also, what Six is really excelling at are those really high damaging targets as a jungle player. We have seen Six been pulling off really well on Kalari, on Chimera, on, for that matter, Countess. So I'm just sitting here like, this is a more comfortable pick for him, because before he's been trying to fit this current meta we have going on right now. Now he's going a little bit more back to form with this game number 2. But it's also against a really, really tanky target like Greystone over for the Professors that is rocked by Import. So it's a really, really tough situation when you are pretty much just reversing what you have done previously.
Hey,
but speaking of reversing, Import is actually gonna do what has been done so many times before, just diving under the tower. But he gets stunned under it. He is so low, he cannot handle anymore. But Pablo is ready. That's the first blood for even worse timing given to Pablo.
That's not how Professors expected this lane to go. They get first blood in themselves, and that was brilliant. I don't know how that got set up, because already Crazy Fool was under half HP. I'm assuming from Pablo's poke, but that's the power of the sustained runway. Meant that even though he didn't have blink, there was no jungle intervention in that lane, so he could just out heal the poke that was coming in from the Drongo Decker. And Import, I doubt a tower dive was a choice there, but it worked out in the end. They got it thanks to Pablo's accuracy, and although Snoop is wanting to kind of die, he might get out.
That depends on if Nitro's ready for the next BF near, but it is not up just yet. The Snoop gets out, and Import is ready to answer the call of the wild to push the enemies of the Professors back again. It was so close of being an equal situation of getting that 1-1, but at the end of the day, even worse timing. They seem to have better timing than their name indicates.
Yeah, when you look at the team names, you've got to seem like Professors are really good at mass, knowing the macro timings for jungle, robust. EWT is just there to murder people. It's kind of makes sense with how they play their team fights. But actually being quite measured in this set so far, having that first blood online, even though they have used quite a few blinks already, does not mean they are in any less of a situation where they can be ahead. And with Shin coming over here, he's not level 6 though, and he is on a ward, so I don't expect anything to happen.
Poor Shin trying his best to rotate over and help his squad, but at the end of the day, It was awarded, very well placed there by Crazy Bull to get that intel and make sure that no rotations can come through. Now it is going to be a bit more of a boxing match over here in the off lane with Nitro and the Snoop. Actually, Snoop sitting on a bit of an advantage here, but Nitro just catched up. And that's going to be just a stalemate for now until the next real engage. Import taking down the Tricamp, and we got a tap screen here because something stopped.
It is what it is as we get the audio back. It's Nitro kills the Snoop on his own. That is going basically the same as last game. Nitro seemed to have that early game advantage. We're not sure how that really happened because the Snoop didn't have Blink though, and assuming that Nitro managed to just get a nice amount of damage before going all in on him. The Walrus maybe being there. We don't know. We will never know unless someone replay, but that's what it is. But in the meantime, we see that Six is still looking around in this dual lane.
The play was lost to the Shadow Realm, but we are right back into reality with Ray getting caught out into a fence. Six located around the river. He wants to deward this, or at least show his presence so that there's no engagement coming in from even worse timing. They're not respecting it and pushing up. Pablo, what are you doing? You are not in a good position. Here comes Six with the news. He's jumping in. He's ready for the bout, adding a little bit of damage to the situation. It's not going to be enough, but the gold buff is up for grabs, and they have enough members on the side of Professors to actually contest this in a better situation than the opposing side on the Professors. They do manage to get it, and Ray and Pablo has to get out. The stasis bomb because it's connecting, but there is a fence as well to try and keep it steady, but at the end of the day, it's just going to be another reset.
Why are you contesting that? You have the jungler on the other side of the map. You're not level 6, and you're playing against a decker that can easily trap you, so you have to blink. There was no reason to go in there and lose your blink, Ray. Please stop playing like that. Otherwise, this game might not last very long. And also, that is another issue with Pablo. He's a really good player, but he W keys way too much sometimes, and he's just very lucky that Six did not have level 6 in that gank, because otherwise he would at least have been forced to use the blink there, or maybe even died.
Well, Falcon molding aside, that was definitely going to be a little bit of an unfortunate play. But hey, I will give you the right. You know what you're talking about, but at the same time, we still see even worse timing that they're not out just yet. They have made a few misplays here and there, but Ray is ready here under this Fang Tooth. They are getting it pretty much uncontested, and Shin is keeping his chin up to make sure that he looks right down the aisle of where Soul Reaper is. I got my eyes on you, buddy. You're not gonna get anything out of this.
Yeah, EWT having a really good time there, knowing that just because after Jank has formed, that means that they are going to have to reset. Professors didn't really have any contention, and we always take that. That was a weird interaction, stopping the bull rust like that. I haven't seen that before. But now we're going to get into the slow state. Mini Prime is up on the other side of the map, but it doesn't look like either team is really looking for that, as we get a bit more aggression in this duo side.
A little bit of a bunk placed onto Crazy Fool. He has to respect that Shrek is in this swamp, and this is not your place to be unless you got a permit. And you definitely don't. Ray is showing up. Despite a few misplays, he's definitely showing up to be doing well for his carry. Meanwhile, Nitro is looking at Import together with Soul Reaper that is rotated from the mid lane over to the off lane. The Snoop and Import staying behind, waiting for taking down these minions and pushing it back in their favor. But they have added so much pressure to this situation that now that Import is close by, they might actually be able to turn it around with the attack. But in the dual lane, there's a lot of trouble happening with the stun connecting. Ray and Pablo has to get out of there lest they want to lose their life. And we're still sitting at a bit of a stalemate here, Falcon.
Yeah, Sin rotating late there just meant that Professors could not really start the mini prime. They didn't really have the HP to justify going in whilst Sin was on that full HP, and the Snoop is very much being disrespectful there. It's going to be forced a blink.
Yeah, get out of there, Snoop.
Yep. That's called a lazy back. Don't do that.
Yeah, the lazy back indeed. Don't be lazy. Go as far back as you can so you can get out of there. But it worked out in the end, as he could get away safely. Not without trouble, but he still did get out of the way. He is still the only player of even worse timing that has lost his life. So I think that he needs to be a little bit more careful from now on, because it seems to me that he's the one that's getting pressured the most out of all members on even worse timing at this point in time.
Yeah, and we can see that both mid laners have finished those Mega Cosms. Although it was nerfed last patch, it is still a very strong item against heavy HP targets, and both of these teams definitely have characters that are going to be stacking that HP. Also, both been towards the Obelisk, looking for those all-in potentials, really, trying to get as much damage as they can out in a short period of time. And again, it's very lucky for EWT that Predecessor did not go for this mini prime here, having Snoop being forced to back off like that in losing his blink as well. Means it's still available. He still has a few minutes before that is back up, but because he has ultimate, again, it's not something that's very smart. And with EWT having this real dual lane pressure, with Pablo and Wei being this strong, then, you know, it's going to be really hard for Pressure to do kind of something on the other side of the map just because of the long arm law, but they want to do something on this side of the map instead.
A lot of missed abilities and a lot of dreams crushed. This is just going to be the end of that engage. But there's actually a point I want to go over to here while the professors are taking down this mini or prime. We were talking about this in draft. This is the first game in the PCC6 playoffs that does not include a Richter. And what do you think about that? Because, in my opinion, I think it's pretty good because we're getting tired of seeing the Warden.
Yeah, especially today. I mean, he has been instrumental in every single game so far today, so having it banned off really only makes sense if you're not going to first pick it, as EWT definitely did not want to. So, you know, it's going to be a different type of game. Not going to have that pick potential at all, although we still have CC on both sides of the teams, and, you know, I'm kind of happy. I personally don't like Victor, so I am totally fine not seeing in one game. And instead, we're going to have some nice picks, looks like in Narbas, who just heals for thousands of HP instead.
Yeah, absolutely. We do love to see the Ogre himself, the Onion, the many layers in this game, because he is adding not only a lot of healing, but also speed and even some CC during team fights with the Thunk and the Crash Bang Boom. But it's still a little bit of a perilous situation for them right now, with Nitro sitting on top of things here in the off lane, keeping control with this mini prime buff that he acquired for his side together with the squad. That's actually going to be a little bit difficult to handle now that you don't have somebody that can hook you out and catch you off guard. So it's pretty much just going to be Nitro having the time of his life with an XP advantage and a lot of pressure towards the tier 1 tower. He might actually get this, as Snoop has to get out of there. What an unfortunate situation for even worse timing.
It's actually worse than that, because Nitro has this mini prime buff. He can exude so much pressure in that solo slide that you either lose turrets like that, as well as a lot of farm for the Snoop, or you force someone else over there, and that's going to be an easy pickup for Professor's for Fang 2. 6 just use ultimate on...
Yeah. Don't ask me.
Moving on, asking Nitro over into this mid lane. So since he's finished in that off lane, he's now immediately into this mid lane, because he either can help force this Fang Tooth or force the tier 1 tower. So I really like the movement by Nitro. He's playing really well at the moment.
Yeah, and as we just saw, that was the best call we have seen in PCC ever. Like, no contest. But speaking of contest, there's a contest here in the pit towards the Fangtooth. Import going in, trying to get a hold onto Survivor. The shield bash is connecting, but there's not much you can do because Import is going into the Stone Force to keep himself topped up and ready. Shin will get that kill. Pablo following up by getting Crazy Full. 3 members are down from the Professors, and even worse timing has finally found their footing.
Sin was completely untouched on the top side of the lane there. Just meant they could easily throw their abilities downwards. And we saw it on the back end. We didn't really see it on cam. But Predecessor hit both of the dual lanes of EWT with a Rift Focus into ultimate combo, but there was zero follow-up on it because of how good of a engage Import had. So he was just completely isolating the rest of Professors away from that, and allowed the backline of EWT to free hit on two Professors. And that's second Fangtooth. That's mini prime taken away, as well as not that tower, unfortunately, but it's looking really, really good for EWT at this stage of the game.
They have been playing very patiently, and now that patience has been paid off through, as they are sitting on a really substantial lead at this point in time. They have not lost a single tier 1 tower, so the Professors has not lost a single tier 1 so far, but it doesn't really matter at this point because they've gotten all the other objectives around the board. They've gotten kills in the team fights, and they've also gotten multiple Fangtooth. So at the third Fangtooth, you kind of have to stop them lest you want your team fights to go even worse. Wait a minute, Snoop is actually coming in to push in and deal some damage, but Soul Reaper will make it rain. He wants to get a hold onto the offlaner, but it's just going to be a bit of poke damage for now. Meanwhile, Six and Nitro waiting for Snoop to be dispositioned, but he knows that he cannot stay here any longer. This is not his house any longer. He has been taken over by squatters that are going right in with the Colosseum and the Call combo, getting a hold onto the Snoop. The Stone Force is coming through right then and there, and he wants to get out with the jump. Import will survive, but that is still going to be a kill on a very essential target.
Okay, Six, that ultimate makes up for it. Getting the ultimate during the bull rush is extremely difficult, so really good play. Pablo, what are you doing, my man? He's going to dive in for Survivor, blink away, and with Ray's healing is going to just back off. Never mind, long arm of the law. Goodbye, Survivor TV, as we're not finished yet. Ascena takes out Soul Reaper. Import takes out Six. There is 1v1s everywhere.
I guess that this is just Fight Club with different fighting rooms, and we just have to follow them all on our monitors here at home. But at the end of the day, well played by Even Worse Timing. They showed up in Game 1, and now here in Game 2, it seems that it's even more of a definite factor. They're holding the control over the situation. Normally, Nitro does not have much of an issue on his lane, but against the Snoop, it might be a different issue altogether. He's getting low. He's under half with the Bull Rush, and Snoop just goes away. He has already proven his point. Snoop, you're not getting any of this green.
Well, he's going to get mini prime instead, so I think he's pretty happy with that. They're just going to dodge the explosion. No, Snoop doesn't, but Import dodges the explosion. But, Professors are still here. They're still, they're behind, but they're not out, so this could be dangerous. But look at the rest of the team. All 5 members, even worse time they're here. And Survivor TV is on the opposite side, and Import does take it out with the Hunt. So that is going to be the second mini prime taken for even worse timing in the game. And that's going to be just in time for that first Fangtooth to spawn as well. So really good timing to take it. And now, Professors, even though they had to fight this third Fangtooth anyway, realistically, it's going to be even harder now.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough situation for the side in red. Professors are being pressured up against a wall here by the side of Even Worse Timing with their timing. Seriously, I do not like their name. They have to rebrand into Even Better Timing because they are on the dot with most of their decisions. And the only times they're getting denied is when the opposing side has just as good timing as they have. So I do not like their branding name, but I gotta live with what they're named right now because they are showing up today, and we still gotta respect their name, and their name is Even Worse Timing. They're taking care of stuff today.
I think if you win the games, it doesn't really matter too much of what your name is. So, if they win, they could be even better timing, even worse timing. In the end, they are victorious, but they aren't there just yet. They are only 1-0 up. They still need to finish out this game to claim that. As we see, Ray is on his own, but there's not really any follow-up. Ray has sanctification. Look at how that shield is just making sure he takes 0 damage.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the better survival crests in the game. Once you get that sanctification online, you will get a heavy shield for yourself. And speaking of shield, you have to shield yourself from danger. You have to get out of here. as multiple members of Even Worse Timing are trying to shoot you down. The long arm of the law only slightly hitting Soul Reaper, getting him low. They are on the hunt. The Snoop is going for Crazy Fool, but the fence is keeping him at bay. No, you're going into the naughty corner, my boy. And meanwhile, they're just gonna take another Fangtooth. If they get this third Fangtooth, it's gonna be horrendous for the side of the Professors, as they will get not only power, but also defense. The pressure is on. They're going right in there, and they're getting stunned by the call, but Snoop will just get out right away. They are really good at disengaging this situation right now. Even Worse Timing, they are not taking any prisoners, and they are not losing a drop of water.
I understand why Professors was going for that pick beforehand, just making sure that they did not have the healing from Narbas in this third Fangtooth, but it just does not work for them. And as he forces Soul Reaper out, which is why even Worse Timing could easily just walk on to that third Fangtooth and take it. Plus the fact that their dual lane just wasn't there. They had only just reset as it spawned. So even Worse Timing just easily able to pick it up and not able to get anything on the back end. Unfortunately for them, but now you're just kind of laughing, and obviously are going to be looking towards this Orb Prime in a few minutes, and we can see them already grouping up, but so is Professors.
Multiple members of both squads are situated around this good big objective, and honestly, I want to go back to PCC5, because this might actually be the vengeance of Even Worse Timing that lost the last finals to Professors. They're showing up today, and they want to get this win. They want to get the revenge for their fallen brethren last tournament. And they're just jumping in with a Coliseum combo, getting Shin in the meantime. The Stone Forge is coming through, will deal a lot of damage onto Nitro. He has to get out of there, but Pablo's ready with the long arm of the law, getting a kill under his belt. Multiple members of the poor Even Worse Timing squad are getting eliminated. This is not even Predecessor anymore for these guys. It's Fall Guys, because they're eliminated.
hang on, I need a second from that one. Oh my god, that was completely lost our train of thought. Professor's getting a really nice ping onto Sin there. It's fine, we're good at war with it, I love it. But they got a really nice ping onto Sin, and Pablo was on the opposite side of the map, so even though he got that ultimate, it doesn't matter because he's not there to do the rest of the damage. So Professor's had an easy amount of damage to go through, and even though Crazy Fool nearly dies to this Orb Prime, so does most Professors, they are going to be able to pick this up, probably. Eventually they do. Snoop is going to be here, but there's no real way he can do anything here on his own. He's going to miss, he's going to get hit by the landmine to be knocked back. And now Professor's suddenly just back into this game.
Well, they are researchers after all. They're not warriors. They will keep on throughout history trying to find better solutions to their problems. And they're finally at the age of evolution. They have found their footing and found an opportunity to get back into the game by getting this very essential first big or prime that will benefit the whole squad. So that's going to be a huge boon in their favor. It has looked a little bit dark so far for the side of Professors, but they're finally starting to show up. Again, they do not want this final to go to a 2-0. They're going to even out the score.
Yeah, can we just thank you for the tab screen? We do see that. I was just about to ask for it, it's perfect. We see Even Worse Timing still has that CS lead, so they still have monetary advantage. Import actually going for the Bone Seeker as well, which is very rarely seen on the Greystone. Normally seen on the Grux, but is a very good dueling item and gives him that extra attack speed and HP to survive, and also means that he gains more HP back from his ultimate, which is always nice to see. And we're getting that True Silver and Frosted Lore tech as well that we saw from Z here. So we get another fight from Import walking on to Predecessor there.
Well, 1, 2, 3, you're getting out. It's very easy to get out if you're a Crazy Fool. You have the rocket boots, you have stuns, you have a fence to keep people in check. You're not going to be in danger unless you put yourself in a really bad position. So now multiple members of Professors are situated around this tier 2. They want to get in, they want to breach it, they want to siege it, and that's what they'll do. They know that there's no way Even Worse Timing can take this or defend it, and they're going to keep this pressure going. They're not done just yet. They have more news to tell. They have more articles in their favor, and they can open up the news space for you. And the headline is, your tier 2 is down, buddy.
Yeah, that's nearly every single tower from Even Worse Time taken out. They're going to take that tier 2 tower out probably momentarily. Snoop can't really defend it against Nitro that well. And this is going to be an issue for EWT because basically they don't have the best wave clear in the game. They got really Pablo's auto attacks and Sin, who gets a nice double knockup, but doesn't really have the damage to do anything else. But Professor's playing it smart. They're going to back off. They're going to look for that Primal Fangtooth instead of the mid inhib, because that has just spawned.
Well, one objective gets exchanged for another. Money changes hands. That is how this game goes. This is why we love Predecessor. You might think they're gonna go for the big one, but they see another opportunity somewhere else. And Nitro is getting caught out. Noob is ready, and so is Shin. And, of course, on the other side, we got that beautiful long arm of the law by Pablo getting a kill for Shin.
Oh, I love
Now we're
this.
sitting at a 9-6 situation. They're trying to get that footing, get back into the game.
I love it.
Seismic Assault is connecting and getting a kill for Shin once again. He is getting farm. He's getting so much farm from these kills right now. And Soul Reaper, despite using the Make It Rain, has no chance to re-engage on this. They want to go for this beautiful Primal Fangtooth, a beautiful boon for their side. Six is situated nearby. He will jump and ambush Pablo unknowingly, getting another kill on the belt. Survivor is on the retreat. There's no way you can get out of there. Import will destroy you with the make way, and that's going to be it. You have no more at your disposal. Soul Reaper is almost down. He cannot stay in this fight any longer. He has to retreat, but Snoop, he can smell it. He can smell that there are some bad boys around that he wants to take down, because this is his hood and you're just living in it. Import going in and using the Stone Forts to get a kill onto Soul Reaper. It actually happened a little bit before, but they still do have the opportunity to go in. This fight is not over just yet. The Coliseum coming in through here onto Ray, and it seems that at this point it's going to be another kill. The Professors are actually equalizing this.
What? Nitro's
No
back in
way!
the fight, and he was dead at the start. What's going on? That was crazy. That was, honestly to say, that was a fight on multiple different directions. And at the end of it, Primal Fangtooth survives and probably wins the team fight because it doesn't have to do anything. But now we're going to get a dance again. Both teams on 4 people. But Snoop just wants to keep carrying it on.
There is no chance that you're gonna deny Snoop his shield slams, and he will just use it if he wants to. He does not care how many he will hit one of you. Sadly though, it's not gonna amount to much, but it's still showing that he's not afraid of his opposition. He is not afraid of the Professors. He wants to engage, and that will make them reset themselves because they're respecting the play. Now, that's a really weird initiation from 6 going into 4 members. He's gonna fall. Oh, Fall Guys is continuing with DLC, I guess, as they're trying to get out. The Rift Walkers is connecting onto Import, and he has to get out of there. He has no HP left. He has to stay away from this troublesome situation. Soul Reaper getting Pablo in the backline. Soul Force is coming through here from Import. He's waiting for an opportunity, but in the meantime, Snoop is getting Coliseum. You are not ready for this. You are not Alexander. You are not Spartacus. You are dead, my friend. There's only one more left. The Even Worse Timing Squad are hunting them down. They love the rapid hunts, and that's going to be 4 kills for 2.
Now can they take Primal Fangtooth? For the love of everything. No, they're going to go mid instead because all Prime is now up. So they're going to reset and look towards that objective instead. Even though they lost 2 people, they still have Sin, who is a monster in this game right now. I don't know how many obelisk stacks they have, but I do know that they have over 200 CS and 6 kills. So that is a really good position to be in as a Pentagon. And a shout out to Wei, who is probably the unsung hero in these team fights. The amount of shield he's given out, as well as the healing, is meaning that EWT can survive for so much longer. But you know what, Ruffy? I don't think the fighting is over.
Nope, because the fight has continued. Import is hunting down Survivor. He's looking for the pick. Ray is ready with the thunk-a-thunk. Will it connect? Who knows? But there's definitely a long arm of the law that will help with this situation. Wow. You are going down. Import will get the kill onto Survivor. That's an essential pick as it's the tank. The carry. And now they can just tank through whatever they need because there's no damage to actually apply on top. So that's very dangerous for the side of the Professors. They have to respect this situation and keep themselves away lest they want to lose more members. Crazy Fool trying to just stay around his team and wait for that first engage. It's usually that Coliseum coming in from Nitro, but they want something bigger. They want something better. It looks like an Orb Prime fight is about to break out while Import is going over there to take a consolidation prize, that being the Primal Fangtooth. Snoop is in a bad position. He is getting Coliseum. He is locked out of this game, even with the Shield Slam coming down to try to escape. It's actually going to help making Shin get a kill onto 6. Now they're returning the favor in kind. They do not want any more to happen in their favor. They want to take it down a notch to get the Primal Fangtooth, the 2 kills, and now it's easy as pie. Let's get that Orb Prime.
Professors get nothing. They lost a 3v4. Snoop playing so well and completely neutralizing the Howitzer ult and Sin having that much damage that it did not matter that Pablo was not there. It did not matter that Import was not there. EWT wants everything on this map and they are going to get it. Professors be damned.
Well, I think it's back to university with the Professors for now because you have some research to do. You have homework to do, as even worse timing time and time again are showing up true and definitely proving to us that there's a reason why they're back for this semifinal. There's a reason why they're up against Professors. It must be destiny. They want this revenge. Let's look at the items, everybody.
Yeah, we're just having a quick look. We see that Ray has obviously gone for that Zihi approach, going the amount of seals as possible. Pablo going to get Nick and Quiver as well, but hasn't got the Demolisher online, which is quite interesting. Hasn't got any of that armor pen, which could be an issue later coming in the game, especially when you look at Sixes and Nitro's build, who have gone very kind of tanky. Has got that Elephos and Citadel online. 6 looks like he's going into that stone wall next as well. So, no, although they're ahead, Pablo, I don't particularly agree with the Lightning Hawk. I think Demolisher would have been a lot better in this situation.
Well, sometimes you gotta respect some unique picks of items. Of course, there are better choices, but I guess it's a comfort pick at the end of the day. Now, the members of Even Worse Timing are pushing down mid lane. They got the tier 2. They're going directly towards the inhibitor, and they do not care whatsoever. They have everything under their belt. They have the Orb Prime. They have the Primordial Blaze. They have everything that they want for this siege. They do manage to get the first inhib. Now they're going for the second here over in the Orph lane. I do not like this situation, Professors. I do not like this. Let's hope you have a turnaround or at least an answer to this aggression. That Even Worse Timing are pulling out. It seems that their vengeance is served pretty cold as they're going right for the core. They do not respect their opposition. It was just a fluke last PCC. We're definitely gonna go for it now. This is our tournament to shine. You had your time in the spotlight, folks.
They need the minions. They haven't gotten just yet. Professor's doing a good job of wave clearing, and I'm not sure how much longer they have on this buff, but now they got those minions back here. They got another 2 waves to go and force us in. So Professors have to do it all over again, but they catch Nitro! Woo!
Nitro caught out, and Snoop will get it for real. Crazy Fool coming in as the Crash Bang Boom is connecting. Pablo will get another kill under his belt. It's 21-11. There's so much pressure. There is nothing you can do. Your finalist for this set is going to be Even Worse Timing as they take 2-0 against Professors. Let's go.
Who cares about scrims? That is not for sure for Even Worse Timing. Professors can do as much homework as they would like, but this game is all that mattered, and EWT had their number. Who cares about maths? Who cares about timings? All you need is a dead core.
Yeah, that's... yeah, actually, let me drop those as well.
They don't
Oh
need them
my
anymore.
goodness! That I was really hoping for a third game, but that's not what we're going to get. Even Worse Timing are showing up, and they got their vengeance from PCC5. But we'll get a little bit more breakdown from our lovely analyst desk, our dog, Ahmed, Kit, and Mr. Meds. Take it away. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Woofy and Falcon. Fantastic casting from the two of you. We are just on the edge of our seats out here. Even Worse Timing, just able to show their prowess, showing their talent and how adept they are at a competitive level and show us what they're capable of. You can't have any hesitation when it comes to decision making at this level. They came today with full control of the game, and it was an absolute massacre. Thanks for playing, professors. Just like what the casters have mentioned, go back to school and do your homework. We're back with the medical team on the desk, and unfortunately, profs got themselves in a very sicky situation. Mr. Meds, what happened in game number 2?
Well, I first want to say that I think I'm a little bit cursed. Both teams that I said were going to win today ended up losing. So I'm sorry to professors and I'm sorry to chefs. I think I might have cursed you. But I do want to highlight a couple of big things that EWT did in that game. I want to specifically highlight the more damage-oriented Greystone that we're seeing. It wasn't that traditional tank Greystone that we saw from Nav in the previous series. Now, why I think this is really important for EWT is they also paired that up with that Murdoch and that Long Arm of the Law to really attack Survivor, right? I mentioned before the game that Survivor, if he's able to free hit in these mid to late game team fights, that professors can have an edge in those team fights, right? But he was never able to really get a safety net there to be able to free hit, right? And then the second thing I also want to point out is this was a game of inches, right? And a game of positioning. We saw that Shin being positioned very, very well throughout a lot of these team fights, able to get out a lot of these knockups, a lot of these void bombs, and, you know, just pick off people in these long extended fights. You know, we did see that one time or two times that Shin did go down when he was in that little bit precarious situation. Professors were able to claw back a little bit of that disadvantage that they were at. But, you know, ultimately he was positioned correctly. We did get Survivor down a lot of the time, and EWT ended up securing that win.
Medkit, what else happened to game number 2 that eventually led to the downfall of our previous champions?
I think even Worse Timing in this match was in full control. Last match we saw that professors were up in kills but behind in CS and macro, but this time Even Worse Timing was up on all three of those categories. Now, there was this one moment when professors had Orb Prime and they had the chance to kind of put a lot of pressure down lanes, and they were sieging down the inhibs. But I saw it right away. The 3 Fang Teeth went for the Even Worse Timing, which means they didn't have the extended duration for Orb Prime. So all they had to do was bide their time, because as soon as that's gone, they can pounce with that 8% power advantage from all 3 Fangs. And the other thing I want to mention is a little bit of itemization. So I noticed Pablo loves his Onyxian Quiver on Murdoch, and there's a reason for that. There's a really interesting interaction between the passive from Murdoch's passive and the sort of the shots coming from Onyxian Quiver. It allows Pablo to absolutely shred objectives. And not only that, there was another thing I noticed. He didn't build Demolisher. The reason is because Import was a frontline demon on the battlefield. He had Basilisk first, so he's frontlining like crazy. He's shredding everyone's armor. At that point, Pablo didn't need demo at that point. He was just on the scoreboard, securing kill after kill after kill. Overall, collective effort from Even Worse Timing.
Yep, and we saw how he was able to make an impact on the game anywhere on the map. Congratulations, even worse timing. You get to advance to the grand finals and have a chance at that prize pool. Are you getting the $2,000 as the first placer, or are you going to take the $1,000 as the second placer? Unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to our doctors, but before we do that, let's take a look at this updated bracket. All right, so Chefs versus Villains semifinals. The first series we just watched, Villains won 2-1. The series we just watched in the semifinals, Even Worse Timing versus Profs, 2-0, with Even Worse Timing coming out on top. So now Villains versus Even Worse Timing will be the next series we are going to watch. This is a best of 5, and there is money on the line. Thank you everybody for tuning in so far, and for those who are still with us, if you like what you see, please go ahead, drop us a follow. We're on YouTube, join our Discord. Maybe we'll be able to see you in the next PCC. Every donation counts as well. We really appreciate every single person here in this community, and thank you for helping make this happen. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, we have to say goodbye to Mr. Meds and a Medkit. Medkit, how are we going to keep up with you?
I go by Medkit. I make Predecessor videos and shorts on YouTube. So I do have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/amedkit. So check out my content. I appreciate all the likes and views and subscribes, of course. And the other place you can follow me is on Twitter. So x.com/amedkityt. Over there, I make a lot of Predecessor memes. And again, that's where my tag comes from. If you look at Omeda City, I have the Meme King tag. And you'll see a reason why if you follow me on Twitter.
And Mr. Meds?
Yeah, you can find me in the general Discord and at my X. So I appreciate you guys having me here. We cast some
at your X.
At your X
place? Well, on my Twitter. Sorry, it's not called Twitter anymore. I really appreciate the games today. I think we had a really good games, and I'm excited for the finals.
Thanks for joining me, Medkit and Mr. Meds. Thanks for joining us, chat. Don't go anywhere. We are going to have a short break, but up next, we have the grand finals. Villains versus Even Worse Timing. We'll be right back.
Hello?
My name is Lance Cecil. I am the talent coordinator and one of the casters for PCC. Kind of been around since the beginning and still going strong. Six is back as well with a whole bunch of health, and the ult is going to come down and it's going to pick up Pablo. They're going to delete Six. Where did he go? Like a magic man. Now you see him. Now you don't. I played Paragon for the entirety of his existence, minus a couple of weeks right after Wukong was released. I followed Predecessor pretty much from the time that they shut Paragon down. As soon as the live access happened last December 1st, I've just been glued to my computer chair since then. One of the things that I thought was important was that this game survives and makes it a long time, and I was trying to think of ways that I could help and contribute to that, and I can't really do any coding, and I can't really do any sort of development work for them, nor would they be interested in having me anyways for it. And I've always loved esports and casting. I started watching esports with the Season 3 League of Legends World Championship when Faker won his first one. And I've just kind of been in love with esports and casting since then. I saw an opportunity to, give it a roll, see if I was any good at it, and kind of test the waters with it. Once Predecessor happened, I had a buddy that was starting a tournament and decided to try to cast it for him. And since then, I've just, fallen in love with the community and the scene, and casting's definitely the favorite thing that I do.
50 scrims, 20 days, 1 PCC championship for professors, baby!
If I had a dream of where I would like to see the pred comp scene go to, it would be sponsored organizations and lands all of the time. So like similar to how LCS does it, where those people are all in one location, I would love to be able to like be around and be in person with the people that I've been helping to do the PCC stuff with. That's definitely a pipe dream and where I would like to see it go. Hey, if you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself? I know I would. I'd cover myself in brown mustard. I'd be delicious.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Ardog with the Triple G's. Welcome back to PCC6. We are watching the grand finals of our main event. It is an honor to watch with you, to witness what these gamers from Predecessor have to offer. How are you all doing? Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are from in the world. Thank you for being here and for being a part of the journey. The PCC is a community-based tournament built by gamers just like you who have a passion for the community with the goal of building the competitive scene. Now, I am joined by Mugiwawa, lover of statistics, game analyst, and coach. How are you, Mugi?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. I'm very happy to be here. And yeah, my prediction for the semis were wrong, so I can't wait to see what those two teams has in for us.
Thanks, Mugi. And of course, we have Joe, yours truly, content creator, offlaner, extraordinaire, and QA for Omega Studios. How's it going, Joey?
I'm doing awesome. I'm pretty excited because I think this is my first time being on the desk for the grand finals of a PCC tournament. So I'm really stoked to see this best of 5 on our way right here in just a sec.
Yeah, I'm also so stoked to watch together with you guys. I'm so glad to have you both back. I mean, with that being said, let's take a look at the current bracket. So we just finished watching the first 2 series of our semifinals, Chefs versus Villains, with Villains coming out on top. They 2-0'd, while this last series we just watched, it was Even Worse Timing versus the Professors. And unfortunately, they won. And EWT does move forward and they secure that spot in the grand finals. So both of these teams, there's money at stake now. Villains versus EWT will be a best of 5. The first placer will win $2,000, whereas the second placer will win $1,000. Mugi, I gotta ask you about, you're from EU, and we know that Even Worse Timing has players from Europe. What else do we know about this team?
Well, to be honest, I used to be a sucker for Even Worse Timing. I love their playstyle. I love how they open up the map. They were always amazing when it comes to actually those macro plays and also those fundamentals that I feel like in the competitive scene of Predecessor were kind of lacking for now. Teams are still building up to that ideals, but it's true that recently they weren't performing so great on scrims, and so that's why I was expecting Professor to dominate them in the semifinal. But here we are. I should have trust in my fellow EU colleague, and they just got there, showing very, very strong, great adaptability when it comes to draft. Everyone can play whatever they want in this team. Ray, an amazing player playing on the super troll. We see Import playing in the jungle for so many times. Pablo winning multiple tournaments, is a monster on the carry role, and of course the Snoop coming back again, kind of derusting a little bit for a month, and the Snoop you see a month ago, the Snoop you see tonight and today is absolutely completely different, and they're monsters.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they will have up their sleeve. Are they going to be changing their play style based on what we just saw with the semifinals, or up against Villains? Maybe they'll pull out something different. But with the Villains, we have Lobber, Appy Picker. We also have Lakeinator, Toasty, as well as Lobby, Appy Picker, Toasty. Joey, help me out. Who are the other players?
Did you say Bry on the mid lane?
Right, there you go. He was a new pickup for the Villains, and surprisingly, they're really finding their chemistry. But what is their strategy coming into the grand finals, Joey?
Yeah, so if you guys have been paying attention, this team's been very consistent on their picks, with Toasty just going right to 5 out of 5 times, Luckily on the Roda 4 out of 5 times, Bry on Iggy 4 out of 5 times, that's kind of surprising right there, Appy on the Camille 5 out of 5 times, so this is a team that seems like they found that perfect team comp for them. However, I think it's pretty obvious by now what kind of picks they're going to prioritize, especially with the Toasty Victor kind of pick right here, and knowing EWT who's been paying attention and knowing to adapt in this team drafts, I think they're gonna make Lake's team just kind of really awkward and being able to try to get their picks through all the way.
Yep, and we saw from the semifinals rather, we saw what Pablo was able to do with Murdoch, but that's not to say Lakin can't play Murdoch either. But we gotta get our predictions in. Knowing what we know, I'm gonna put you first, Mugi. Who are you predicting to win in this best out of 5? Will it be the villains, or is it going to be even worse timing?
So there is like 3 reasons that I will put even worse timing as my prediction. The first one is kind of a run back of the PCC4 final that we see like even worse timing we're facing against Dirty Lake and the boys back in the time, and it's practically the same roster with 4 on each side, and even worse timing absolutely crushed Dirty Lake and the boys, which is villains now. But it was like a long time ago. The second reason is just because I'm from EU and I have to root for the EU boy. I kind of not trusted like NSN backs EU and even worse timing going into that tournament, and even worse timing is proving me wrong. And the last reason for me is PCC2 has been won by a EU team. PCC4 by even worse timing with most of their player being EU. So PCC6, I think it's the even type of like PCC has to be for EU people there. So of course even worse timing is going to win in the end.
This is what makes Predecessor so great, is that even worse timing does have that blend of players from NA and players from EU, and it doesn't even matter with the ping because they were able to show up and win and, you know, kick out the professors out of PCC6. Now the question is yours. The next question is yours, Joey. Who are you casting your vote on to win in this best of 5?
Yeah, as much as I love to cast my support for my NA team, there's also the dev team I also want to show my support for, so I think I'm gonna go with EWT right here. Which, I mean, like, I think the last semis against Professors, EWT kind of proved that they're showing up really, really strongly right here. And not to say that villains are also showing really strong too. However, they're showing strong with consistent picks. I think as soon as people catch on to the fact that Toasty is actually kind of a guilt on Ritter and actually start banning those specific picks out, I think that's where villains are going to start to slowly fall apart. And that's what EWT really just like feasts on, is trying to ban out specific player picks in these drafts.
Oh gosh. So this happened with like the 2 other desk segments where both of the analysts did vote for the same team. I'm gonna go if you know the popular vote is going to be EW2, that means the underdog is the villains. So I am going to cast my vote on the underdogs, locking in villains 100%, full stop, no breaks. Like I mentioned earlier in the semifinals, Appy Picker, even though he was previously a mid laner, he's able to show himself as a jungler for the villains, and he was able to take his team through the groups, through the elimination rounds, and finally they are here in the grand finals. Each and every player from the villains are able to shine. So voting for you, villains, don't let me down. Without further ado, let's head right into the draft. Mugi, we know both of the supports from villains and even worse timing really prioritize Richter. Is that what we're going to be seeing, or what do you think?
Well, even worse timing, when they were first picked, they actually decided to remove the Richter in their series against Professors. And I think, like, so far, like Joey was saying, we see the Richter played 5 times by Toasty, and we see the Gamer also played 5 times by Appy Picker. And so they didn't, like, force anything else. And so I guess even worse timing wants immediately to remove this Richter to kind of, okay, Toasty, you're amazing on Richter this tournament, but you're gonna have to play something else.
And we see right here, villains fire back with the Chimera Bear, which is pretty bold because that's Appy's comfort pick. However, Import is also a beast on the Chimera right here. So both teams just taking bans out for both, not only for the enemy team, but for themselves. So it's going to be really interesting to see what even worse time they prioritize on the first pick right here.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting that Chimera ban from the side of villains, but even worse timing, also like in the previous match, they just first picked Chimera So maybe they wanted to not play against it. Like if Happy Picker is playing it that much, it's maybe because they know it's super strong in their hands, and so they also know that it's super strong in the hands of Even Worse Timing. So a very open draft here. I think we're probably looking around like the Steel, the Bellica, the Decker. I would assume those direction, and here we can see the Bellica first pick. I think here you can either go for the Bellica because it's more flexible for your team comp and it's easier to play like in mid. You also have like the potential for support, or you can go for Decker if you want to target Toasty even more, because we know that Toasty loves the Decker and immediately we see Toasty locking the Decker in.
Yeah, and we see the Modok actually being picked this dang early, which it's actually been surprised that I think Modok's been kind of a sleeper pick going into this tournament, and we see that both Pablo and Legendary has been showing why Modok is just performing so incredibly well right here. With that Modok and Decker duo, that's going to be a very kill heavy kind of early laning phase right there. So it's gonna be kind of tricky to see how Even Worse Time is gonna respond to that really early aggression right there. But I think it's typical picks to go Bellica Decker right here. Every time we see a Bellica or Decker pick, one side, the other side just immediately pick that up, because trying to if a team gets both of them locked in, that's just gonna be really unfun. And we see right here the Steel and Tremblast being picked right here. What do you think, Mookie?
Well, I think it's interesting. Like Steel was definitely in the contention, and here I think like Even Worse Timing, like thinking like, do we want the Steel, do we want the Sevrog? Because I know they're also run the Sevrog jungle, but I don't think you could afford to pick both of them. And if you want to deny the Steel on the side of villains, I think it's better, but also like maybe denying the Sevrog. So I think here it was really like a question about which frontline we want. And then I like the Twin Blast pick. They kind of locked immediately their second pickup, but I'm pretty sure Pablo is very confident to play the Twin Blast into the Murdoch. It's a matchup that can be a little bit complicated, but Murdoch always bring this long arm of the law that we have seen has been super valuable both for Even Worse Timing and villains in previous series. And I think the idea of Even Worse Timing of going like that carry that early is of course securing the Twin Blast, but also keeping options open. We still don't know like the jungle, the off lane, and I think they're gonna have a fight trying to put like either the Snoop or Lobber on the priority pick. And here we can see the Sevrog being locked, most likely probably for Lobber. Lobber is not for a Sevrog. And keeping those options open on the side of Even Worse Timing, that means that they still can go in the jungle, and then we pick a counter pick to Lobber.
Yeah, we see right here immediately the feelings is like, yeah, we want to have Lobber have several off lane, so let's ban out the Grux. So that's one huge count hit taken away, because if it's anything like the last tournament, Sevrog hates going against a really hyper early game hero, and that is Grux. So it seems like it's very obvious that there's going to be Lobber on the Sevrog off lane, but we know that Appy can play the Sevrog jungle from time to time as well. So it could be a little bit mind games right here. There could be a potential option depending on who Even Worse Timing pick up here in the off lane. But it's very interesting that both Even Worse Timing and villains have the same kind of strategy in this first half, where they have the CC, they have the front line, and they have the ADCs locked in. So really just all eyes is kind of on the mid and jungle / right here. And we see the Iggy ban coming through, taking away that Iggy comfort pick from villains. So that's what I mean. Even Worse Timing called on to the comfort picks from villains, and they're gonna immediately start to target ban these players and make them play picks they're not as comfortable with.
And so we go for the Greystone as an answer. Greystone, like probably like the number one like jungler so far, super strong, especially like here kind of blind. I don't think there is like any type of jungler that can really compete into it. And it's very interesting you were talking about, because we got the Rictor, the Iggy, and the Chimera ban, when we're talking at the beginning of which character villains has been playing the whole tournament. Here, out of the 4 that were playing the whole tournament, 3 has been banned. And so immediately Even Worse Timing, like forcing villains to find new solution. And I hope villains have like a hero pool like deep enough, at least like as a team of 5, because otherwise if it works there, like this strategy from Even Worse Timing, maybe it's gonna be like a repeat of the 3-0 swipe that we have seen like 2 tournaments ago.
And we see right here, the last 2 picks for Even Worse Timing is going to be the Nod Bash and the Cerberus. And we see Wei on the Nod Bash. He does that pick incredibly well. And I think they really want to like secure that Nod Bash pick, because against a Greystone and Sevrog, it's so hard to match the durability they both offer. So might as well pick a Nod Bash right here, so that allows the Steel and Cerberus the front line even better, and be able to probably like overwhelm in those 5v5 fights in the mid to late game. And of course with the Cerberus pick right here, that's going to be a like pretty decent answer to the Sever offering if that's where the Series is gonna go right there. But more importantly, the Series and Steve Wombo combo with the Narbash kind of falling behind is gonna really allow some really great pick potential for even worse timing.
Yeah, and that's already like a very well-rounded team comp. You have the two frontliners, one being Steel, the other one being Zarus. What I kind of like with the Zarus when you pick a Narbash is that it's not as durable as a normal frontline, but it brings a lot of damage. And of course, you have the Billick and the Twin Blast staying behind, being able to dish a lot of damage. And here we round up the draft with the Howitzer. To be fair, with the Several, Greystone, Decker, what they needed is a lot of damage to be able to one-shot that Narbash, one-shot that Twin Blast, that Billikat, those backliners, as we see Bry opting for the Howitzer, and that's definitely a pick that can bring definitely the rain from above.
Joey, Mugi kind of highlighted what the team fight will look like from EWT, but what does a team fight look like from the villains?
Yeah, so I think for what villains want to do is they want to be the initiators in this team fights, because I think if even more time it gets the better start of team fight with the Steel or Series engagement, it can be quite hard for villains to kind of backpedal and protect their backline. But we're talking about Greystone and Sevar, the two most kind of W key warriors in this game. So I think if they can initiate team fights and walk down the Twin Blast Bellica, I think they're gonna make it really hard for even worse time to answer.
And lastly, Mugi, for the duo matchup, this is a little bit different because we've got the Murdoch in Lakeinator's hands, but what does the matchup look like in the duo lane?
Well, it's mainly Twin Blast and Narbash. It's two scaling picks, so the early moment they can't really fight, but Decker Murdoch can be aggressive, but it's not as aggressive as it could be with a Drongo or with a Kira. So in the end, like, villain should be like having complete control of that lane, but it's gonna be actually hard to convert that advantage, and they should like try to convert that advantage by like maybe early rotation or Fangtooth, while not letting the Narbash and Twin Blast scales too freely, but they can't really like stop them fully either.
And that's our draft. Ladies and gentlemen, get your snacks, or I hope you have them already. You have your drink on hand, because this is game number 1 of the grand finals. Even worse timing versus the villains. We have TJ, DJ, and Tang. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Wow, what an event PCC6 has been. 24 teams started. We're down to our final 2, even worse timing, versus the villains. With the professors out, the reigning champions gone. That means even worse timing will either become our first 2-time champions, or the villains become the 6th unique champions of PCC. So much to look forward to, but man, I've got Tang alongside me for this one. This grand final set, even worse timing, villains. These teams have really stepped up today and playing some incredible Predecessor.
Yeah, I think that's the storyline of today. I'm looking forward to stepping into the game, but I think from what we've seen in the semifinals, we've seen even worse timing against Professors, probably the favorites going into this event, the defending champions as well, and they have just been on a rampage in scrims behind the scene, but against EWT, against the new EWT, they just didn't quite have the same amount of team play, of coordination. So they did end up falling short to EWT. They just stepped up as a team. They swapped their priorities a bit around. They went more towards like a tanky offlane, more like instead of like the carry that we usually see the Snoop play. But on the other side of the bracket, we have villains that just with like individual step ups that are just kind of out of the world. We just see, just Lorber, for example, just absolutely smashing his lane opponents over and over again.
Yeah, and it almost feels as well with the villains, you know, with that top bracket as well, with the 4 teams we had going in, and also Chefs versus the villains as well. It was a matchup that really could have gone either way. We were expecting it to be really competitive, and of course, you know, it did go the distance, went to game 3. Some people would argue that probably, you know, Rebel Oasis probably pulled the Chefs through into that game number 3 with the backdoor play, but honestly, the step up from the villains has been fantastic. And as you said, with even worse timing as well, outplaying what were the tournament favorites going into this one. But now we are on the battleground. We are on the map. Game number 1 of the grand finals is upon us. And we can actually have a look a little bit more at these compositions in more detail, Tang. We got Teamfight versus the W Key Gamers, as I think it's been dubbed.
Yeah, I think the W key gamers with the Sevrog and the Greystone to just run down the EWT backline. I think EWT after the quarters yesterday are a bit afraid of the Greystone. They had that happen to them before. It ended up being banned every single game from that point onwards. We can see whether Epipicker can do the same with playing the Greystone in the jungle this time. We also see Lorba in the offlane with the Sevrog, like his biggest signature pick for sure.
Yeah, just I think with the Murdoch as well, it kind of feels to me a little bit strange to say that this might be one of the most contested pick of this finals as well, because Pablo's been on a tear on that Murdoch as well. Lakenator putting up the numbers on the Murdoch as well. So to see that matchup over on the left-hand side, we've got two key matchups that we want to highlight. So we're going to start with Pablo versus Lakenator. Both players really stepping up when it matters, combining their play on the Murdoch with the rest of the team as well. Pablo, this is his 4th appearance in a PCC Grand Final, and he's already won 2 of them as well. That is frankly insane to think about.
Yeah, no, this guy is just so good at the video game. It's kind of disgusting. Like Pablo on that Twin Blast right now plays against Lakenator on the Murdoch that has also been on a tear on the other side of the bracket. Pablo though, like really putting on a clinic, especially the games before on the Murdoch, as you mentioned, just using that long arm of the law to not only secure the kills in his lane, but also all across the map on the offlane, just impacting the map everywhere with this pick.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on them for sure, as they have got their duo lane as well. Toasty as well definitely has had a real good tournament so far as well. It honestly feels like, pulling back towards the villains as well, is that each of these individual members have almost had like a highlight reel of themselves. Like every time they need someone to step up, if it's Toasty, if it's Bry, if it's Appy, if it's Lorba, they have all done so. And, you know, they are reaping the rewards of it so far.
Yeah, and I think with Toasty, it's that there was a lot of respect shown in draft as well. We saw the Richter being banned by the side of EWT, not wanting to play against Toasty on that character because Toasty doesn't really miss, as we see a bit of trading towards Lakenator and Ray and Pablo getting shoved in a bit. Not really too much happening, I think, with the Narbush lane. It's not really something where you can get a kill. It's just more to get a bit of breathing room, to get a bit of HP regen. It doesn't really look like there is going to be too much happening. But the second lane we wanted to talk about was the off lane with the Sevrog getting shoved in by the Saras in the early levels, but then the Sevrog hopefully scaling into a late game powerhouse. We can see right here, Lorba shoved on the tower, already having to reset at 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough old time for Lorba on this Sevrog pick, but there was a reason that the villains found themselves having that Sevrog banned against them. Arguably Lorga's signature pick inside of this solo lane. Again, another player who really stepped up inside of that semi-final and almost hard carried from that role. I'm going to hold that thought for a moment. We do have our first engage coming down. Toasty throws down a containment fence, respectfully blinked away by Ray. There's going to be the blink down on the Narbash, but first gank. Going to go the way of Appy Picker.
Yeah, first gank goes over to the side of villains, no kill secured, but that is the blink on the Narbash, a big objective for them. It's also the gold buff secured for the Greystone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, interestingly enough, we saw Import gank the offlane with nobody there because he just wanted to give an earlier shove to the Saras, also secure the Cyan buff for him and also get a bit of a CS lead. That was kind of the story of the game against Professors. It was Import really trying to get his level 6 first to contest that early Fangtooth to get a few good ganks with that ultimate, because if he doesn't have it up, it's just not as good as it would be.
Yeah, just the impact of these ultimates coming in from the solo side, again, something that we are going to have to watch. And honestly, with just the nature of this grand finals as well, it's the moment all eyes are going to be on these two teams as well, but we get a best of 5 to really see these two teams have a fleshed out series as well. Minimum of 3 games. It is worth noting as well that this is technically a rematch of PCC4. Villains going by the name of Dirty Lake and the Boys played against Even Worse Timing's first iteration roster. Even Worse Timing 3-0, victors coming out on top, with the Snoop picking up the MVP performance of that match as well. So, you know, for this EWT team, very scary, but knowing the villains as well, they're not just playing the villains this series, but they want a bit of revenge, and this is certainly the time to do it.
Yeah, it certainly is. It was a similar roster than last time, or like almost the same one. I think it was only Epi in mid lane and Grazzi in jungle. Now we have Bry with Epi swapping over to the jungle, and like we can see Epi just really like to gank, and we see Ray getting caught in the dual lane.
Yeah, he's got no blink, and that's going to be Pablo having to blink away from the amount of pressure coming out from this Greystone. That's 2 ganks, 2 blinks going to be burnt on this left-hand side. And if there's anything that can be said about Abby Picker, probably spends more time ganking than in these farms. But if you're burning resources, I think that's worth it.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it. It makes the dual lane so much easier to play, especially on a sort of kill lane with the Deck and the Murdoch that have so much damage in the individual 1v1, as we see Snoop and Lorber also trading. All 2 matchups really showing a lot of promise in this game. But yeah, both blinks blown over to the side of EWT on the dual lane. Meanwhile, we see Steel invade towards the red side, take that away from the Greystone that used a bit too much time over on the dual lane.
Yeah, it could be some good heads-up play by Import, and also with that push into solo side, with that push onto mid as well, even if the villains try to contest that red buff, there's going to be walking into some resistance. But in the mid lane, Bry with the ultimate nearly forces out a kill onto Shin, but Shin is going to have to recall, and a bit of pressure has been relieved. But now Appy Picker under that same pressure in the right-hand side. Lorber still stuck under tower. Thankfully, Appy does have the jump over to the tier 2 tower to get to safety. But even worse timing, just trying to probe this part of the map, trying to find that weakness.
Yeah, I think it's a lot about the offlane right now. Both members need to watch out there. As we see Lakenator getting caught, Ray is walking forward, hits a good dunk, but no follow-up damage by Pablo is gonna be able to be dealt. But remember, Pablo and Ray do not have any blinks. They just try to push the wave in as aggressively as they can. We see a bit of a rotation by Bellica, but she opts to just ward towards the river. And so there's still no kill at 7.5 minutes, but it's certainly not because Epi wasn't ganking.
Yeah, it's definitely not for lack of trying, as you say, with the 2 ganks from Appy as well. But Import showing on the right-hand side, Appy showing on towards the left-hand side. Is this more of an indication of the game plans coming out from both these junglers?
Yeah, but interestingly enough, with Grazzi ganking so much, he's still a level up on Import that has only just now ticked over to level 6 after getting the blue buff. Greystone also level 6 already. We have almost equal CS scores between the teams. We have like 60 CS on Lorber right now. I didn't quite catch Snoop CS, but it should be around similar. So Lorber being able to keep up with the Saros in farm, even with the steal, paying a visit quite a few times over to that lane, just shows that Lorber is really confident piloting that Sevarog that scales super well into the late game.
Well, absolutely no pressure on you, Lawbro, my friends. But if there's one series to show why this pick has been banned against you so many times, now is definitely the time to show it. And, you know, as I said, has got that confidence to step forward into the lane as well. We know that Import is going to be on that left-hand side. It's going to be with the trading patterns at the moment. Of course, Lawbro has been weathering that storm, been under tower twice, and also had the Snoop invading. But Abby pick a third time, maybe third time, the charm over on this left-hand side. Containment fence, Iron Strike rooting up on towards Ray. He's got to be careful. Book shot from Lakenator. Get first blood. Import with the bull rush. Still has the shield stand available. It's going to go up, down. Grab the go on towards Appy Picker. Does still have Stoneforge Soul available. Going to start to fight this one out. But this is a 3 versus 2. And Import has already used that mobility to go in. Waiting on the cooldown. Bull rush to get away. It's only the 1 kill. But first blood goes into Lakenator's pocket.
And they finally secure a kill after ganking the dual lane so many times. And I think Naubash had the blink up again, and he actually did use it, but he still went down to the buckshot, as you mentioned. It's also both ultimates used on either side of the junglers. It was the Greystone going into his Stoneforge Soul. It was also the Steel using his Shield Slam, so no clear advantage towards that Fang fight. But we see Bellica heading over towards the dual lane again, but there are wards nearby.
Yeah, some good heads-up play coming out here. And that's going to be Shin spotted out, at least that ward just in the middle of the river. Going to give away the play. And Shin having to return back towards mid lane. But again, even worse timing, showing what their what they're trying to bring to the table here. Known for their macro play, known for maybe taking the game slow, but as soon as they see an opportunity, as soon as they pull the trigger, that the team are going to surge ahead. As Bry going to take a little bit of pressure. Imports on his left behind that shadow curtain. Also got Shin waiting behind if Bry wants to step forward, but I think he might have a bit of an inkling about what's going on here. Going to take a bit of an R2000, but the Import's going to go for the gank, and now Appy with the counter gank up in the air we go. Bry looking for the kill on towards Shin. Not going to find the kill, but a good counter gank. Appy in the right place, right time. But meanwhile, Lorba in a solo with the Snoopers under the tower. Long of Law came out. Lorba hunting for the subjugate. Can't confirm, but that's going to be the Snoop getting away. But look towards the map. Import is around, and Lorba might think he's just bit off a bit more than he can chew. He's going to get but from behind the tower. No, he knows he's going to go down, so gives himself an execute and goes back to base.
Yeah, that's really smart played by Lorba, trying the tower dive, but Snoop was just a bit too much HP. It ended up almost being a trade. One spear connecting with the execute mechanic on the spear of Mia from Saras would have secured it, but it ended up not being the case. But now on the other side of the map, with Import doing a play on the offlane, we instantly see Appy Picker start up that Fang Tooth, and that's going to be fastest Fang Tooth of the game for them.
Yeah, he's even going to push up onto Ray as well, but Shin is there. But now the Snoop rotated on the right-hand side, throws down the Colosseum, going to get the lockdown and find a kill on towards Appy Picker. Even worse timing are on the board in the kill department, but the Fang Tooth did go the way of the villains.
Yeah, that's Fang Tooth over. That's one kill to the side of EWT though, and that's no blink on the Howie that is instantly getting caught. He does have the ultimate up, but it is not gonna be enough. He's just got knocked out of it instantly, and Shin and Import with a good linker play invade the blue side, get the kill. Saros also in the mid lane. They want something more, and they're just gonna push towards the mid lane. Saros is gonna hit that a bit. I think once the respawns get in, Bellica is gonna head over to the offlane, catch the wave there, making sure that they're not dropping too many waves anywhere. That's really good gameplay by them, making sure that if the Saras moves over to mid lane, the Bellic instantly runs off lane, catches waves, does not get too far behind in terms of CS.
Yes, some really good discipline coming out there from Even Worse Timing, and also for Bry to get caught out in the blue side. Thought his jungle was safe, but made that mistake, and Even Worse Timing sticking around, perhaps waiting for a member of the villains to just think that they have lulled into that false sense of security before they pounce. But Even Worse Timing pull the trigger, get the kill onto Bry. That's the second one on the board, and yeah, bit of a lane swap is here. You know, Shin over to the right-hand side, stoop into mid. Now going to switch back, and we're back to pretty much a neutral state all in all. But that mid lane tower definitely has been looking healthier as it's been hit on by the Snoop, and also on towards Shin. I'm just looking at Ray's positioning as well, starting to move, starting to rotate, and see if they can get any picks around the map.
Yeah, Steel is looking over towards the offlane as we've seen so many times. Lorba is fighting against Snoop right there. There's going to be a barricade stun coming out, but Lorba just being so tanky already finished his Fire Blossom. There's no kill to be had here. I really want Steel to affect the dual lane instead of ganking the Saras over and over again. At this point in the game, Lorba has already weathered the storm. He is stronger than the Saras in the 1v1 in isolation. Like, Saras can still hold his own, he can still wave clear, but I don't think as the Steel you want to waste too much time ganking it. As we see Lorba run away, Steel is close by, but maybe he just wants to look for the mini prime instead, but low resources across the board, and there's a gank going on towards the dual lane.
That's going to be the fourth appearance of Appy Picker over towards his left-hand side. He's going to have a bit of a freeze frame, but we're straight back into the action. Gank comes through, Ventilate coming out from Pablo as well, but no kills dropping. Mid laners are on the way as well, but are going to be running over the wall. Wards. Shin is going to back off, and Bribe returns to the mid lane, but behind him is going to be Imports. He's going to be on top of the staircase as well. Has to be so careful. There's a shield stand from the top rope right into the Make It Rain. Able to get some damage down onto Shin, but this is going to be Bribe taking the pressure. Import making the presence known inside of the mid lane, but once again, no kills dropping.
No kills dropping, but Lorber is trying his best, getting Snoop really low with a good subject and using it to get him low and low, and Lorber finally secures the kill. 290 HP left after getting that kill, and Greystone, after seeing his Severog get the solo kill against Snoop in the offlane, instantly goes towards the objective. He knows he has the winning matchup now. Severog is still on the map. Saros is not. Bellic in the mid lane also falling in the meanwhile, and that's gonna be objective started for the side of Villains.
Yeah, they are going to be securing that mini prime, but it is going to be traded as on this left-hand side. Even with Appy Picker's repeated appearances inside of this lane, tier 1 tower is going to drop for the side of the Villains. Going to pull ahead with that kill from Lakenator onto the mid laner Shin. Didn't see exactly how that happened, but I would expect that to be a long arm Allure coming down at least. But honestly, with this tournament going on, the long arm Allure, just both of these teams piloting this murder, going back to what Pablo has been doing on the pick, and now Lakenator as well. They have been having such an incredible job of just finding these kills, finding this golden XP, and impacting all over the map with that global ultimate.
Yeah, and it all comes down to like having a comp that can capitalize on the Murdoch, having a lot of damage with the Howie, for example, in the mid lane, having setup with the Decker, a stun into a snipe is nearly unmissable. So really smart play by Lakenator, also going the Vanquisher route, getting the execute on the snipe as well. As we look over towards the offlane, but honestly, nothing much is happening here. Snoop is just getting lower and lower, kind of loses the trade to Lorber really, really hard at this point in the game. Is probably gonna get away, but potentially Lorber flashes after him. There's gonna be just flashes exchanged, but over towards the Fangtooth. Yeah, people are grouping up. The second Fangtooth of the game has spawned.
Yeah, and also you had the long arm Allure coming down as well. Appy Picker in a spot above her inside the pit. Import going to go with the up down, and that's going to be the lockdown, and that's what they needed. Jungler is down for the Villains. Even worse timing. Flood in towards the Fangtooth pit. They've got the Snoop coming in from the mid lane as well, but without this jungler, the Villains know that there's no chance of an out secure. They're going to stay in the mid lane, try and push some of these waves, and even worse timing, find the pick, and are rewarded with their first Fangtooth.
And Greystone sadly died there with the ultimate and the blink up. Didn't get the chance to use it because there's just so much hard CC on the side of EWT with the Steel, with the Bellica, with the Narbash. There's just no chance for him to ever press it. So he does end up going down there. Was a bit too over-aggressive because he did not have his team to link up with. He was expecting to beat the Greystone with the 2 to 3 lives. I didn't quite see what crest he started. But yeah, that means that the Fangtooth is secured by EWT. That, if anything, gives them more breathing room. They stopped the Fang stacking that has cost them so many games historically. So yeah, they're definitely feeling happy about that.
Sure, and that's going to be evening up on the neutrals as well. Import showing themselves over on the right-hand side. Lorber has been allowed a little bit too much free agency in the right-hand side, not just with the solo kill on towards the Snoop, but the fact that the Severog is not underneath his tower. Again, more trading coming out here as both teams join the battle lines once again. There isn't a neutral objective on the board just yet. You have got a mini prime maybe spawning in just a couple of moments, but the big prime, the orb, will be spawning at that 20-minute mark as well. So both these teams looking for a flashpoint as Lorber's going to be in a 1 versus 2. The gang from Import once again mirroring the amount of pressure that Appy has been putting on that duo side, but Lorber is the one that still stays intact for now. But got to be careful though, because this again, Import just trying to get the Snoop a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, but I feel like still he should play around Pablo. The Snoop kind of is already in a big world of hurt right now. There's not much they can do against the Severog, so it's just a bit of time invested. We see Import the Steel heading over to the mid lane again. Bri respecting it, playing under his tower, has the ultimate and the blink up, so there's probably not going to be a play to be made there. But just in general, I am really scared of seeing that Lorber Severog right now on 170 CS. He has about 9 CS per minute. He is super fat. He has 2 items complete already. After that back, probably 2.5 almost. And he is super strong at this point in the game already. And he's only going to get stronger. And that is going to be the biggest problem for Pablo, for Shin, for the carry players off the side of EWT. Because that Sephiroth can just, in team fights, just run at them. That's why we dubbed them the W key comp.
Yeah, W Key Gamers, and also on this server, it's kind of another thing to be terrified as well is the fact that Lorba's just been staying in the right-hand side, hasn't actually moved out of this lane whilst all of this has been going on. It's still 3 kills to 3. The Snoop has been the one rotating for these Fang2 fights, been rotating for the neutrals, and Lorba has been more than happy to just keep on stacking, keep on farming, and become this late game monster. But look at the minimap, Appy making their first appearance, it feels like, or at least first in eternity, over towards this right hand side. Going to start to sweep away some of the wards, get ready for a potential All Prime fight coming up, as the All Prime has now spawned onto the map. Neither team really in a position, still lanes to farm, still jungle minions to clear as well before we think about another team fight.
Yeah, Mini Prime was taken so late that there is no second Mini Prime spawning this game. And the Big Prime is just a bit too early for the side of Villains to take, even if they have a slight lead going into the mid game right now. I don't think EWT is out of it yet at all, though, as we see a bit of a wraparound towards the dual lane import behind Toasty and Lakinator.
Gonna throw down a containment fence. There is the up down from Import on towards Lakinator. Hits by the CC, hit by the Funk. There's a blink, but Ray was waiting for it. The crash bang boom comes out. There's the knock up. Lakinator still in bounce. City and Pablo's the one who's gonna cash in and get the kill. But reinforcements arriving. Ray takes a turret shot and also takes the beam from Toasty, and that's going to be a trade back. It's ADC for support, but Bry is here. So is Appy Picker as well. EWT starting to retreat. They got the pick they were after. Another stasis bomb is going to connect, but Import is pretty tanky on that steal, is not going to be feeling the after effects just yet. It's just going to be a 1-for-1 in dual lane.
And 1-for-1 in the dual lane. Ray just really heads up play by the Decker, using her Rift Walkers together with the stun of her RMB, together with the I do believe the Q to secure that kill, the Photon Disruptor, and gets the kill onto Ray. That's a good trade for them. That's a lot of blinks exchanged there in that sequence. I think that was Navish blink, that was Lakinator's blink as well on the Murdoch. So now, looking towards that third Fangtooth, we have a few weak spots. We also don't have the ultimate on Steel. Greystone still has it. So now EWT might be a bit weaker. Ray also used his ult right there to secure the kill on Lakinator. So now we see a lot of members heading over towards that Fangtooth that is being started by Lorba, but this is going to be a fight.
It's going to be using the subjugate. They're going to be rooting up. Import is going to have to try and blink away with the ball rush as well. Lorba still in the middle of it. Popping Razorback. Bry has taken down a jungler, but Lorba is in the fight, frontlining for his team. They have got the pick they were after. There's a nice knock-up coming in from Shin, and that's going to be Pablo putting down Toasty. And now this is the re-engage from EWT. The Snoop leading the charge. Ray with the movement speed. That's a blink forward. The Snoop Colosseum comes down. He's going to look to get the stack onto Lorba, but he's in CC. Gets the stack, gets the kill on towards Lorba, but still bodies flying either way. Villains are the ones losing the most. That is going to be 4 members dropping for them, as even worse timing collapse in the left-hand side and pull straight onto the Fangtooth.
And while all of that was happening, Howie was just split pushing in the mid lane, getting the tier 1 for himself. But that is Fangtooth dropping. That's a 4 kills going over to the side of EWT, with only Import and Snoop dropping. Snoop dying a hero's death right there, using the blink, using his Colosseum to lock 3 members of Villains up that tried to disengage after having a bit of a rough fight after Bellica found a double stun on 2 of them into Decker being deleted. So that was Toasty just not having any impact in that fight, sadly. So yeah, with that, EWT is ahead in Fangtooth. They are about even in objectives. The mini prime was secured by Villains before. But yeah, I mean, that changes things up quite a bit. Pablo, I think, also secured a few kills on that Twin Blast, and we saw that the Sephiroth can still bleed, even though he is kind of a demon in the offlane. With enough setup, with the Bellica and the Twin Blast, he can certainly fall as well.
Yeah, Pablo picking up that Demolisher as well, really starting to hurt on towards Lorba, who again will continue to scale as this late game goes on. But for the side of Villains, I don't think there's too much to be concerned about. I mean, even though that fight was even worse timing, getting the win and getting that neutral, Villains were still able to answer 2 kills back. This game hasn't been blown wide open just yet. It still remains in this deadlock. But with a fight over on that neutral objective, we look naturally towards the right-hand side, or Prime, maybe a target for both of these teams. But once again, it's trying to find that opportunity. Tang, where do you think that opportunity is going to come?
Well, Import was looking towards doing something on the dual lane, but Lakenator smells it. He doesn't walk up to wave, even with good warding. He is playing super safe. Bry also with the Howitzer ultimate up. He is pretty ungankable at the moment. Does need to be a lot of resources invested to get rid of him. We also see a lot of wards around the Prime. So it feels like it's all about Lorber just split pushing on the side. Again, we know Snoop can't really match it as well. Snoop is always going to lose out in those trades with Tainted Guard already built on Lorber as his second item. He's just kind of basic attacking Snoop. He's getting him lower and lower, but Import wants to change it.
Yeah, ball rushing in towards the Sevarog. Razorback going to be popped by Lorber. Phantom rushing away. Still having an opportunity. Nice double subjugate comes out from Lorber. And that's going to be cutting out that play on the right-hand side. But look to your mini-map. Appy Picker, Toasty, and Briar all on the way. They're going to look toward the collapse onto Import. He goes for the shield slam out. Bull rush to follow. He's going to at least get away. Make it rain. Just blocked by a well-timed wall coming out from the steel. Villains trying to make a play move. And even the long arm of the law can't get the kill on towards Import. Even worse timing. Stay alive.
But Lakenator might be dove on the other side of the map, has to walk away from his tier 2, and they're going to lose so much. On the flip side, because that was Toasty also rotating over to the offlane, as we see Snoop already engaging again, but there's still a lot of members there. That's Epi Picker engaging onto the Snoop, and Shin is going to have a good knock-up onto the Greystone that has to pop his ultimate, and does end up going down to, I do believe that was Steel. Meanwhile, Pablo on the other side of the map gets the inhib as well.
Yeah, Villains are starting to crumble here. Left-hand side, Lakenator dove underneath his inhibitor, and that's going to be the even worse timing. Duralane, who have not left that side of the map in this entire exchange. They're going to force a mini-wave underneath the core that is going to force them to back away, but Lake getting dove under the inhibitor, and the Villains losing Appy Picker on the right-hand side, starting to crumble apart, and even worse timing. Sense weakness, and they're going to exploit it.
They're going to exploit it by taking the tier 1. Also gonna take the entire blue side of the jungle off the side of Villains for themselves. But it's just Pablo and Ray playing as 2. Meanwhile, Lakenator is being left alone by Toasty that tried to help on the offlane play, where nothing just ended up happening because Steel still had his Blink ultimate up. Also, Howitzer's ultimate got blocked by a good shield wall. So that is a lot of money in the pockets of EWT. In a game where it was so close just like a minute ago, with CS scores being still completely even, but now we have EWT grouping up around the big Prime.
Yeah, definitely get the sense that this is going to be where that next team fight is. Just having a look at here, checking in on Lorber, full stacks on the Sevarog, a very spiky boy. With the robes flowing as well in the right-hand side. Definitely going to be causing a bit of a problem for EWT in these fights if they're able to get the value out. But, of course, every time Lorber has rotated over, it's even worse timing, getting the better, and Pablo able to hit that damage. Lorber having to be careful as well. The Snoop is on the hunt, so is Impulse, so is Pablo. Throws a spear, hits onto Lorber, not going to do too much damage. But there is a bit of a play coming out here, Tang. You know, Lakenator is all the way on the left-hand side. Even worse timing, grouping up as 5 as well. We're going to look to try and get the pick on towards Appy. Just doing the best he can, going to be duking out with the Snoop, throws down the Colosseum, they make it rain over the top, but it just seems to tickle them. There's just not much damage coming out of Briar. Blink coming out to get Appy Picker away to safety. It's going to be the Blink follow as well. They're still on the hunt now. Briar is the one in trouble into the Epoch, and Snoop's going to be the one hitting him with the spear. Appy in the Stoneforge Soul only buys time, but his time is going to be spent back inside of the spawn room. EWT collapsing once again, and with a kill onto the jungler, they're going straight for the big Prime.
Yeah, and Lakenator had to worry about the left lane being pushed in, so he wasn't really there for the fight, and by the time he made it towards the mid lane, it was already his front line dying, the Greystone going down, the Howitzer also getting caught at the back end of it, and Lorber just being really, really low, and that is the big Prime secured over to the side of EWT, and it is also the Primal Fang being up, the 4th Fangtooth of the game. That would be the 3rd Fangtooth for EWT, and that would give them bonus power, bonus armor, and also a temporary buff that deals true damage.
Yeah, just to make the team fight even more terrifying, the setup coming down, the CC from Import. Shin as well, finding those seismic assaults in the middle of all these fights. Villains not going to let Primal Fangtooth go for free. They're going to start throwing abilities. They're going to start to poke as well. But EWT are the ones who are going to secure it. And now Funk will connect on towards Lorba. Knocked up as well, having to blink away. Shin with the Neuro Disruptor can't get the kill onto Lorba. Colossal blow throws Ray back, but Shin is on the hunt. So is Import. Phantom rushing away. Lorba is trying to flee for his life. He's down to 300 HP, but he knows his time is short. And Shin through the wall with a seismic assault adds another to their kill tally. Even worse timing, ruling the map.
Yeah, with that buff, even the tankiest Sevarog is not gonna survive getting stunned there by the Bellica, and he does go down. That leaves the side of Villains with no Sevarog. That's only the Greystone, as the solo tank, he does have his Stoneforge Soul up at the moment, but that's gonna be engaged towards the mid-inhib.
Also, it's going to go in the Blink the Riftwalker play. Appy over the top as well, but Toasty is just gone. Bry trying to get the damage down with the Make It Rain. He's got the pick on towards Shin at least. It's a 1-for-1. Import with the up down. The shield slam in towards the backline. Bry having to blink away, but they've lost Appy Picker. They've lost Lakeinator. Now Import once more. Bry in towards the Epoch from the Blink is just going to be waiting. Strike a pose as even worse timing. Going to close out this game. They pull the trigger, win the team fight, and they're going to strike first in this best of 5. Game 1 to even worse timing.
Yeah, it was so close this game until it just wasn't. It was really well played by EWT around the macro sort of game plan. We saw Pablo and Ray just sticking over towards their dual lane. Meanwhile, Lorba on the other side of the map also didn't leave his lane, which created sort of that conundrum where Lorba didn't rotate really for team fights, but Pablo also didn't. It stayed like that for a very long time, but that offlane fight just ended up happening, and EWT got a big advantage out of it, and Pablo also got the inhib plus the Lakeinator kill. That kind of sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, just that. We were talking about turning points inside this fight. I mean, you did have that play over on left-hand side. It was the 4-for-2 trade in favor of even worse timing. But yeah, that sequence of events, the play on the right-hand side, Lakeinator going down, it felt from that point on, even worse timing just found that punch they were looking for, and they just ran it home straight to the house and taking that game at 1 win. We're going to throw it back to the desk to break down this game and get us ready for game 2.
Thank you, TJ and Tang. Welcome back to the desk. Game number 1 was a banger. This is the grand finals, everybody. The Hamsters versus the Villains. And EWT able to secure game number 1 in this best of 5. Pablo, Ray, Shin, Import, and Snoop just working really well together, moving like a unit all over the map, really showing out and displaying just how good they are at the macro as well as the micro gameplay. Mugi, what did you notice from that first game?
Well, it was interesting because we can see that Even Worse Timing is the first team not focusing their ban on Lobers, but on the other member of the team Villains. And we have seen Lober get his Sevarog, it dominated the 1v1, but it ended up not really mattering because then when it comes to the team fight, I think these 3 big AoE ultimate with the Narbash, the Zarus, there's still like so many ways to engage and lockdown enemy target and force like those 4v4 team fight or 5v5 team fight was way too much to handle for Villains. And once we reach this macro part of the game, the Sevarog can't win 1v9.
Yep, and unfortunately, you can't just rely on Lober to, you gotta work together as a team as well. But Joey, what were the highlights for you and what are the key takeaways from game number 1?
Yeah, I think a lot of it really just came down to how the mid to late game team fights went, because obviously Lava got ahead on the Sevarog offlane, and we know that Greystone is just kind of a menace pick in the jungle. However, it seemed like that Appy wasn't showing as much dominance on Greystone compared to some of the other Greystone junglers, and because of that, it just seemed like the front line kind of fell apart a little bit. It seemed like, especially with Lava just getting focused down with CC and getting blown up pretty easily, and then Greystone also getting his ultimates kind of forced out. It just seems like the Even Worse Timing just got a better way at dealing with the front lines, and then the Narbash healing just really kept them super healthy in all these team fights.
Yep, and the EWT just had a lot of crowd control coming from all of their heroes. Mugi, Joey earlier mentioned what strategies the Villains need to apply, but what can they do to redeem themselves for game number 2?
Well, I think still having Lobber on a signature pick that can like kind of snowball and like kind of carry the team, it's still like something they can try to go for, but they need a slightly better execution. Like for instance, I think Epic can pull out the Greystone, but they need to not miss those ultimates during like the important fights, and also probably don't pick the Howitzer into the steel, because then like your main damage is just like stopped by the shield wall, and Import is going to place the shield wall correctly. So I feel like they need to tune down a little bit, still go into comfort zone, because I don't think they can go too far from it, but kind of fine tune a little bit like the micro plays, and also slightly better draft.
And lastly, Joey, like, are we going to be expecting what other? Sorry, I lost my train of thought here. Sorry, I meant to ask, instead of like, I know the villains didn't, unfortunately, EWT took away game number 1 from them, but what did the villains excel in?
Yeah, I think if anything, the Lekinator Tosi duo has been shown in this like tournament to be really strong. However, they're going against Pablo and Wei, so I think all eyes should be on the duo lane for both teams. I feel like whoever can dominate the duo lane more is what's going to be that kind of lead that team's going to latch onto and try to rely on that to carry in these games. So I think there's going to be a little bit more love to the duo lane, and I think that's how villains can slowly start to come up on top over even more timing.
Thanks everybody for watching and tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Game number 2 will be served right at you. We'll be back for a quick little break. Welcome back to game number 2 in the grand finals. This is the villains versus even worse timing. Game number 1 going to the hamsters. I'm not even going to, delay this. Let's cut to the chase. Show us the draft, please. All right, Mugi. You know that, Lauber was really showing out with the Sevrog. What sort of, are you going to be expecting the same bans, or what should we expect?
Well, the first thing I was quite curious is, does Villains is going to go for the first pick or the second pick? And we can see here they decided to go for the first pick, so maybe they can leave this camera open or leave this Richter open. That kind of they can leave both pick open and just ban something else, and then even worse timing will have to at least letting one of those go through. And so already I like that from Villains. They try to shake things around, and so I think they don't need to focus that much on trying to get a good pick for Lobbers, because we have seen Lobber being able to perform on multiple things, and even worse timing seems to be targeting other people. So let's see. I don't assume a camera ban again, and I don't assume a Richter ban. I would assume they leave both open and they try to get one of them for themselves.
Yeah, we saw what happened when they prioritized the Sevrog pretty early in the draft, and it kind of cost them the Iggy pick, which is a really good cover pick for Brian right here. So I kind of want to see Lobby gain the last pick, because it seems like you can just work with anything, whereas the mid lane and jungle seem a little bit more limited on the roster pool right here. So I really want to see them prioritize the jungle and mid lane. I think that's what Villains need to do, and let the kind of ADC and offlane get the last 2 picks here in the draft.
And also, I kind of wonder if at some point, I haven't seen Toasty played that much Narbash, because he has been playing Richter the whole tournament, but Narbash seems to be a very, very important support pick throughout the tournament, having very, very strong success, even though that means that you by default almost lost the lane in terms of map pressure. It seems that it hasn't been that much of an impact for many games, and as soon as you get that level 6, especially with that build that we keep seeing from Shi, Ray, with the Sanctification, True Silver Bracelet, and Frosted Lure, this ultimate that was easily cancelable because we're kind of a CC meta, is still super strong. And here we can see Villains not going for any ban on the Richter or the Chimera we were talking about, and going for the Belica ban, removing that pick on the hands of Shin that has been actually pretty strong, and also both hitting the support pool and the mid lane pool.
And we see right here that even worse timing is going to ban out the Richter, so it kind of shows that even worse timing is more scared of the Richter than the Chimera and the Sevrog and all that stuff. So it kind of seems like eyes on the dual lane again, because I think what Villains need to do is get a very strong duel right here, and even worse timing knows that, so they're going to remove that Richter pick away from Toasty. So that kind of leads up the Chimera. Are they going to first pick right here? They could actually go for the first pick right here, because I think that's a really solid pick for them. I don't think they should prioritize a mid lane pick. I think getting Appy on the Chimera seems to work better than the Greystone jungle from last game right here.
Yeah, and I feel if they don't secure the camera now, and they go maybe for a Decker, then the answer would have been steal a camera immediately. And so here we can see they really want to try that out. Appy Picker has been playing the camera the whole tournament except the previous match, and they want to go again on it, and also they don't want import on it. So kind of I think even worse timing kind of foresee all of that, but at the same time I like what Villains is doing, trying to play with their own strengths.
And we see right here that even worse time immediately locks in Steel, which is to no one's surprise. Steel's just been having a huge dominance presence in this PCC tournament, and we've seen what even worse times can pull out on the Steel, especially when it comes to the mid to late game team fights, where they're all about coordinated playing, trying to get the single picks on the other side, and Steel is just one of the best heroes to kind of drive that forward. I'm very curious to see what the second pick is going to be for even worse timing. They could go for the Decker. We see a lot of Deckers or Belicas combined with Steel to make some really early just lock in on the crowd control right here, but we see Greystone actually being picked up right here instead, which I think is actually a pretty smart move, because we saw what import can bring out on the Greystone jungle, so that might actually be a really good answer to the Chimera jungle, matching the other game aggression, but also having both Greystone and Steel just being so hard to kill and just creating a lot of chaos in those team fights.
And I think like the Greystone pickup is like absolutely like fabulous because of course we can think immediately, oh, Decker, very strong support that will also like deny Toasty, but at the same time, like they didn't have that much problem with Toasty's Decker in the previous match, and they still have that Narbash position open for the future maybe. The other pick I was maybe considering here is going for the Iggy and Scorch on the side of Even Worse Timing, already denying it from Bry, because I kind of expect if we have the camera here, and they want to go like from a similar kind of team comp on the side that Villains like to do, they can maybe go for the Sevrog, Iggy, and Scorch, or even go for the Murdoch plus Iggy if they want to keep like this like all those characters open. But here they decided to remove the Narbash from the ends of Even Worse Timing. Like Toasty accepting to not go on the Decker and said, we're gonna take this Narbash. With Sevrog and Camera frontline, it's actually like a super hard comp to actually like kill. And so like I love that Villains are shifting thing around.
Yeah, that's like looking to be a really beefy frontline from Villains, and we see the Iggy ban. This is what I was talking about. Like, if they don't lock in the Iggy in the first half and give Pride for Silva to Lobber, they're gonna just remove that pick from Bry. We know Lobber can play other heroes besides Silva, but for Bry, he has a little more living roster, and we see that even was time to capitalize on that and remove the Iggy, which is also a very good ban too, because we see a lot of these team cons where they have a very tanky frontline with Iggy in the back line, being able to like have that sustained DPS in the back line. So it seems like Iggy is just a very core part of these kind of team comps, and even was time to capitalize on it, merely remove that. So now Villains is looking to see what else they can grab for the mid lane to round out the team comp.
And so like here we see that the Zarus is being banned. Of course, I guess like they don't want to go into leaving the cage open because Decker is still up, plus Zarus suddenly like the gadget ultimate is very strong, and we secure the Murdoch pick contested a lot by both team. But I also like want to point out that we were talking that ideally we would like Bry to not be on the Howitzer again, but what is left there? Like here, the other option, like we still have Faye, Mortgage, but they're not really picked in competitive. The other pick is Gideon. But when you have a Narbash, Chimera, Sevrog, I feel like Gideon is lacking a little bit of damage to kind of combine this heavy front line that is not dealing that much damage. So did they manage to set up another trap, forcing once again Bry on the Howitzer, while there is the Steel in the enemy team and even the Greystone that is like something that can tank a lot of damage and to jump on it? I don't know, like here I feel like Bry is in the pickle and he will have to find a solution, and the solution will be the Howitzer again. But we got also the Drongo this time to play into the Murdoch, having the silence to maybe counter the Greystone. And but yeah, I'm a bit scared for that Howitzer repeat in the mid lane for Bry.
And we see right here the last pick is gonna be the Grux. You saw my hit react to the Howitzer. We talk about how much the Howitzer was shut down last game, but it seems like a salty one bet on the Howitzer again in the mid lane. And this is probably due once again to the prioritization of Lob against Sevwalk over the Bry. I'm getting the Iggy right there, but kind of interesting. It's actually a really good pick to go with Grux because last game they actually banned the Grux because they didn't want Lob to play into it, and now this time we're going to see why they banned it in the first place.
Yep, really rounding out our draft here. But we kind of mentioned this earlier with like the Steel against the Howitzer, but Mugi, what does that matchup look like in the mid lane with the Howitzer versus the Gadget?
Well, I think it's probably the Gadget can just like clear the wave at good distance, and it's should be like pretty fine. It's just that the Howitzer is not gonna get like that much priority, and if it doesn't get that much priority, it can't really impact the side lanes by ganking. And anytime like either the Steel or the Greystone arrive, it can be scary because this Tesla Dome with like if the Steel is ganking into a shield slam, suddenly you're dead, and even if you make it rain and mine away, so it has to be careful. But at the same time, like a Gadget can be also easy to gank for a Chimera because the Invigorate is very strong to counter the security gate.
Yeah, there's a lot of combos coming from Even Worse Timing. Joey, you touched on like the offlane matchup, but can you expand more again about that, the Grux versus the Sevrog?
Yeah, so ever since the nerf they did to Sevrog, especially in the early game, Sevrog can give shutdown pretty easy by really hyper-aggressive early game matchups. We saw in the last PCC that before Sevrog got nerfed and was kind of like the king in the off lane, that Sevrog can give one down by Grux and Fame Mal. So with the Grux pick right here, it means that it's going to really make it difficult for Lobber to come online, because I think with the kind of team comp that Villains is going for, they kind of relying on Lobber to get his stacks online, to get ahead, so that he's just become just this unkillable behemoth. but they won't be as feasible if he's going to be struggling a lot against the Grux matchup. So I think not only Villains have to worry about the dual lane, keeping eyes on that and making sure that they can get ahead, but also making sure that they can punch the Grux off lane and making sure that Sevrock can find a way to get ahead on this really aggressive matchup.
And with that being said, everybody wants to watch this game number 2. Sit tight, Predecessor gamers. Go ahead, TJ, DJ, and Tang.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome back to the casting desk for this one. Game 1 of this grand finals was certainly a fiery affair. I mean, so well, I actually had to take off my jacket for that one. But game 2, I think if there's any team that needed that break in between game 1 and game 2, it was definitely going to be the Villains team. There was definitely that collapse, playing the right-hand side didn't go their way, and it just kind of all went downhill from there.
It all went downhill, but at least there was a hill to go down off. So like Villains played really well in the early game. They also got the Fangtooth, they got the objectives. They did everything right until it just went wrong, right? And now we're hoping that with a bit of a mental reset going into the second draft, they have a bit more buttons to press. And yeah, I mean, maybe they can go over the hurdle from the first game and win the second game.
Absolutely. Here's with the Villains, this is their revenge arc as well against Even Worse Timing, who felled them in PCC4 a couple of few months ago. Some combination of words, I don't know. But anyway, we're back on the battleground. Game 2 is underway, and Tang, I just want to go to that composition as well, looking at Even Worse Timing. The fact that we're going to be seeing the Shin playing on that gadget and also denying the Greystone away from this Villains team.
Yeah, Greystone is something EWT really doesn't want to play into, so it's just going to be Import taking that away for themselves. It is also the jungle matchup between Greystone and Kai that people really love to play on the side of Greystone. Greystone just having a lot of base stats and can just kind of outbox the Chimera in the early game, but the trade-off is Chimera has really good ganks, and Epipicker, we've seen him gank a lot in the last game, but with the Greystone pick, he couldn't really make it happen too well. He got a lot of flashes, but he couldn't really convert them to kills. With that Chimera, though, maybe he can change stuff.
Yeah, with Appypicker's game plan in game number 1 is that was 4 ganks over to the left side duo. Near enough on cooldown as well. Import decided to go the opposite way. Multiple ganks on towards Lorber's Sevrog as well. Do you expect the same sort of plan coming out here?
I think Lorber on that Sevrog might just need a bit more or jungle attention if he lanes against the Grux. Grux just such a lane bully, doesn't really have any bad matchups that he plays. So the Snoop is just going to be super happy playing this lane. And the question is, can Lorber play the Sevrog as well as he did in the first game, even when the matchup is not quite as easy as it was before?
Yeah, I did have a pretty easy time of it on the Sevrog, had to weather the storm, had to sit under the tower for the opening couple of minutes, but as soon as we had that solo kill onto the Snoop, it really was Lorber's lane and just forcing resources over towards his right hand side. Level 2 is going to be hitting the Snoop, definitely with a point to prove as well, wanting to keep the pressure onto Lorber. And as you say, Tang, is going to be pushing Lorber under the tower for now, and even just looking towards your mini-map as well. Import is in the vicinity as well, should Lorber decide to overstep their mark. But for now, you see just that invade going over to the right-hand side. That's going to be Pablo taking the funk from Toasty as well. Just having a look across all of these lanes as well. Still waiting for that first gank.
Yeah, waiting for the first gank, but Greystone getting the cheeky 3-camp invade off, but nothing much else happening. Lorber playing pretty safely on that offlane, knows something is up. Maybe hears even the Greystone on the 3-camp, so he's not going to overextend, he's not going to take any bad trades. So with a half HP Sevrog, there's not really anything Greystone can do, so he's just going to go back towards his 2-camp, but Chimera on the other side of the map, with good trading by Toasty and Lakinator on the dual side, is just instantly going to go towards the blue buff and try to take that away from the Greystone.
Yeah, but it is going to take a little bit longer as well, but looks like there's going to be some vertical jungling, as on the right-hand side you have got Import moving on to the blue buff of Appy Picker's jungle as well, linking up with that duo lane to take the buff, take the camp as well. So it is going to even things out, but Bright is here to start to contest this blue buff. Import should have the hunt available, able to out-secure this. And actually, no, that's going to be Bryce taking back his own team's blue buff, and Import has to lick his wounds and get out of the jungle.
Yeah, that's disaster for Import. That's also disaster for Shin, that now has to play against the Howitzer with that blue buff, with extra cooldown reduction and mana regen in the mid lane. And that's certainly not something you want to have on the Gadget laning into the Howitzer, which is usually kind of a matchup favored for the Howitzer. He does play pretty well around the abilities of Gadget that are all around targeted. He can just use his ultimate to escape the Tesla Dome. He can use the ultimate to escape a good head. So Shin definitely not too happy. It's also a lot of XP over to the side of Howitzer, and it's a lot taking away from the Greystone that didn't have the best early game so far.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of the curse of the Greystone pick for now, but still plenty more Predecessor to be played at least. Both junglers starting to make the moves towards mid lane, as Bry hitting a nice R2000 on towards Shin. Half HP has to respect it. It looks like the junglers are going to be split. One going left, one going right. I'm just going to be tracking Import's going to come behind Ray onto Lakenator and Toasty, as well as the Funk is going to land. Import jumping forward as well. Ray with the bull rush underneath the tower. Import starting to tank. They're going to go after Lake, who has to burn the blink to get away. But now onto the mid lane. Bry is on the rotation, and Import's very low. The landmine not going to find Bry, but not going to find the pick on towards Import. But Ray is going to be just the target they were looking for. Bry picking up first blood in the duo lane.
Yeah, Steel just barely getting caught there. Didn't have blink up from an earlier play, and that's gonna be first blood over to the side of Villains. Lakenator also trading into Pablo, trying to crash the wave. It doesn't really look like they have the power to do it with no mana on their characters, and they are also scared of Import just still being around. We see Chimera in the meanwhile though, with Import ganking, it just doesn't really work out, and Chimera is taking away the 2 camp as well, as we see a bit of a shuffle in the jungle. It is gonna be the Chimera having to blink out, Import following after.
Well, Import just... Yeah, it's a bit of aggression coming out. Import actually going to chase Appy all the way into his own jungle, but left-hand side, Pablo winning out on the ADCs, but we're still sticking with Import, hitting the slows, stacking them onto Appy Picker, has no one to ambush on, and that's going to be the 1 versus 1 kill. Import on his opposite number.
Yeah, Import gets a kill, and also Pablo gets the kill on the other side of the map on Lakenator, that wasn't able to crash the wave in time and had a really bad wave state, tried to stay for it and ended up dying for his troubles. That's also gonna be the gold buff secured for Pablo, but before he does that, Ray tells him that he needs to crash the wave first, otherwise it's gonna happen to him the same as it did to Lakenator, where he's gonna miss out on stuff. But now, with all of the waves, what I want to mention is like a 20 CS lead for the side of EWT at 6 minutes in the game. Honestly, pretty impressive.
Yeah, just even worse timing. Really have been turning the pressure up across the map here. Individual players really stepping up. I mean, Shin in that game number 1 really impressed me on the Bellica, but now going to be on the Gadget pick doesn't quite have the same amount of setup, but we know what Shin can do on the Gadgets, and also just combining with the rest of the composition. Even worse timing is starting to bring out these jungle fights are going to be terrifying if they find the right combination, and even worse timing with how they're playing, definitely look the more likely to do so.
Yeah, and they also have a few really easy triggers to press with the Gadget ultimate together with the Steel ult. They do have some avenues to attack quite easily. They also have the early scaling with Snoop on the offlane, just kind of getting the better of the Sevrog just by virtue of existing. So it's going to be interesting to see whether EWT wants to leverage that into going for an early mini prime, or if they want to use their dual lane to try to get that Fangtooth. But one thing is for certain, both teams play for those early Fangtooths. We've seen it in pretty much any game we've seen from them so far. So it's definitely going to be something that is going to happen soon.
Yeah, Ray ball rushes forward, hits the bonk onto Lakenator, getting the stun. Shin was on the rotation, hence the aggression from Ray, but just goes a little bit too early to really capitalize on the CC lockdown. That has pulled the villains over to this left-hand side as well. Appy Picker in the vicinity. Looks like he might be sitting on a respawn, and there we go. He's going to recall back to base, spend his hard-earned gold. But again, movement's being made over towards his left-hand side. As you said, Tang, both these teams really do want the early game neutral objectives. Snoop actually going to get a start onto this blue buff, trying to invade away, but Appy Picker is here, and a good use of the Grux mechanics to get over the wall, but into the waiting arms of Bry and Lorber. Good blink from the Snoop as well to get some distance, and looks like the Grux is going to escape with their life, but were unable to take that move.
Yeah, but that is the mini prime started by villains that is instantly gonna get traded for the Fang 2 for the side of EWT. One of those trades that you are happy to make for either side, I think, because with the winning matchup on the Grux, you expect to get at least the next mini prime. You also expect the Severog with the mini prime to not be too big a problem. Grux still pretty strong, even without his blink left now. But it is the first Fang Tooth secured, and that definitely feels good for EWT as well.
It has been a bit of a pattern we've seen as well throughout PCC6 as well, is that both teams, rather than contesting, just trading out a first Fang Tooth for first mini prime. I think there is an argument for which is going to be the more valuable one. So Tang, which is going to be the more valuable one, do you think?
So I have a bit of a problem with how Lorber uses it at the moment. He has no resources up and he is still on lane. And if he uses the mini prime like that, it is kind of a waste. His back got stopped before by Snoop as well. So now there's about 40 seconds down from the mini prime timer, and the Severog is kind of wasting the buff. So if he doesn't instantly reset, then he kind of needs the jungler to at least be there to shove in the wave to try to get the tier 1. But as you can see, the tier 1 still full HP on the Grux. We see Kai making the rotation over now. There might be a gank onto the Grux, but Grux is kind of known for winning those engages in the 1 versus 2. So that's definitely something we are gonna have our eyes on. It's also gonna be the Greystone coming back from lane. Snoop dodging the ultimate by Lorber, and it's just gonna back off with Chimera also showing.
Yeah, Appy Picker is here, and I think the Snoop is going to respect it. But with the mini prime buff on towards these minions, might be these two just going to get some damage on the tower. Snoop unfortunately misses that crush, not going to find the knock-up. Looking towards the mini-map, even worse timing, are on the way over. You've got Shin, you've got Import, moving in towards that red side jungle. But villains are going to be aware of the player and are going to back off as well.
Yeah, there's just nothing much to be happening here. With Gadget also having first move, it's just really hard for Lorber to actually use the Cyan buff. Now we see Import also walking over. It's not really to do anything about the Severog. It's more to secure the Cyan buff away from the Severog, as we see Appy Picker engaging as well.
Goes in. Yeah, leads with the Cull, gets the CC on towards the Snoop, but the Colossal Blow is down. Lorber underneath the tower, going to be pulled in by the Snoop. Bride with the rotation as well, but they have got the solo. They've got the man they were looking for, and it's going to be the single kill in the solo side.
The single kill after getting the blink earlier, that is the mid laner also rotating for the kill while the dual lane walks over to mid lane. Now the question is, are they gonna drop waves in the dual lane? Are they gonna drop the tower potentially as well? So it's all about making those decisions, but it's certainly one good pickup to get the Grux away, to get Severog a bit more comfortable into the late game. Severog in the late game is still gonna be a big boy that is gonna be a problem for Severog.
And just a bit of a clash over on the red side. You can see Pablo wailing on that tier 1 tower. Marshalling yet another minion wave as well. Can't quite see the HP bar on that tier 1 tower, but you can imagine it's definitely got a few holes in it, poked in by Pablo as well. But with Appy Picker being in the vicinity, Pablo and Ray going to respect this, but still keeping on top of things over on the left-hand side. We do go into a slight lull state as well as, right-hand side. You've just got the trade coming in, both junglers farming as well. Tang just having a little bit of a checkup across the match here. What is the condition of this game for both teams?
Yeah, I'm honestly, I think both teams just kind of want to get the next Fangtooth. I think as the Chimera, you are pretty strong in those objective fights together with maybe even Sephiroth rotating. Maybe we see a bit of a mix-up compared to the first game. Maybe you want to play for the win con with the Fangtooth. It's gonna look good, but on the dual lane, we see an engage from Pablo and a good ultimate by the Steel.
Yeah, it's going to be Tosi throwing a crash bang boom on towards Pablo, blinking away. That's one, and a second blink from Ray. Takes the funk, but he's going to be stuck underneath the tower. Dual lane has to reset. Import is still around. Long arm Allure can't find the mark. Import is here once again, but without Pablo, without Ray really to help out. It's going to be the villains having the better lot on this left-hand side. Forces the reset. Fangtooth will be spawning soon, so this does give an opportunity for villains to start setting up as well. It does mean that even worse timing are going to come off of a reset.
Yeah, that's a lot of resources extended though, but more on the side of EWT, that is gonna be the Murdoch Blink and the Steel Blink together with both of their ultimates for that next Fangtooth fight. Now, I'm really looking at the minimap right now. Where is Grux heading? And Grux is instantly running over towards the Fangtooth pit. We see Sephiroth going back to his lane. He has a wave crashing into his tower. So now they have a bit of a tempo advantage with the Grux, and they're just instantly gonna go towards the Fangtooth.
Yeah, starting it up immediately. You've got Appy Picker in the vicinity, but with all 5 members, that is not really a run you want to do. And with that momentum, with that advantage, EWT sees an opportunity, and it's going to be rewarded with their second Fangtooth of the game. And everyone is also going to cleanly get away. Wonderful macro play from EWT.
Yeah, really well played to make something good out of an initially bad position. As we see Grux getting caught in the mid lane, does have his blink and his ultimate up, is just gonna be able to escape. The mine not really connecting the way Bray wanted to. We see Gadget heading over to the offlane again. Really nice lane assignments, making sure to always catch those waves. If she were to walk mid lane, then that offlane wave would have been a big problem, and the tower probably would have gone down, as we see Ray and Pablo just relentlessly shoving in the dual lane.
Yeah, I think the call has been made that Appy's been spotted on the right-hand side, so Pablo and Ray definitely feeling the more confidence as we have action on the right-hand side. Colossal Blow throws Shin back in towards the wall. He's going to have to blink away behind the speed trap. Throws down Tesla Dome just to disengage. That is at least a mid laner out, but Import is still in this fight. Still wants to keep going. Shin on the follow-through, but also you've got Bry coming through the river as well. The left-hand side, the Stoop is here. Crash Bang Boom coming down from Tosi, looking for the lockdown. The Tier 1 tower is still standing. The Stoop has been attacking it for so long. There's going to be the shield slam, getting the CC. T1 tower is going to drop, but it's going to cost Snoop's life. There's the Funk on towards Ray. He's going to get the shield from the Sanctification, but Lakenator is going to be the one who confirms onto the kill. But meanwhile, right-hand side, Bry is the one who gets the kill on towards Shin, as all these kills starting to line up. Flip the nameplates around. You would have thought this was game 1, but the villains finding these kills all over the place. I believe that was a delayed team wipe.
It was almost a team wipe. Greystone just managing by the skin of his teeth to stay alive in that team fight, but it's still 4 members going down by the side of EWT with not a single one falling for villains, I believe. And yeah, they get so much off the map of that as well. They get tier 1 in offlane, they get tier 1 in dual lane, they get the mini prime with Greystone being close by though, but maybe he can look something for Appy Picker, but he is just gonna disengage.
Oh dear, villains definitely needed that fight. I mean, especially with how game 1 went as well. Even worse timing, just shrinking this map, constricting it, making the plays. As soon as the call is made, all members of the team on the same page, immediately going over to that pick. Hence why the Snoop was out of that lane over on the left-hand side. You know, taking that tier 1 tower. Looks like you're also going to grab tier 1 in mid lane. Lakenator Bright are here, but Ray's light screen is going to block those projectiles, and that's going to be tier 1 tower in mid falling as well. So even though even worse timing, lose the team fight, lose the skirmishes, still getting value, still taking structures down, and this map still feels very small for the villains.
Yeah, it still does, and remember, there's still a 50 CS lead for the side of EWT, even considering that the kill score is behind, is not in their favor right now, 6-2 for villains. I think all in all, with those 50 CS, it should be about an even sort of gold amount for both teams. I think both teams also have one big objective they really want to fight for in about 2 minutes. That is going to be the Fangtooth. So either team just kind of farms right now, just make sure to get all the resources they can. Then they're going to look to get a good reset, buy those items, and then the next big team fight should be around that Fangtooth pit.
We can see those resets starting to come out as well. Lorber going to bump into import in this side of the jungle, as we've not really had that much of a check-in on the solo side in quite a while there, Tang, as Lorber has just been in the right-hand side, much like game one, left to their own devices just to farm up and become that monster. But they have been unlocked, they've been unleashed, and now it's going to be grouping up by the villains, trying to get this tier 1 tower. They are going to force away import, so this will be the tower dropping to even up things on the structures. But again, grouping up, coming up from the villains, Lakenator and Sosi on the way over. Fangtooth spawning in a matter of moments, as you said, but another tower is going to drop, and this is going to be all tier 1 towers dropping before 20 minutes as well.
Yeah, and we see a bunch of people beelining towards the right side of the map, maybe trying to catch the Grux, but Snoop is smart enough to just instantly recall. So nothing's going to happen there, but we saw a good push towards the mid lane. They still had the mini prime, so with buffed up minions, there was just no way to save that tier 1. And yeah, as you said, we are in a completely even game state. Both teams are playing around their strengths, I would say, right now. Now we just have EWT on that second Fangtooth already. If they can secure the third one, they can definitely start to pull ahead a tiny bit.
Yeah, just having a look over the scoreboard where just briefly can see 2 items being completed near enough across the board as well. But it's cashing in on that kill advantage as well, as Fangtooth could be spawning soon, or Prime 45 seconds away. But with the grouping on the left-hand side, that is the noise. That is Fangtooth. A clock is about to strike with both teams in position. Currently, it's going to be decided the villains having power over the pit entrance, with even worse timing having to play into them. Lorber on the frontline duty, going to start to back up as some of the pokes, some of the range coming out from Shin forces them to back away. Now even worse timing, control over the opening, just looking for that engager. Snoop's going to look for the smash and grab, but it gets hit by the wall, and that's going to stop that one. Even worse timing in towards the pit. Might be shooting fish into a barrel. Lakenator force out from the shrapnel cannon. They're going to collapse on towards the front liners. That's going to be the Snoop going down. Ray with the wombo combo combining with that Tesla Dome. Bry making it rain over the top, but the villains are the one in their ascendancy. Even worse timing, losing out health bars, losing members, but Pablo's still strong. Shin still has half HP, but no mana, no abilities left, and that is the villain forcing even worse timing away with 2 kills, and they're going to be rewarded, denying the third Fangtooth from even worse time.
And it is so huge for the side of villains. If EWT were to get it, it would be a bit rough. But now villains just showing that they have really solid team fighting with their comp. There's just not enough damage on EWT members to actually get down the Severo, get down the Chimera, kind of force out the backline from those fights. And it's just the Grux and the Greystone stuck in a bad place, and they ended up falling as well. So that is 2-1 in terms of Fangtooth. It's also a bunch more kills over to the side of villains that are slowly but surely not only going back compared to the first game, coming back into the game, but also just comfortably being in the lead right now, I would say.
Yeah, just that CS difference is the only hurdle that they haven't really corrected. But having a look over on the side of the map, just having a look at the levels. I mean, Pablo, Lakenator still even. There's a bit of a difference in the support role. Shin and also Bry, both level 12. You've got Snoop and Lorber, both level 12 as well. So that difference is only in the CS right now, and also with the kills advantage. But again, this game, it feels very even at this point, with villains finding those 2 teamfight wins, definitely pulling themselves back into it. But even worse timing, still having the tools for the teamfight. Weren't able to perhaps combine, but just some really good play coming out for the villains to lock down those front lines.
Yeah, and I think it was just a bit of an overstep by the Snoop, maybe in that last fight, getting low really, really quickly. Greystone almost died without being able to go into the Stoneforge Soul, ended up getting it off, but even then, it's just not enough damage on the Gadget. Gadget is scaling pretty well into the late game, has good setup with the team as well, but she needs to have those items. At the moment, she, like the last team fights kind of proved that she is still kind of hitting like a wet noodle, so that needs to change for the next one, as we see Chimera walking over to the side of Snoop that is gonna get ganked here.
Yeah, the Subjugator has already come out from Law, but the Crush used as well. But there is Appy Picker with the ambush, going to follow the Snoop down with the smash and grab. Colossal Blow flows him back in towards the wall. Appy Picker with yet another ambush, and that's a kill on towards the Snoop. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, you've got a grouping up from Even Worse Timing, looking for some picks, but not going to find it. It's only the kill onto the Snoop for now. But Appy Picker jumping onto the Orb Prime straight the way. And with a grouping up from Villains as well, they have the advantage. But Even Worse Timing going to be aware of the situation. Maybe it was a bait. Maybe they're waiting for someone to face check. But Even Worse Timing, call it Spidey Sense, call it Warding, call it just that instinct. Decide not to bite on that bait.
Yeah, and Drongo was still showing on the left side of the map as well, so I think EWT was like, there's no way at 23 minutes in the game you are gonna try to start the Prime without your damage carry. So it was just Chimera losing half his HP. I don't know, hitting it, maybe dewarding it, maybe that was what it was, but yeah, I mean, just nothing really happening off the back of it. I don't think Villains feel like they are strong enough right now to hard force those objectives. I think it's both teams just kind of looking towards getting a pick around those, around those objectives and then maybe transverting it. But with Grux taking up so much time on that gank before, I don't think that there was really a timing for them to really start it.
Yeah, for sure here. And I think there's also some respect coming out from the Villains as well. Just looking at that team composition, we've mentioned what this composition can do when everyone presses the funny button, all combining their ultimates into a huge wombo combo. Even the Villains started to feel it inside of that last team fight. But as you said, you know, Shin is just not at that point just yet. Snoop duking it out with Lorber, but Tosi hitting the funk, getting the CC. Here is Import, though, starting to hit on towards Lorber, but Appy Picker is here as well. Crash Bang Boom knocks up the Snoop, who once again is going to be the target, and that is the Grux out of the fight once again. Villains collapse onto the Even Worse Timing solo side.
Yeah, and it's 0-5-0 on the Grux. It's just really hard to ever play the game as the Grux right now, especially when there's 3 members rotating over by the side of Villains, and now they're looking for Ray. Maybe catching another one would be nice to start up the Prime, but Ray with the happy feet is just gonna dodge out on that subject.
Happy Feet able to just run out with the Bull Rush as well, not giving away the pick, but you still have the Villains in control of the Orb Prime. Once again, going to be started. It will be a 4 versus 5. As you see the fight starting where all 5 members of the Villains are going to be the blink. They're going to turn. They're going to try and catch on to Import into the Stoneforge Soul. Tessadome over the top. Ultimates flying left, right, and center. Ray up, down in the backline, making it rain. But health bars are not dropping for the Villains. In fact, Even Worse Timing are the ones who's losing them. Combining, Lakeinator's got 1. Lakeinator's got 2. Import out the fight. So is Ray as well. They're going to pull straight back onto this Orb Prime. And Even Worse Timing have already thrown the kitchen sink. They're going to have another go at this one.
Yeah, they are gonna have to. Pablo is still there together with Ray. Snoop is now catching up though, and that might still be a fight.
Yeah, Colossal Blow throws Snoop back away. Pablo going to cash in with the bookshot on towards Toasty. Is looking for the Orb Prime, secured by the way of the Villains. But the Snoop is still here, so is Shin. And now it's shooting fish in a barrel, stuck inside the pit. And now neither team, not sure they want to commit. They need to get out of this one, but Pablo is still on full HP. Lakeinator still here, so is Bry. But there's no front lines available to them. Going to just group up and try and get away. But in comes the Snoop with a double crush. Pablo still hitting the shots. Got to be careful, but now left-hand side, Shin's got to be so careful. But Ray's back. Lakeinator takes down onto Shin with the irradiated rounds, and a gag grenade will cover their escape. Villains get the Orb Prime.
Yeah, and what a steal that was. It almost looked like EWT could have done something there at the end, at the back end of it, but it was still Lakeinator alive, just boxing like a maniac, keeping his team alive, just making a path of survival for them, and they are just gonna reset off of that. There's a bunch of prime buffs on them still, and now they're all heading over towards that dual side of the map, because there's another big objective there that is a big raptor, and that is gonna be the target for Villain next.
Yeah, Primal Fangtooth, just to make these team fights even more scary. But honestly, for Even Worse Timing, you know, they're finding these combinations, Tang, but it's just not working out as Even Worse Timing are hoping for. The Villains pulling ahead in these fights, 13 kills to 4. What do you think's going on in these fights, Tang?
I think right there, Greystone was a little bit far overextended. Chimera blinked on him and insta-ulted him. Greystone popped his Stoneforged Soul in order to get away. As we see Pablo getting engaged on by App, he has to back away though. Greystone also fighting though, I don't even have time to speak.
Yeah, Team Fight coming out there, importing the Stoneforge Soul. Make It Rain going to come over the top, but they've got Laconates. They have the ADC, and that's a shutdown. Trading his life for the Snoop, but Snoop will take that every single day of the week. 1 kill for each is going to be enough to pull the villains away. Going to regroup inside of that mid lane, but even worse timing, going to have a reset on towards Shin. Meanwhile, Lorber, right hand side, split pushing as that went on. Tier 2 tower right side is going to drop, keeping the pressure up. Even worse time going to respond with pushing on the left side.
Yeah, but it's Prime on Lorber, so it's always going to be an easier push for that Severo compared to pushing on the other side. So yeah, I mean, it's just Pablo gonna resetting. I don't see any wards around the Primal Fang pit right now, which is a bit concerning, but also I think that's why we see a few members of each team heading over there right now. We still have a bit of a CS lead over to the side of EWT. Yeah, but in those team fights, it doesn't really seem like it matters because Villains are up 9 kills in this game so far.
Yeah, definitely making it hurt as well. And even just in the middle of all that as well, Bright on this Howitzer pick as well. Not a pick that we've seen him on in this PCC6 event, but, you know, has been impressive just getting the damage down and that Make It Rain, even when just feeling the danger, able to get so much damage onto the squishy members and forcing out even worse timing from these fights. You know, Pablo is still going to be that win condition. They have got the Wombo combo. They've also got Pablo, who is slowly scaling up as well. I believe he is. He's got 3 kills, and now maybe trying to get some more as Ray's going to bump into the rest of the villains team. But Toasty with the crash bang boom is going to be the blink away from Ray. Happy Picker with the ambush over the top with the call, and that's going to be the pick on towards support. But here comes Import with the Stoneforged Soul. Going to throw down the slow, but the villains are just going to simply face tank it, and Import having to leap away. Primal Fangtooth on the fight, and Import having to respawn, recall back towards base means that the villains are going to set up and start up the Primal Fang. But again, even worse time is still around. Snoop is here. He's going to look towards Lorber, but eyes are on the prize at the moment. Import still sticking around. Did not decide to recall. It's even worse timing. Split as villains start to regroup here. They pulled off the Fang 2. That's going to be enough. But once again, the Snoop is going low. He's going to be caught out, and Laconator is going to get that kill. Tessadome comes down just to disengage and keep Shin alive. But that's a big team fight. Ultimate is on cooldown.
Yeah, it's on cooldown, but I see a lot of high HP targets now on the side of Villains still, because they have the Narbash that just provides so much healing. We see Pablo trying to face check into it. Import also gonna look for the steal right here, but Bry has everything up, dealing so much damage on that Howitzer. Toasty getting low, Shin getting caught, Lorber is a demon.
Yeah, Pablo is going to drop from the Make It Rain. Laconator getting the kill. Ray with the up down, able to knock up onto 3, but Ray finds himself being knocked all the way back into a subjugate, set him up to knock him back down. Villains finding yet another team fight win in the left-hand side.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Import still hasn't respawned. After getting low super early in that engage, he has stuck around trying to look for the smite steal, but Villains playing this really smart, just not really overcommitting to actually get that objective. They're just gonna take those kills they get from the side of EWT, with members trickling in one by one to just be easy pickups by Villains that just have so much single target damage with that Howitzer, with the Drongo, with the lockdown from Severok, and they're straight back onto that objective.
Yeah, just coming up the reset, full HP and full mana and full momentum as well. Even worse timing, conceding this objective, and that's going to be Primal Fangtooth secured for the side of the villains very slowly, as he says. Yep, there we go. There's the secure. There's the alert. Thank you very much. Import and Shin inside of the mid lane, but they're going to respect it. I mean, Import actually still sticking around very dangerously over the top. Probably thought about jumping in, but speaking of, that's going to be Happy Picker jumping onto Import, but the rest of EWT are here behind the Shadow Curtain. They're going to look to engage this fight. Ray was thrown out from the Colossal Blow. Very low on this steal. The Make It Rain comes down. Can't find the secure. Subjugate on towards Pablo. Forces to blink away. Lorber inside of this fight. So is Happy Picker, but Toasty Lake and also Bright are not here. This is just the frontliners forcing, corralling members of EWT out of their own jungle. Import goes very low. Going to throw out the Stoneforged Soul to keep himself alive, but the villains are pushing them back.
Yeah, it's just like they see them and they instantly press the trigger. Epipicker not wasting any time, blinking onto the Greystone, just buying so much space for his backline. Like they can never ever be dove if Epi is the one diving, and they instantly go over to the big prime that is falling really, really quickly here.
Yeah, the Fungus going to land on towards Shin. Lorba going for the one. Impo goes in. He's stolen the Orb Prime. Denies it from the villains. It's going to cost him his life, but a hero play. What about the team fight afterwards? Pablo's very low. Lorba going to collect. That's a double kill on towards the Sevarog Ray. Trying to deal with Lakenator, but it's hitting a brick wall, and his name is Adrongo. That's 3 kills down, but Import with a hero play steals the Orb Prime.
He steals the Orb Prime, but 3 members go down by the side of EWT. Villains get those kills, secure them after losing the big prime, sadly enough for them. That's gonna stall out the game quite a bit for EWT. You gotta think that if Villain got that big objective, if they got the prime that buffs up those minions, they would have had a really easy time to push into the base of EWT. But now with the prime defending them on at least 2 members, it does look like it's going to be a lot harder for them, and that's why we see them resetting. They don't have the health regen from the big prime, and yeah, I mean, that's going to make the game a lot longer. And with a bunch of heroes killing quite well on the side of EWT, maybe they're happy about it. The gadget, we talked about it earlier, not really having enough damage quite yet. That is going to be a problem later on, but on the other side of the map, we see Lorba as well, almost finishing 5 items. That's going to be a demon that has to be vanquished, and we're going to have to wait and see if Shin is up for the task.
And even becoming a bit of a Ray boss as well. Lakenator on the Drongo pick, 13 and 2, really stepping up at a much improved game 2 performance from everyone on the villains. It seems, you know, you flip the nameplates around, you would be forgiven for thinking that this was an even worse timing sort of game, but no, villains are the one. 21 kills to 5, 34 minutes on the clock, but even worse timing. They've taken this game late, relying on the scaling, and even though villains have this lead, have this momentum, even worse timing will eventually start to catch up on the builds as well. Villains still need to close it out. Grouping towards the left-hand side. 4 is going to be here. You also got Lorba just going to be face-checking inside of the jungle as well. But a grouping up, trying to catch out a member of even worse timing. But no one from even worse timing is sticking around. Villains still grouping up. So reset's going to come out. We're back to a bit of a lull state.
Yeah, we are. An interesting thing I wanted to mention is that Snoop, even with being 1 and 7, has actually a decent amount of farm. 4 items completed on him. He is ahead of the Gadget somehow. Not sure how that exactly happened, but I think Gadget was stuck on 3 items not long ago, just finished the time warp now. So there was a lot of objectives collected by him. Towers, we also see him on 250 CS. Yeah, so like both teams kind of just waiting, biding their time around those objectives. Yet to spawn.
See, with the grouping up, coming down from even worse timing on his left-hand side, dealing with some of these wards, just being meticulous. It's all part of the setup as well, but there's safety in numbers here. Can't afford to let a member be caught out and fight 4 versus 5, and unfortunately, the Snoop has been the one who's been on the death timer whilst these fights have been going on. But this time, EWT keeping 5 members on the map. They're all going to reset, spend some of that hard-earned gold. So is the villains as well, grouping up, staying together, starting to hit this late game point as well. We're 35 minutes in. Primal Fangtooth has now hit the maximum cap for its stacking. It will not get any stronger from this point, and it's going to be the true late game objective. You can see on the left-hand side, it's so close to spawning. To have the villains coming up here. Subjugate going to connect on towards Shin. Ray with the bull rush knocks Lorba away. Another group up happening. Imports got to be careful. Can't afford to be picked off, but the villains starting to lay a trap over towards the left hand side, making sure they've even worse timing face check this. They're running straight into this full villain squad. Going to regroup. They're still going to be moving around. Neither team willing to overstep just yet, but Lorba on a subjugate might be where that pick happens.
Yeah, but the dual lane of EWT is split off from the backline. They are a bit split, and we do see Chimera trying to do something, trying to get the engage on, but Import and Snoop just walking away. I would still prefer them to be together, but Greystone is looking for the engage.
Import's going to go in. There's the Blinks. There's the ultimate over the top as well. But it's just Blinks away from the Villains team. But now it's even worse timing starting to turn the fight. But Lakenator's got the snoop. Pablo takes a full make it rain from Brian. Has to back away. But even worse timing still pretty healthy. But Abby Picker's even healthier. He's going to jump in on towards Ray. Import backs him off. Toasty in the middle of all of this. Healing everyone up on the Narbash. Even worse timing do not have the luxury of a portable health pot that is a Narbash. But they know they're behind this shadow curtain. Abby Picker waiting for a pick. Import has got to be the priority target. They can get the Greystone. That's going to be this neutral dropping down. The call will land, but over on towards the backline. Lorba goes in, but Lorba can't find the lockdown. Import very low, having to back away. Lakenator pacifying forward, trying to get the kills. Even worse timing so low, but it's only incredibly just a one kill on towards the Snoop, and the Villains are going to start at Primal Fangtooth.
Yeah, Villains have so much HP with the Narbash just permanently healing. It feels like he never runs out of mana, and that's just gonna be 5 people on the Primal Fangtooth securing that for themselves. Shin is trying to do something with the Tesla Dome that at this point in the game barely has any cooldown left, so it's not a big investment. Tries to steal it, but Appy is on the hunt, is just gonna get that that objective secured, and now it's the Primal secured, and we have the Prime spawning soon as well. So now EWT is kind of in the pickle that they had just a few minutes ago, where they don't want to give over that big objective, because with those double buffs, it's going to be a really hard fight to defend their base, especially now that the Primordial Blaze has scaled to their full potential.
Yeah, it's going to be very terrifying in these team fights. The Snoop, though, caught out inside of the mid lane. Villains trying to track him down. It's going to be a Law, but a splash and grab. Colossal blow throws the Snoop away into the waiting arms of Toasty, and that's Lakenator adding yet another kill to his tally. The Snoop is down 4 versus 5 for even worse timing, and Villains start to pull over towards this next Orb Prime as even worse timing incredibly split. Pablo is caught on his lonesome, and Lorba is on the way. There's the Funk is going to land. Tesdome comes down, trying to keep Pablo alive. Bookshot to get away, but Toasty is the one who gets that kill. Ray ults to his own safety, and if that doesn't summarize this game for even worse timing, I don't know what will. But the Villains are the ones that turn onto the Orb Prime.
Yeah, the Villains get a few really good picks off the back of a bit of an overextension by the Grux again. Snoop just not respecting the amount of follow-up that Villains have, and they secure the other big objective of the game. But now a lot of waves were pushed. We saw the Greystone close to the inhib, trying to get those waves in, and the Primordial Blaze is only active for a few seconds longer. So now they're just pushing in the tier 2. They're gonna push into the inhib. The question is, can they look for the end with those double buffs?
Well, we're definitely at a point now. I mean, 26 seconds on Pablo still off. It's a 3 versus 5. That inhibitor, man, you would have thought that was made of paper. And it looks like the Villains want to end it. They've only got 1 minion in towards the core. Going to wait for a fresh wave to arrive. But Lakenator already dealt some damage. Villains, though, going to back away. Going to play this one safe as well as they're moving in towards this left-hand side of the jungle.
Yeah, and with Primordial Blaze expiring soon, they don't really feel comfortable enough to push in towards the core. They also had the Murdoch respawn in just a second. As we have a bit of technical difficulties, we don't quite see what is happening right now. As we come back to live, we see just a bit of wave clearing as Grux is hitting those waves, and we see the blue side just being taken over by Villains that make the map, as TJ said before, really small for the side of EWT. It makes them dangerous to ever walk out of the inhib line, and they're pushing down the second tier 2 and potentially the second inhib of the game.
Yeah, just constricting this map, making it so small that even worse timing are just forced into their own base. Still the grouping up underneath this inhibitor. Siege going to happen. Toasty looking for a Funk. Going to find it onto Shin, but he's far enough away. It's not going to matter too much. Lorba leading the charge once again, looking for a subjugate. He's got his eyes on Shin. Tesdome comes down to clear the minion waves, but they're buffed up with the Orb Prime. And that's going to be the duo lane inhibitor falling. Lorba still frontlining to the go in. Sees opportunity. Going to throw Pablo back into the mixer, and Pablo is gone from the play. Lorba comes up big, pops the Razorback, still in the front line. Import goes back in, tries to trade it out, but he's going to be locked on by the subjugate. Ray with the up down, throws the knockups, but that's once again both frontliners dropping. Toasty, blink, Funk locking onto Shin, who's got it back towards the base. The Villains with a huge clap back. They're going to turn their attention to the core. Shin and the Snoop can only watch, subjugated, thrown back in towards this base. We've got a grand finals on our hands, folks. The Villains answer back 1-1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, and Lakenator and the boys, or Villains as they're called now, get revenge for getting swept in that PCC4 where they lost their finals to EWT. Now they're on a 1-1 scoreline. Really well played by them. It just felt like a slow burn. It felt like from the mid game they were kind of in control. It never really felt like EWT had too much of a chance to get back. They got that prime steal that made the game a bit longer, made it over 40 minutes, but in the end, it's just Villains just playing too well.
Wow, I mean, that all prime steal from Import, how important that could have been as well, just to stall out the game. But Villains just too far ahead, just one step too far. Lorber, that play underneath the core, finding Pablo, a needle in a haystack. But that's Lorber's Severok coming up clutch, and that's what we wanted to see, why this Severok pick gets banned away so much. That's going to do it for game 2. We're throwing it back to the desk to break it down further.
Thank you so much, TJ and Tang. I see you've both removed your jackets because these games are oh so sweaty. Villains showing out and showing their true colors, committing hate crimes and illegal activities like the villains that they are. Anytime there was a response on one side, there was something else happening on the other. Both teams were taking advantages where they can, Fangtooth here, Fangtooth there, and overall, they both showcase their strengths as absolute gamers and Predecessor, showing up in the grand finals today. Mugiwawa, what just happened in game number 2?
Well, like you said, it was a great game. I feel like Even Worse Timing was in control a little bit of the early game because true, Villains were rotating a lot, but they were actually losing CS by all those rotation. But at the same time, I think Even Worse Timing felt a little bit pressure because they are the more mid-game oriented kind of team, while the Villains were scaling a lot. And we have seen this play around like the 16-minute marks when they kind of forced too much on the tier 1 tower, on the dual lane, and also like Import, like trying to force too much on the off lane, and suddenly almost everyone died on that team, and that gave a slight edge on the side of Villains. And that slight edge, combined with the fact that we had only one anti-heal item against a Sevrog, a Kimura, and an Arbash, mean that the future team fights were just too hard to handle, lacking a little bit of damage, and Villains played that very, very cleanly from that moment.
Yep, and unfortunately with that edge, they definitely took advantage, and that's game number 2 for the Villains. Joey, what else were the key takeaways and what happened?
I think the big key takeaways is that I thought that Grux was going to be Gruxing a lot more that game, but I think Villains did a really great job at shutting down the Grux because he did have a lot of pressure on Lava in the early game, but never quite secured kills on his friends. And as soon as the camera starts to rotate over, and as soon as Grux just shows up in team fight, he just gets focused down, CC locked down, and all of a sudden he just gets deleted because he needs his army fam online to actually sustain and be a frontliner in this team fight. But also, that gadget felt a little bit weak that game. I kind of noticed it in the first game a little bit where you got some random gadget ultimate being thrown out and not getting a lot of value. The only reason why it was kind of doing solid in the first game is because you got the sales case for just people getting stuck in the gadget ultimate. However, it didn't have that sales pick this game, and I see a lot of gadgets also being played too early or too late, never in the actual good moment. So it kind of felt like that was a kind of weak kind of gadget performance too. So combined that with the growth, that's what kind of felt like even was really falling flat in those late game team fights.
Yeah, Shin definitely used the ultimates or the Tesla Dome to disengage, but he was just tickling, unfortunately. Stick around, folks, because we know how much you love Pred, just like us. Coming right up is Villains and EWT, both 1-1, going for game number 3. We'll be right back. welcome back, Predecessor gamers. This is game number 3 of the grand finals. We have EWT versus Villains. We are 1-1 right now. This is a best of 5, and there's $3,000 on the pot. Who's going home with 2K and who's going home with only 1? Choice, show us the draft, please. Okay, Joey, how should EWT draft to take game number 3?
Yeah, I kind of thought they have a good draft going into it. Like, especially, I think the Grux was the fine pick, but I think we're going against Finland, especially the Lobber on the save. It seems like that's going to be the answer right there. So they maybe be trying to see if they can potentially ban out the Lobber Sevard, but more than anything, I think laying the Narbash and the Chimera, a lot of the Sevard to go through the draft was kind of like a big mistake on Evo's timing part, because we saw what happened once they got to the late game. It just they're taking team fights, they got all low HP, but then Narbash heal just heal all them back up, and it just made it unplayable for this late game team fight. So I think they need to like look at those 3 picks, maybe see if you can ban one of those 3, or even try to take them for themselves. But I think laying all 3 go to Villains again is going to be a huge mistake, even more time needs to avoid. And we see right here, they are going to just take the Chimera away from Villains, eliminating one of those problems they faced in the last game.
And we see that they follow immediately on the side of Villains by the Bellica ban. And once again, it's interesting that the team, even worse timing, decided to be the first pick first ban. It seems that this first pick first ban is actually pretty contested. Both teams are looking for it. And I kind of agree also on the side of Joey. Like, it feels like this Narbash is actually kind of a key for both of those teams. So I wonder who is going to end up like picking it and how early. And if we get like to the third part of like the second part of the draft who's at Narbash, I don't expect him to go further. So quite curious. The Rictor is open here for the first time, and so like I wonder if it's going to be picked here by even worse timing. And I would say yes, you should go for the Rictor, because Rictor as a support is a kind of a counter to the Narbash. You can like make plays and actually like deny the strengths, and it's one of the rare picks that can actually shut down the Narbash early and punish that. And we see immediately the Rictor being locked down. But at the same time, maybe that's the moment for Toasty to go back to his Decker, because Decker into the Rictor can play that matchup very, very easily. But Narbash Sevrog, so they just want to secure that. It seems that it's been working very well, and so yeah.
Yeah, like last game, the big 3 problems was the Narbash, Sevard, Chimera. They took away the Chimera, and the Villains immediately just pick up the Narbash and Sevard. As you mentioned, it's kind of interesting they're picking the Narbash still against the Richter, so that means that even more time really needs to get that lead in the early game, because in the last game, dual lane was just sort of even for the most part. It seemed like a lot of stuff was happening in the dual lane, but if you have the Richter going support, you have to make stuff happen. You cannot allow this dual lane with Narbash to scale, because if you do, it's just going to be a same repeat of the last match, with just being really hard to play into the Narbash Sevard late game kind of strategy right here.
And here they have like an important question to answer. It was like, oh, and actually I get super surprised, because I was hoping to either see the Murdoch or the Drongo in the carry role for the side of even worse timing, both working very well with the Rictor. And I think like they prefer the Murdoch to deny it like from Leconator, but the Gag Grenades was very good to play into the Narbash and countering like those Crash Bang Boom ultimate. But no, they decided to go for the Twin Blast, and Rictor Twin Blast lane is not the lane that for me screams like we're gonna kill this Narbash on cooldown. So I don't really know what to expect, but here we go for the Howitzer. But that means maybe we still have the Iggy and Scorch open for the side of Brian. With the Iggy Howitzer already picked up, maybe that's what we are going to try to see on the side of Villains.
Yeah, it's so interesting they picked the Howitzer this early. Like, out of all the mid laners in the PCC, Howitzer just someone you don't see like picked that early. But it almost seemed like they want to go for heavy single target damage, because with the Howitzer and Richter combined, it seems like they really want to get hooked on, let's say, the Narbash, try to really bust him down before he can get his heals off. But we see Villains finally taking the Iggy Scorch this early. Don't have to worry about that being banned in the second half right here. And they're going for the steel ban that even was time won't be the pickup right here.
And so I'm quite curious to see if any team are going to go for this Greystone in the jungle. I know Happy Picker has been playing Camera or Greystone, so maybe that's something they're looking for on the side of Villains. I do expect this Several going on to Lobber after the performance he has been doing in Game 1 and Game 2, so I don't think Villains are going to shift that around. And at the same time, like, to be fair, this Rictor, like we said, it can be on support, but support we still have other options like the Decker we're talking about that can work well with the Twin Blast, and suddenly this Rictor can be in the jungle or in the offlane. Like there is different solution and it's still like kind of open. At the same time, I think here Even Worse Timing is maybe thinking about like which carry should we ban or which jungler should we ban. Like maybe they're trying to think about this matchup, and here we see the Greystone being banned, and so like kind of asking Happy Picker like what is your third hero in that tournament, kind of forcing himself to kind of dive deep and trying to find a solution. And I really don't know what is going to be picked here.
Yeah, and we see the jungle being picked right here. It's kind of interesting to pick it because they know it's not going to be banned or taken with the Trim Blast already picked right there. But nonetheless, maybe they're saving the last pick as the kind of more counter pick to Even Worse Timing team comp. It's kind of interesting that they went for the Greystone ban because Even Worse Timing is sort of lacking that front line. Obviously, Greystone would be really good for what they want to do, but at the same time, it made me really hard for the Greystone to dive the back line because now you have to deal with the Iggy, the Knockbacks, the Sevoi. It's going to be really easy to just yoink that Greystone away from your carries and make it really hard for him to do what he wants in this team fight. But at the same time, that's also a great pickup for Villains as well. So I think that was a safe ban for the most part. But now Even Worse Timing needs to reach in and find who they're going to pick as for the front line. And we see the Stairs being picked up right here along with the Phase, which is very, very interesting. I sort of was thinking maybe an import can pull the Witcher jungle, and we're going to see right here that it's going to be a Witcher jungle along with the Phase support going against the not bad stronger duo instead. Moogie, tell me what you think Even Worse Timing is thinking right here.
Well, I actually like completely forgot about Phase, and I think everyone like watching completely forgot about the Phase. But back in the PCC4, this Phase Rictor was actually what Even Worse Timing was doing every single match. This energy lens into the Replash when the Rictor is in the jungle is actually like very easy to set up. And at the same time, we have an Howitzer with a landmine in mid lane. We have a Zarus with a barricade on the off lane. It's a perfect Rictor jungle game. And on top of that, you have a Twin Blast and a Howitzer that the Phase can link to. And so this 10% like stat buff coming from the telekinetic link will make those two characters actually eat like monster truck. So I completely forgot about it, but I think it's very, very well played.
And we see right here Kalai being picked up by Appy. What a kind of spicy, bold move by him. I don't think we've seen Appy quite a bit on Kalai. We know like other junglers like Sith can pull off really well. The question is, can Appy pull the Kalai off really well? Because he is going to be facing off against like the Witcher, the Stairs, the Houses. It's going to be quite easy for the Kalai to be busted down and punished if he gets caught out in line. So we really have to see if Appy can pull a miracle play with the Kalai and show that he can play other heroes to their best capabilities.
All right, Moogie, I gotta ask, now that we're seeing Phase for the first time in broadcast, what does the matchup look like in the duo lane?
Well, the thing is, like, it's Phase against Narbash, so in terms of damage, it's going to be very, very low. I don't think we can really, like, see any kill potential, but the thing you can see is every time the Rictor shot is hovering around, you just go for the energy lens, and suddenly, like, the Drongo, even with Get Grenade or Thunk, Ray is, like, proficient enough to be out of range of those ability, and that's a guaranteed replash, and probably, like, immediately forcing a flash. So it's just a matchup that's going to be kind of sleepy until, like, the jungler appear.
And lastly, Joey, in terms of the team fight capabilities, you kind of touched on what Kalari's role is, but what does the rest look like looking at the full team of the villains?
Yeah, so essentially, much like last game, they want to play for the mid to late game, letting the Knockback and Sevoi scale, and especially Iggy too, who also scales very well. If they can let those three scale and get ahead of the mid to late game, it's going to be really hard for Even Worse Timing to deal with that. At the same time, Even Worse Timing had a really strong early game, especially with that Witcher Phase kind of combo right there. So all eyes is on this Witcher going to the next game because he needs to find those early kills, much unlike the last two games where it's very kind of slow on the early game. They have to make some killer plays with the Witcher Phase combo, or else they're going to find themselves getting outscaled by the Knockback Sevoi coming strong in the late game.
Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to have a better time and which team is actually the main character? I'm not going to waste any more time here, and let's get right into it. Tang and TJ DJ.
Thank you so much, R-Dog, and we really do not mess around as we are going to be jumping straight into the game just as this little buffering sign is going to resolve. There we go, and Tang, I saw the face pick and it was like, okay, yeah, this is where we're going to start, but then Villains dropping out this Kalari Appy picker? confidence. I love it.
I love it as well. We see two bans on the jungle side. We see the Greystone and the Chimera banned by EWT, but he is not worried at all. Epi just picks the Kalari. So I think what we can expect this game is a lot of ganks from that hero. Kalari can just sneak behind enemy lines with her stealth abilities. And I think with the Richter on the other side of the map, I think Import wants to do something similar, but with a big body like that, it's just going to be easier to be spotted.
Yeah, and also the word on the street, I've heard some rumblings, I've heard some whispers, is that this is not a pick completely out of left field. Appy Picker has been putting in the work behind the scenes on this Kalari pick. And again, just bringing it out in a grand finals of PCC6. Absolutely love to see it. Going to switch over now to Even Worse Timing's composition as well, because they are definitely bringing in something different as well. Want to talk about the phase, but also we get to see Richter in the jungle.
Yeah, I think that's one of those combos that are just so well received with the teams we have right now. Just the energy lands, as Mugi alluded to, together with a Whiplash by Richter just makes light out for Lakeinator and Toasty. But it is quite a boring lane sort of to watch in the laning phase, because with no jungle attention, there is just not much kill threat to be had. But TB and FaZe have a decent amount of damage on their own still, but Toasty on the Narbash can provide the healing as he did in the last game. So yeah, I'm not really expecting there to be many duo kills.
Yeah, and just especially after that game 2 as well, going to 39 minutes as well, an absolute marathon with the villains coming out on top. And this is all on Even Worse Timing as well. You know, they've made some changes into the draft, switched around some roles as well. But Tang, is this a draft that you feel is going to be enough to put them back in the lead?
I feel like Villains still got so much comfort in the draft. We see the Sevrog back in the hands of Lorber. We see Bry in the mid lane on the Iggy that he is known for. He loves that hero. He plays it all the time. Funly shows it in the grand final as well. And on the duo lane, we have the Narbash Drongo lane with Lakeinator and Toasty piloting it. So I think it is quite a hard game for EWT to play still. I do love their comp though. They have a lot of buttons to press with the Richter being the sort of facilitator in the team, just having so much CC, so much utility together with the lockdown from FaZe. They definitely have a good shot winning this game.
Yeah, and especially with Pablo being the target of some of those later game dives as well, being able to give him that mobility just to get out of jail free card should he run into trouble. But of course, that means Pablo is once again going to be the focal point of this composition. Well, even worse time with how they play. Pablo is always going to be a win condition for them as we get towards the later stages of this fight. And also, you know, Pablo getting a game back on the Twin Blast, I felt that Norba really did struggle against that. I mean, granted, he's not going into that much CC from the Bellica, at least with the Seismic Assault, but again, Even Worse Timing definitely do have the shred on their side. As you're going to see the first gank from Import this time. Energy Hand's going to be interrupted, but Lakeinator split from Toasty. He's going to start to body block, and a blink coming out from Lakeinator. Whiplash from Import as well on towards Toasty, having to blink out of the gag grenade as well, and that's going to get them to safety. But blinks burned in the duo side. Appy Picker is still on this side of the map. Might even want to try and find maybe a pick, maybe something, or even just their presence alone might back them away. But there's the Funk on towards Ray. He's going to blink straight into Pablo and get himself to safety once again. The Link back online. Blinks burned by both junglers, but no one drops.
No one drops, but Epi is looking for something again. He's walking towards the river. Maybe Ray might be the target again. He's also looking kind of towards the kill on the dual lane. That's going to be Narbash dropping. First kill by Pablo. It almost gets Lakeinator off the back of it as well. He still has blink up. Might just blink for it. Gets the kill. That's going to be double kill.
Just in the blink of an eye, but Appy Picker, good thing they were still sticking around, might be able to get an exit frag. The link has already been used by Ray to pull Pablo back, but it looks like the Twin Blast is definitely out of dodge, and what a start. First blood over to the left-hand side, and it's both in Pablo's pockets.
Yeah, and we definitely see a lot of jungle attention already. Epi and Import making their presence known around that side of the lane. We saw Import before also really likes to gank the Snoop. It does look like that trend is going to continue, but Lorba is going to get away with a good dash. So the Severog still the target. They still have to look for an answer for that as well, because Lorba has been playing out of his mind, especially in the second game.
Yeah, definitely a pick that the villains are going to look to rally around as we get in towards these later fights. But again, these later fights is the keyword. Later is the keyword in that sentence as well. But even worse timing with a little bit of agency about them, able to find that pick as well. But Appy pick up once again another gank. Ray with the link. There's the funk, but Ray just simply throws the link and pulls Pablo back to safety. That's another gank going to be neutralized.
Yeah, and that's a lot of focus on the dual lane because there is there's no blinks there, but it just doesn't find purchase with Ray playing so far back to always be able to pull the Pablo, the TB that can just freely farm as well. And now we just see Kalari go back towards her red side. She is only level 4 to the level 5 of the Richter that didn't have to spend as much time ganking as the Kalari did.
You can see just the damage coming up by Ray onto Lakeinator once again. And I just want to go back towards Appy Picker on this Kalari pick as well. Doesn't really have the luxury of that Greystone or even just having a more tanky jungler to be piloting as well, as that if Kalari falls behind, it can definitely be an incredibly oppressive lane to go, as oppressive pick to go for. Now Import looking to go behind Toasty, going to split off the Narbash away, who doesn't have the blink, and that's going to be the Orc with the drum kit. Doc going down. Pablo 3 kills all in total for even worse timing. Pablo getting all of them as well. Shin making the President does take a death mark. Bri having to be careful. Trade of ultimates at least to make it rain on towards Bri. Just gets back to safety. But all of this pressure starting to relent, as that means even worse timing going to keep on going and start up this first Fang 2.
Yeah, now we see Howitzer is a bit of a target right now. Kalari is moving in towards the mid lane, is stealthed right now, but Shin does not walk up. But more importantly, that is the Fangtooth dropping for the side of EWT with that kill on Toasty, on the Narbash. They just secure that, take that away for themselves. And Kalari is just trying to get her level 6 as fast as possible, invades to get the 5 camp. Once she gets that level 6, she can look to make a bit more plays. But just in general, about the question you asked earlier about the Kalari, I think Kalari struggles a bit in this matchup because there's realistically only the face she can really attack. The Howitzer has stasis, or is gonna have stasis, and the TB has the pull from the face. But as I say this, she looks towards the dual lane, the off lane, but with Snoop respecting it, there's not going to be a gank happening. She's going to just take the 3 camp, gonna get her level 6, reset, and maybe look towards the dual lane again.
Yeah, it's definitely a concerning side, at least to say the Kalari making the moves over towards the left-hand side, but Pablo getting probably the best start they could have hoped for as well. All 3 of even worse timings kills are in this Twin Blast as well, and Toasty Lakeinator really feeling the pressure. He's just going to have a little bit of a replay pause as well, gives us a chance to look at the scoreboard. We're still early doors, it's only 8 minutes and 40 seconds in. CS lead once again growing for even worse timing, but as game 2 showed, it's not all about that CS lead for now. But right now, villains haven't really been able to get a foothold in this game just yet, and even worse timing certainly going to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think there is about a 25 CS lead for EWT as well. I think a lot of it is on Snoop right now, that is having a bit of a better game compared to the first one, where he was kind of behind in farm compared to the Severog as well. We see Bri almost finishing his first item. That is going to be Megacosm. He's also going to have the crest really soon as well, with the crest popping on his turret on hit as well. We see a lot of action happening right now. There's explosions everywhere, and we are gonna see the the ultimate blown, the blink blown by TB, but nothing else. Snoop is walking back to lane. We see a bit of a cinematic mid shot, but now it looks to be back in order.
Yeah, we've just had that freeze frame for just about 20 seconds of in-game time, as we're going to return with the 10-minute mark coming on. But the left-hand side, Import with another gank, and Pablo cashing in 4 kills on this Twin Blast. Already got that Stormbreaker online. Already pushing in another minion wave. Toasty going to have his back interrupted by the Energy Lance. Rooted up, and that's going to be Pablo pushing forward again. 5 kills for a 5-star AD carry. That's going to be Pablo getting yet another one.
Pablo is so mad after that last game. He just has to press his buttons and he is just gonna delete Toasty and Lakenator off the map. He's also gonna push towards getting that tier 1 inhib. Snoop knows where Epipicker is, so it's just gonna run away. Epipicker not really having the biggest impact this game. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we just have Pablo with 5 kills to 0 in his pocket with a phase pocket support as well. That certainly doesn't look good for Willems right now.
No, it's definitely going to be a point of concern, especially with how that duo lane has gone. I mean, Lakenator and Toasty in that game too, especially Toasty on that Narbash as well, but Lakenator getting 15 kills by the end of that game. Such a rallying point to get behind Toasty, healing everyone up as well, but they do not have that luxury of the early game lead. It's going to be Lorber taking a bit of pressure from the Snoop. Energy Lance from Ray going to lock up Lorber once again. Colosseum still available, but Ray actually going to link on towards the Snoop. There's the blink immediately out by Lorber as the mini prime going to be secured by even worse timing.
Yeah, mini prime secured, and in the meanwhile, Epi is just covering his duo lane, making sure that they can push in the tower, maybe get the tier 1 for themselves, also get a few jungle camps to make sure he is ahead if his team isn't. So yeah, 2 objectives secured by EWT early on. Kalari is going to get caught here by Howitzer, but it's just going to jump away towards the Fangtooth pit. And yeah, with that being said, the duo lane of Toasty and Lakenator has to back off because they know there's more people coming for EWT on that side of the map.
We're going to look to maybe go for a pick. Toasty leading with the Crash Bang Boom. That's going to be a lot of pierce. The knockup comes down. Ray is going to be the target. Guillotine. Maybe one more shot. And with the death mark, Happy Pick going to get the first kill on the board. But Shin from the mid lane hits the R2000. The Funk also connects. But Pablo has yet another kill. Make it rain all the way onto Lakenator. And that's going to be Shin adding the first kill onto their tally. Even worse timing. Collapse and pull ahead. 6 kills over their villain number. And also with this Fangtooth about to spawn in perfect position to start it off.
Yeah, just a bit of a problem for Villains. They engaged even though they knew that there was reinforcements coming, not really respecting the power that Pablo has, that Shin has on the Howitzer. Just ends up being 2 kills for 1. Also the Fangtooth secured. That's the second Fangtooth of the game. Meanwhile, Bry with the Iggy mid didn't really join the fight because he might be looking towards something on the Saros, but Saros full HP against the Sarok that is low, doesn't have the blink up. So in the end, Iggy just walks back towards mid lane. Epipika is getting caught in the jungle though.
Yeah, Impulse going to lead with a Skewer and the Riplash as well. Happy Picker does still have the double jump available, and that's going to be over to the tier 2 tower on the left-hand side. We can see just how freely Even Worse Timing able to move around this map. There's just no pressure coming out of any of these lanes, and the Snoop really wants a solo kill. Colossal Blow, Subjugate underneath the tower. Doesn't have the mana, does the Snoop, but might have a bit of regen for the Spear of Near, but Lorber knows that's going to stick around. Snoop, Gladiator passive, is going to heal him up once again. But it knows ultimate has been burned. Colosseum still available. But here comes Import. Happy Picker behind again. Lorber's going to play behind the tower. Happy Picker's going to go in looking towards the Snoop. Import body blocking well, but not well enough to save the life of his solo laner. Happy Picker getting the second kill for the Villains.
Yeah, and those are kills that are very needed for Epipicker, using his Death Mark to secure the kill on the Saras. That's going to be the second kill, as you said, for the Kalari. They did go Melody first, so those are going to be permanent stacks for him. And it also allows him to clear a bit faster. We can see him take away a few camps from the Richter before as well. But I think the offlane is not really the problem. The Sevrog was super strong in those previous games, but now we have the Twin Blast. Pablo being 6-0-1. I think Epipicker really needs to worry about that next. Maybe collect that kill with his next ultimate ability, the Guillotine.
Yeah, and also, but that's the problem that Pablo's got, is that he has got a target on his head, not just because he's playing the AD carry role, and also Pablo is pretty damn good at this game, but also with a 6-kill shutdown and a bounty on his head as well, when looking to cash in as well, with that gold hopefully going onto Lakenator, going on to Appy Pico, heck, just going on to anyone, just to get some gold back into this one and give the villains something to enjoy, because right now EWT are running the show. Pablo and Ray going over towards the mid lane, potentially trying to make a play, hiding behind the shadow curtain, just in case Appy Picker starts to go out that way. Going to get the pick, looking for the energy lance. There's lock up into the impale, into all the CC, and that's going to be Import getting their first kill of the game. Appy Picker, this Kalari just isn't working, and now EWT, multiple members inside of the mid lane. Bry has got all the turrets in the world, able to clear the way for now, but EWT keeping the pressure up.
Yeah, they're keeping the pressure up. They don't have mini prime on imports anymore, but it looks like they still wanna push down the mid lane with the dual lane just being so accelerated. They're just allowed to move anywhere they want. Sevarog though is rotating towards the mid lane. There might be a fight here, but Lorba doesn't have the items, doesn't have anything, so he's just gonna walk in. Richter is gonna engage on, has to blink out. Sevarog is in the fray.
Yeah, Lorba's still going on towards Pablo. He does go down to half HP. Ray throws the energy lance onto him, and that's going to be Tozy picked down. But there's the Snoop, the Colosseum into the backline. Make it rain over the top from Shin. They've grabbed the kill on towards Lorba as well. Both front lines are going to be down. Even worse timing. It's just all going their way. The freedom of the map. Not got any neutrals up, but they're just going to spend that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, honestly, I kept the mic there for a bit because I was not actually expecting the Sevarog to walk in. They're so far behind in gold. They're so far behind in XP. I didn't really think that the Sevarog would actually try to do something there. And he got absolutely blown up by the TB. As you mentioned before, the TB was the biggest problem for Lorba in the first game as well. But now at only 17 minutes in the game, 6-0 and 4, didn't collect the kill there, but already has the percentage pen component. He also is Witch Stalker that is really good against the Kalari Deathmark, against roots, against stuns, against anything, so he has the survivability. Some people like to go to Ortiz instead as the TB. He goes for survivability because as long as he's alive, there's no way they're going to lose the fight.
Sure, Pablo is again just that rallying point for even worse timing. Old reliable, you could say, especially in these best of 5 fights when you're going to need members like that to step up. But Pablo is in his hands at the moment, but that's going to be where near of all of the gold is going to be for even worse timing. It is now a bit more split over the course of the team now that kills have been landing in their pockets. Of course, Shin having 3 of them, Import having 1 as well, so not all on the Twin Blast, but Mini Prime secured, going on towards Import, and the Fang 2 couldn't even be started. Villains could not trade out that objective. Even worse timing, just go on a magical mystery tour of this entire map from right side to left, taking it away, and Appy Picker's only just coming back from base. I don't think there's any way they can even stop this.
No, there's no way. Appy Picker was there when it spawned. He looked at it and he was like, where is my team? What is happening? I do not like this. So he went back, reset. Lorba on the other side didn't even bother to leave his lane. He tried it once in the mid lane. It was not a pleasant experience. So he's back to what he does best, which is split pushing. But with the map state being the way it is, with villains being so far behind on the dual lane, in the mid lane, in the jungle, it feels like the Sevarog kind of needs to use the few items he has in the offlane to make something work on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's definitely going to need a lot more than items as well, as we're just walking into that Twin Blast, and now I can imagine Demolish is going to be picked up soon. 3 items deep here at 19 minutes as well, just how accelerated Pablo is. Still sitting on the components, but again, does have the pen items starting to be completed on the tier 2 as well. Group up here to take the right hand side, prevent Lorba from split pushing, and again, more gold, more experience in the back pocket of Pablo's Twin Blast. Lorba can only really watch. Going to try and get some stacks onto the wave at least, but that's going to be the tower dropping, and now Energy Lance coming down. Pablo starting to deal the damage, combining abilities, combining all of his shots into one. Ventilate coming out, but Lorba gets behind the tower. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Crash Bam Boom on towards the Snoop as he went into the Colosseum, but Appy Picker going to get the kill on towards the solo laner.
Yeah, picking off Saras as well, not only Aphos, but yeah, Kalari gets another kill in her pockets. But you gotta think that is still the tier 2 going down. That is your offlaner having been forced out of that lane as well. But at least it is the pick on the Sarah, so you gotta look at the positives as well. But we see more pushing towards the tier 2. It's only 20 minutes in and EWT is completely controlling the map.
We're going to go for the collapse on towards Ray, but Lorber misses Subjugate, misses Colossal Blow as well, and has to take the hit and go back into get back in towards his jungle. Villains, though, again, not giving up, still trying to make these plays, but even worse timing, just a couple of steps ahead, and that's not just because the abilities are going wide. Grouping up here for even worse timing. Or Prime has now spawned as well. And you get the sense that even if even worse timing start this after this next reset, there's very little that the villains can really do.
Yeah, but it's still always going to be the danger of a 50-50 by Kalari that can't really easily be tracked. So if there is a way to do it differently, EWT probably doesn't want to flip it necessarily. But if they get a good engage onto one of the members, for example the Sevrok, maybe they're going to try something. But Lorba is too smart to get caught. He's just going to dash away. Richter is nearby the Prime Pit, but as I said, they need a pick first. Kalari is very slippery. She can jump over walls. There's always gonna be the threat of her stealing it. And also, like, even though EWT is in the driver's seat, it's not like villains don't deal any damage. If Pablo gets caught in a bad spot, there's still a way of him getting one-shot by the Kalari burst together with Lakinator on the jungle, but they're just pushing in the mid lane.
Yeah, going for the group up. Appy throwing daggers from the right hand side. Lorba, though, comes down with a colossal blow, throwing these members into the team, but it's just going to blink away. They finally got the kill onto Ray, but Pablo still alive. Villains have got the first pick now, turning attention on towards Import, having to blink away. The Funk comes out. That's going to be Import dropping, but it's going to be at the cost of Lorba. But when you're this far behind in a deficit, any pick will do. Happy Pick is still here, Lakinator. So is Bry. Still relatively healthy as well, but even worse timing, still have the confidence. They're still going to stick around a little bit longer, but the villains finally 2 kills.
Yeah, Lorba is just too good on the Sevarog, just managing to find the angle, get the colossal blow on the face together with the Richter is gonna make a fight that should be impossible. Just looking at items, very possible for them, and they get the better of EWT at this stage in the game. Also managed to grab a few blinks of a few members, but importantly, Twinblast didn't blink and Howitzer didn't blink. The 2 carries of the team of EWT still have everything up if there was a contest around the Prime buff, but getting those 2 shutdowns from the face and the Richter must feel really good for villains considering how badly they've been treated so far in this game.
It's near enough having to wait almost 20 minutes for something to go your way. Such is the general state of this game for the villains. 23 minutes on the clock, 11 kills to 5, but still they're still in this one as well. The series is tied 1-1. We are only in game number 3. Still a lot more of the set to show. Just having a look at the scoreboard, the CS difference, which has been quite something we brought up across multiple games, has started to narrow though. It's only 20 across the rest of the team. Right now, it's the kills that matter at the moment, and the grouping up, even worse timing with the group. Import leading in towards this blue side jungle, going to force Appy Picker to respect it. But it looks like this right hand side is going to be the next target, or Prime again is on the menu. But it seems even worse timing. Once again, they're going to try and play for the pick once more.
I'm pretty surprised looking at XP numbers as well, though, that it does look like villains are very close. If anything, they might even be ahead of EWT in regards to that. FaZe still only level 10, doesn't have her second level in her ultimate. We also see even numbers on the other side of the map. Pablo getting caught by Kalari, gets the pull out, but Snoop is engaging.
Snoop goes back in, colossal blow, throws him out of the Coliseum. That's the end of that ultimate. Just more trades coming down. Guillotine was used, so was Ventilate, so was the Coliseum. But even worse timing, haven't found the kill just yet. Appy Picker went low, so the Kalari has to reset. That is the only opening even worse timing need to go and pull back onto this primal Fangtooth potentially. Lorba is still going to be around. He's got Lakenator, got Shin as well. Energy Lance coming down. Lakenator splits away from the rest of his team. Snoop trying to go forward. Good Funk coming out, and a dagger for his troubles. With the villains able to regroup once more. We're back to a 5 versus 5, but Primal Fangtooth in play does complicate things a little bit, with even worse timing and control of the area.
I feel a few flashbacks, deja vus, if I may say so myself, compared to the second game with Narbash providing so much healing in those fights that even though EWT is dishing out more damage, it feels like villains are getting the better of EWT in these fights, with health bars just being so high for them. Meanwhile, EWT has to reset. We see 2 members coming fresh from spawn now. In that timing though, villains couldn't really capitalize on it because they are still behind. They don't really have the damage to burn down the Fangtooth. They don't have the damage to burn down the Prime, even though they have a decent comp to do it theoretically with the Iggy. If he can set up, there is a lot of damage on it. But that being said, it's the Prime start for EWT.
Primal Fangtooth began. Members of EWT started to hit it. Lorba going to look for the Colossal Blow play, but that's going to be the Sevrog already out the fight. The Snoop goes in with the Colosseum. Going to keep Toasty in play for now. Nice crash bang boom. Going to hit up onto 3. But there's no follow-up just yet. EWT grouping up, hunting in towards the jungle, but there's the flank coming in from the villains. They've got the kill on towards Toasty. Pablo and Ray on the hunt for Lakenade, keeping him out, but Bryce still around. So is Lorba. Razorback, Colossal Blow, throws up import into the Impale, but Pablo is here, so is Ray, and they're starting to deal the damage. They turn their attention on towards Bry, who's going to bite the dust. That's 4 kills outside of the Primal Fangtooth pit. Lakenator can only watch. There's even worse timing at the start of the Primal Fangtooth once more.
It is start up the Primal Fangtooth because Snoop with the barricade on the Ceres can just block the entire damage, gets 60% damage reduction depending on the level of that ability, but that is gonna be the Primal Fang secured for them. That's gonna be the 4th Fangtooth of the game. That's gonna be 0 Fangtooths for the side of villains. Everybody's getting really low here, but with everybody being down on the side of villains except for Lakenator, it's just gonna be an easy secure. I'm expecting the entire team to reset here and then head over to the big Prime, because we've seen it so many times. If teams manage to get those 2 big objectives at the same time, they can deal some serious damage towards the enemy space.
Yeah, looking to break it open. I mean, right side inhibitor is exposed. Tier 2 tower mid still standing, and Tier 2 on the left-hand side. A lot of structures on the board, so is a lot of this latent gold in this map as well. For even worse timing to pick up. But that does mean villains have got some safety in and around the middle and the left-hand side. But, as you say, with your Prime up, with the Primordial Blaze in their hearts, they're going to feel very confident to step forward. Bry trying to secure out this blue buff, not going to find it. Colosseum comes in from the super, can engage, and wait, Bry's just gone. He vanished completely, even worse timing. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta think that Snoop has Vanquisher, but he doesn't even need it to vanquish the Iggy on the enemy team, and that's gonna be an easy start on the Prime, but Epi Picker is close by. We gotta think that maybe the Kalari can jump over the pit, maybe look for a steal, but Ray is covering, Ray is keeping a lookout what a support player should do, so that's just gonna be the Prime secured with no contest by the side of villains.
There we go. Easy as you like from even worse timing, making it look easy as well, pulling apart this villain's team, and the Snoop as well, having a bit of a redemption arc. You know, did have some criticisms in that game number 2, but more than making up for it as well, leading with that Colosseum, leading with these engages, and now this group up with even worse timing, 4 members barreling down mid lane, and the villains can only really watch. They'll look for a pick, subjugate, Colossal Blow combination. Ray's got the Energy Lance. He's going to throw it out, make sure no one's going to get rooted. Now Shin, marshalling under minion wave from the right-hand side, going to be rejoining with the rest of the team. That's going to be 2 inhibitors dropping. Even worse timing, wanting to pull ahead, wanting to put themselves on championship points in this best of 5. They've got 2 minion waves, but a whole squad of the villains to get through. Jump pad actually going to be taken by Toasty. Is straight in towards Ray. He's going to have to blink away as well. Going to be reached by the NG Lance. Crash Bamboo comes down. Snoop and also Import may be locked up. But the Impale comes out just in time. And Toasty can't get the knockup. Can't get the second part of CC. And now Pablo starting to hit on towards the score. One last chance. Norma. Colossal blows. 4 members forward. Is this the fight they were looking for? But making it rain. Pablo still alive. It's just too little. It's too late. Even worse timing. Take game 3 and move on to championship points.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say one word, and that is gonna be Pablo. And that's it, no second word. But yeah, no, Pablo just absolutely putting on a clinic, 7-0 and 8. But it started with pretty much being 6-0 in this game. Just really well played by him. Getting those 2 early kills just allowed him to absolutely snowball. Even Kalari perma-ganking that lane with Ray as the face support, just pulling him out whenever it got dicey, just made him so strong in this game.
Yeah, 5 kills at the start for a 5-star ADC. Even worse timing, moving on to championship points in a commanding game 3 victory. Still got one more game to go before they close out and get that title. But the Villains, you know, they've been in this situation before from game 1. They have fought back in the following game. We're going to throw it back to the desk, break down this one.
Thank you so much, TJ, DJ, and Tang. EWT versus Villains, even worse timing, absolutely having the greatest of all time, collecting all neutral objectives. Pablo just able to scale into a monster. EWT just exhibiting that they are the real predators around these parts. Mugi, you talked about how the telekinetic link and the energy lance from the phase really working out in EWT's favor, but what else happened in that game?
Well, basically, you give Pablo an inch, he's gonna take a mile, but that all comes down from like this ID initially that we have seen from like the early initial gang, and suddenly everything's snowball out of control, and then you are against even worse timing. They will just like play the macro game super fast, never letting you a time for breathing room, and that's exactly what they have done with this triple Fangtus, even pre-20 minutes into the game. To be fair, Villains does a good job to try to find opportunities with like those great lowbers engage, but at some point when you lose so much map control, then like even worse timing has so many space to just like bait you, and they just like then clean up the game.
Yep, and that's what happened in game number 1. They did rely on Lobber, but it just didn't work out for them. Joey, the Kalari just unfortunately didn't work out for game 3, which allowed EWT to secure that last match. But please help us break down game number 3.
Yeah, so essentially, I think EWT just got way better picks, especially on the mid lane and off lane. Felt like the Grux and Gadget from last game wasn't really coming out for them, but it seemed like that Shin was feeling really good on the howitzer, making some really good plays and focusing targets. And then, of course, going back to the Zero, it seemed like to be the better play for Snoop, being able to be much more reliable in the team by locking down key targets and allowing his team to walk all over Villains.
Yeah, both of these teams are just gaming, performing at another level, showing us what they're capable of. It's been a really long day for these guys. It's been a real marathon for EWT, even to have been playing since the second semifinals. Full gas, no breaks for our little hamsters. This is the time, before we head for another break, this is the time to get another snack. I know I'm really fattening you guys up today, but these games are tight and you better be ready because this is the grand finals. There's a lot at stake here. We are currently 2-1 favoring even worse timing. Are we heading into a game number 5 or will this potentially be our last game? We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. You've missed us. We've missed you. But in case you forgot, or you're new, let me introduce you to the PCC.
It's going to be an absolute banger of a match from front to back.
Is gonna find the kill. Incredible play coming out.
Who will be the next champion?
50 scrims, 20 days, one PCC championship for professors, baby!
My guess is as good as yours.
Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking around, and welcome back. Thanks for your patience as we took a much needed break for our players. Game number 4 is underway, and there's so much at stake. This is potentially our last game of the day, or are we going to be seeing a game number 5? We're currently at 2-1 in our best of 5 in the grand finals. All of these players have taken us on a wild ride this PCC6. We've been sweating here. The casters have taken off their jackets. Joey has brought out the dog before we hop right into the draft. Just want to say, take a moment to say thank you. It's been a long day. We've had a lot of fun. Thanks to the community, the love, the support, the follows, the subs. They do not go unnoticed. This is our first main event of the year, and we appreciate it so much. Every single one of you, every little bit. If you like what you see, it goes towards the PCC. But I'm not going to waste any more time. Let's jump right into the draft. All right, 2-1 EWT versus the Villains. Mugi, what do the Villains need to do to have a chance at winning game number 4?
Well, to be fair, I think the Villains got surprised as much as we did by this face pocket strat that of course we should have known about, but they just pull it out again, and so they have to find a solution about it. And so here we can see already a ban on the face. They don't want to deal with that, and also it's kind of still trying to find a solution around this Rictor. And so also being the first pick, once again it feels like the team that has the first pick so far has been winning every single time. So maybe there is also some part of dominating the draft from that side. But to be fair, Villain has been very, very strong so far. They managed to win the second game, and so if they manage to get a draft similar to what they do without getting surprised so much by this maybe another pocket strat that the Even Worse Timing has, they definitely have a chance in that match.
Yeah, it kind of really seems like they don't want Even More Time to have phase again, because not only the Victor combo was really strong in that game, but also for the fact that Jay was Popular really wants to just go ham in his team fights. It seemed like the second game he was kind of getting picked up left and right, and Faye just pretty much prevents that from happening ever, right? So I think it's not only a really good move by them to ban out the phase, but also make sure that Popular will have that comfort support right there. And we see that Villains just going straight for the Victor pick after we've seen Evil Time banning out the Chimera right here.
Yeah, and finally we will get to see Toasty on Rictor in the grand final. It's the pick that he exclusively played during the semifinal and the quarterfinal, but he didn't get a chance so far because it has been a ban or a highly contested pick. And with the camera being banned also on the other side, usually into the Rictor you pick the camera to be able to have some great gank potential. You get this Invigorate to counter the Skewer, the Replash, so it's a very, very strong pick, but now this pick is out of the question. So how Even Worse Timing is going to react? They decide to go for heavy CC, this combination of Steel plus Bellica, offering both the Steel can be probably, I'm not sure we're gonna see Ray running again the Steel, but maybe it could be the case into a Rictor, it can work well in lane. So we have a lot of flexibility. Once again, at the beginning of your draft, you love to see a lot of flexibility so you can adapt to the strategy that your opponent are actually doing. And here you have the Steel, could be in jungle, off lane, support role, Bellica, mid lane, support role. A lot of opportunities here, but that means that Villains are completely open to select the carry they want to combine with that Rictor and maybe transform this Toasty Laconator dual lane into a kill lane. Super strong as we have seen them in the semis and quarterfinal.
Yeah, I think of course going to steal Bellica is a smart move by Even Worse Timing, but I think that was so just kind of predictable, much like how I'm predicting Sevon might just be picked up again on the Villain side. It's going to be an interesting toss-up to see if we're going to see the steal being going jungle or off lane, but prove me wrong my prediction. They're actually not going for the Sevon pick in the first half like they did in the previous game. They're going to instead prioritize the Iggy pick for Brian Men, but then picking up the Murdoch as well for Laconator. So it's always kind of telling me they really want to play really hard for the mid and duo, and that's sort of what I was hoping Villains was going to do anyways, because it kind of seems like Lava is fine with any picks, but I think what they really need to play for is more for the duo of mid, and it seems like they've done a good job prioritizing that in this first half.
And so here we kind of find Villains back to their comfort shoes in a sense. It's exactly the type of draft they were going for in the quarter and semifinal. And Laconator, comfort pick on the Murdoch, and also the thing is here we have the Rictor, so even when the Rictor rotate and Toasty does some great rotation and be present at those mini prime and stuff, Laconator doesn't miss a single snipe on the CC of Toasty. They have very great synergy together. And here I feel once again we go for So far, this Twin Blast has been working both time for Pablo. So even worse timing, I think said like, okay, maybe this Twin Blast, actually I can dominate the 1v1 into the Murdoch. And so that's why like they go for, and they decide to remove the Sevrog. This time, Lobar will have to find something else. And also, which is nice, is like removing the Sevrog will also allow probably even worse timing to go for a counter pick on the offlane because they have the last pick of that draft. And so I guess that's why like they remove the Sevrog, because then they can offer maybe a positive matchup for the Snoop.
Yeah, I really like the Sevrog ban right here because it feels like Snoop hasn't been able to do the stuff we want to see in offlane. Mostly because Sevrog gets getting big by the Lobber right here, and good luck trying to like get some kills against Sevrog, especially with someone that's essentially like a one trick, knowing exactly the limits of that character and know how to always be relevant in the game. So this means that there's gonna be a lot more pressure coming from Snoop in this offlane, without worrying about that Behemoth just like staying in his way. And Villains banning out the Knob Bash, which is definitely a very strong support pick. Every time a game goes past the 25-minute mark, just Knob Bash is just a huge impact support. So that's kind of telling me they're gonna definitely go for the Victor support, not necessarily a jungle or offlane kind of pick. And so they're gonna remove the Knob Bash from Even Worse timing, and they'll no longer have to worry about that A-mode. But Even Worse time pick up the Sears right here, which it's gonna go to Snoop again, and that's gonna be huge because now it's not gonna be the Sevrog stopping that Sears pick. Now it's gonna be Sears versus another offlaner, and all the offlaners in the pool of Sears is a very heavy lane dominance hero. So we're gonna probably get to actually see that in action by Snoop in this game.
And also, like, even with that pick of Zarus, I still like not entirely sure what is going to be the draft on the side of Even Worse timing. They still have option because this still can be the support, but can also like be the jungler. Suddenly this Bellica can be the support or the mid laner, and so they have like a lot of opportunity. And here we decided to go for the Grux, another pick that Lober loves a lot, and it's completely fine to go into that lane bully, probably into the Zarus, but it would be fun also to go into the Steel. And we have Happy Picker running back again the Kalari. And so we're gonna finish out with a Decker. This Kalari, I feel like into a Decker, a Zarus, a Bellica, a Steel. I'm not so sure about that pick about Happy Picker. I don't know if he will manage to make it work.
Yeah, we've seen the Decker mid potentially coming out right here. Or it could be the Bellica mid. There's so much like flexibility right here, still for Even Worse timing. But regardless, that's a large CC that Villains is going against with the Decker, with the Series, with the Bellica, with the Steel. Good luck trying to get him because one stun will lead to a bajillion stuns right after, and that is something that Grux and Kalari hates especially.
Now that the draft is completely rounded out though, Mugi, you know, you kind of touched on the Kalari and what he needs to do, but what does the team fight look like coming from the Villains?
Well, to be fair, I feel like it's a little bit complicated, and actually I don't think they really want to team fight because, like Joey said, like the Grux and Kalari into that many CC, they will have trouble to exist. But with the Kalari plus a Rictor plus a Murdoch ultimate across the map, they are actually pretty good, strong potential to actually pick up target outside. But I guess they don't want the straight 5v5. They want to find picks outside of the team fight.
Shifting our focus back to Even Worse timing's team though, Joey, what does their team fight looks like?
Yeah, so essentially they have to kind of 5-man group up. It kind of seems like with the Grux and Kalari kind of existing, they really, what Villains want to do is take isolated fights, whereas Even Worse time we want to take the big team fights. So it's going to really be big eyes on the jungle, especially for Even Worse timing, looking for plays to do with this team, and then the offline rotation to come over and trying to just get the one more combo starting to let Even Worse time just start to take over all these like mid to late game team fights.
Ladies and gentlemen, who are the true main characters and who will have the best time? Game number 4, potentially our last game of the day of the PCC6 Grand Finals. TJ, DJ, and Tang, we are sending it your way.
Thank you so much, R-Dog. Welcome back to the casting desk for game number 4. Even Worse timing, championship points. But the Villains, though, we talk about who's going to be the main characters. I don't know, but this redemption arc, Happy Picker getting the Kalari once again. Is the planets lining up for him? Is this going to be the arc completed?
Yeah, it's a bit of a salty run back on the Kalari, but if we look into the last game, Kalari wasn't really the problem there. It was more like Pablo just winning in isolation against Toasty and Lakenator on that side of the map. And Kalari tried her best, but her ganks were just not futile, with the FaZe having really good savings from Ray on that hero. So now with that banned away, he tries it again. Kalari in the jungle.
Yeah, because he's definitely got some more targets they can deal with. I think that FaZe ban definitely felt personal, as well as it was such a crucial part of that even worse timing draft to make sure that Pablo just did Pablo things. Still, by the way, just to let you all know, Pablo, it's almost tradition that whenever this man's in a grand finals, he gets a pentakill. And not seeing it just yet, but damn, that was a pretty close one for now. I mean, the Snoop just going to watch the whole of the villains on your blue side, just going to go for the full 5 points invade, maybe trying to catch on to either the Snoop or import, but not going to find anything. But even worse timing tying on their draft, feels like we've got some of the greatest hits with some returning picks to their team.
Yeah, we certainly have. Before that, Villains just proving their name, though, putting graffiti everywhere in the jungle. That is not very environmentally friendly, I have to say. But yeah, EWT with some of their greatest hits. As you said, the Bellica in the mid lane, piloted by Shin, was banned away in 2 of the earlier games. But now, with the FaZe kind of rising in terms of ban prio, she does go through. So now we have the Iggy Bellica matchup in the mid lane. Meanwhile, on the dual lane, we have Pablo on the Twin Blast again. That is one scary hero as well.
Yeah, 100%. Especially after having, he's played the Twin Blast in 2 of the 4 games of this tournament. Of this series. He's only had that 1 game on the Murdoch in this grand finals. That's going to be in the hands of Lakenator, segueing nicely into Toasty as well. I think generally Toasty has had such an incredible performance in this grand finals for this villain squad, and even getting the Richter as well, which has been one of his signature picks throughout PCC6. Again, redemption arc kind of springs to mind here.
Yeah, Toasty has been having a really good tournament in general, not only finals. Like in finals, I think of the Narbash games, but in the tournament overall, I think of his Richter, like almost aimbot hook aiming by his side, just not really missing any of those. And so we're going to wait and see whether he can use those hooks to his advantage in this game as well. It doesn't really look like there has been much of an avenue to look for them so far, with them just being pushed in like a wave matchup where the Twin Blast and the Decker just have more push early on. So Richter doesn't really have much in the ways, but now there is going to be a blink expended by the Snoop. Also, Epipicker getting the deathmark, getting the first blood.
He was waiting in the wings on that right-hand side as the Snoop went so low, and now Epipica's got to get away from Import, got to get away from Shin's, going to complete first blood in game 4. Goes to the Kalari in the jungle.
Yeah, and insta redemption by him. Meanwhile, Toasty also gets a hook on Pablo that is gonna run away, is not gonna blink, and is gonna barely survive. Lakenator did not have the Murdoch passive up. But yeah, I mean, we talked about Toasty, and now he just proves that he just hits those hooks, and he is so deadly on that character.
Yeah, gonna find him. He's gonna hit him again. The hook lands from Toasty, and Lakenator cashes in. What a start from the villains. Toasty comes up clutch once again.
And it turns from bad to worse, for even worse timing. They lose their offlaner, they lose their carry as well. Ray tries to go for a steal, but Lakenator just secures it with a basic attack. But yeah, I mean, that's just a disaster for them, honestly, with the Kalari also getting a kill. So that jungle is definitely already paying dividends.
Yeah, such a fantastic start. Flashbacks to game number 3 with even worse timing, finding a similar sort of start, but it's all going the way of your team on Dawn's side for now. Especially it's in that duo lane as well where it matters, but also getting the kill on towards this Kalari. Ray trying to steal away and just make life a little bit of pain for Epipicker. but he's just going to be able to secure both of that free camp before completing this recall. But now inside of the mid lane, it's going to be the Snoop coming in with a very early rotation from the right-hand side. It's going to be immediately blinked out by Bry. Keeps himself alive, but Blink burns in the mid lane.
He gets the blink, but it is a bit of a bad sign, though. The Ceres is getting frozen by Lorba, but the wave is finally pushing out. But Kalari is in the vicinity, and Ceres does not have his ultimate up. His blink up, excuse me.
Yeah, for sure. Just gotta wait a couple more levels for that ultimate to come online. But Appy Picker returning back to the scene of the crime once more. Lorba with the blink, with the crush. Gonna hit the smash and grab, pulling back. Appy Picker is here. One dagger goes wide. One he connects onto Snoop. Can't find the kill with the death mark. But again, it's going to be another play by Appy Picker, ignoring that duo side and ganking onto the right. Import was around in the vicinity, but now the Snoop is the one stuck on the tower, and Lorba's the one standing there.
Yeah, Lorba is standing there. Import is looking for something, but Appy Picker spots it in time. I think Import doesn't really want to gank anyways. He just wants to push out the wave, make sure that Snoop is fine, but he gets engaged on by 2.
Yeah, Boru's going to knock them back and split them down the middle. Appy Picker throw daggers straight into the ground, but Shin with the rotation, blink away from Appy Picker to keep themselves alive. Lorba going to be happy to get the 20 extra gold thanks to the Void Drone, but Appy Picker still sticking around. There's going to be a smash and grab on towards Import. This is a 2 versus 3. This is dangerous, and now even worse timing, trying to pull the damage onto Lorba. Might have gone too aggressive. This might have been one step too far. He's dancing around, he's juking, he's getting the double pain down. He's going to fall as Import able to get away, but Bry is going to get one kill inside the river at least. Left-hand side, Ray taking down Tosi in the isolated 2v2, but we're staying over here at least in the solo side as we get a freeze frame and everyone waits with bated breath to see which way this is going to go.
I wonder if Import is gonna live. I think we are gonna find out in about 10 seconds or so. But yeah, Import getting hunted down by Kalari, a bit of a counter gank there, and we do see him falling to Iggy that had a good rotation from the mid lane a bit later than Shin on that Bellica that has just so much prio in the mid lane. We see a bit more fighting here, but it didn't really look like there was any death happening apart from that steal off the back end of that fight.
Yeah, looks like it was at least even worse timing, finding the 2 kills in response. But I think the biggest one is going to be over on that left-hand side. A kill onto in that duo lane just to give a bit more golden XP back into the pockets of the even worse time. And duo lane has been a win con for them, and they might need to rely on it once again because the villains had such a strong start.
Yeah, they had a really strong start. Toasty going down though, as you mentioned, being 0-1 and 1 now, has hit a few really good hooks. Lorba is getting ganked again though on the off lane. Shin already made his way there twice, but Iggy only rotates at a single time, but is 2-0 in the mid lane. That Iggy character really strong at taking those early objectives that all the fights were set around in this game.
Toasty is taking a bit of damage. Ray hitting that stasis bomb straight onto the bugle of Toasi's Richter. Gets a bit of a trade now. Import going with the bull rush, but Lakenator senses it and is going to preemptively blink away from the bull rush. But again, that's a crucial cooldown has been burnt. And I imagine Import's going to be back over there. But now Lorba versus the Snoop. The Colosseum comes down. An audience for a gladiator match, but it's not going to result in a kill as the long arm of the law narrowly avoids getting one of its own. The Snoop stays alive a little bit longer. Look on the mid lane. Shin once again on the hunt, trying to get the kill on towards Lorba's Grux. He's going to blink at a seismic assault, but he's not going to find the crush. Nor a disruptor, though, in the back of the head. And that's a kill for Shin.
Yeah, just the free range Rhino going down the Bellica, just executing it with a stun, but that's gonna be the gank by Happy Picker as well. But Toasty and Lakenator are so far away that that's just gonna be a death mark onto Ray with no follow-up. There's nothing gonna happen there. Clary is just gonna go back to his free camp, but with that being said, he is still close by in the vicinity. Toasty and Lakenator are playing a bit up right now. They know Steel is not quite close yet, but the question is, can they actually crash this wave, or can Pablo and Ray just kind of keep the wave there?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because Fangtooth is on the board at least. Toasty is here. Import going to get the bull rush, going to get the shield hit as well onto Toasty. As ultimate's available into a stasis bomb, and Toasty might be the one who just burns out outside of this duo lane. The pick onto the support is all even worse timing need. And they're going to start up the Fangtooth, Lakenator and Pablo in the 1v1 outside. As even worse timing, Import is here. So is Shin, so is Ray. Started to hit on. Looking towards Appy Picker. He's on the right-hand side, so this is going to be a free secure. And even worse timing, will be able to get this first Fangtooth of game number 4.
Yeah, but the target is Snoop for the other side, but Iggy with no hard CC in his kit is just gonna waste his ability, but the big target is the mini prime instead. They're just gonna secure that with the Kalari and the Iggy. I think a big problem of the game we had before was that they gave up all the objective, gave up all the Fangtooths and the mini primes. Now they can at least trade it. I'm expecting it to go over to the Kalari, but it ended up being Grug securing it with a good seismic assault that looked a bit scary for the Kalari right there.
Yeah, especially with that knock-up. Could have interrupted the hunt and maybe even had an avenue to get a steal in. But Lorba going to go for the blink with the crush, the smash and grab on towards Shin. But he stays alive. There's a seismic assault. Lorba going very low. Nora Disruptor can't find the kill. But Lorba using that mini prime to make a play in the mid lane, but can't convert the kill.
Yeah, and he blinks forward as well for it, and he almost drops the mini prime for like a kill that I didn't even think to see. But now we see a bunch of members grouping up, trying to get the Rhino, but the Rhino is still smarter than that. He is gonna go back, but that is so much time for that mini prime waste that Terrors can just shove in a few waves, deny a few CS. And talking about CS, this game is like one of the few where they're actually ahead in terms of CS for the side of Villains. Before, it was always them catching up. Now they have a bit of a CS lead, and part of that is just because Lorba is not on the Severok, but instead he plays something early game objective.
Iron Strike coming down, and look at the lockdown that Ray can provide. But a hook from Toasty underneath the tower, impaled as the tower is going to provide the hits. But Ray blinks last moment, but here comes Appy Picker. Dagger is going to connect, guillotines on towards Pablo as a death mark cashes in and lives up to its name. Appy Picker just needs to hit one more dagger onto Pablo. He gets underneath the tower, gets to safety. What is that HP? It's certainly more than 0. It's 100, but Bry behind the tower throws the Molotov. Pablo dodges one ability, dodges the Rip Flash, turns it around, and Pablo gets a kill on towards Toasty. Now Import is here. Pablo turning his attention on towards Iggy and Scorch. He's going to find yet another. Pablo, you absolute animal, is going to stay alive with an outplay under his own tower.
And Iggy blinked as well to get behind the tower in time and wastes the blink, wastes the HP as well, and ends up going down 2 kills, just really wanting to shut down Pablo that had such a good tournament so far. Been the hard carry of EWT in all the tournament games that they have won. So they are thinking, okay, it's worth it to invest the blink. It's worth it to go under tower. It's worth it to trade the Rixer for the kill on the carry. But instead, it's just EWT all the way, securing every kill and securing the cooldowns as well. As we see Lorba with the mini prime in the offlane, just kind of trading into the Snoop that is having a bit of a better time this time.
Yeah, it certainly is, and also he knows he's got reinforcements. Shin over here once again. Lorba has been a problem they've been trying to solve, and this is how they're going to do it. Locked up, locked down, Colosseum going for the stack that Stoop is going to find. Gets to kill in the ultimate, and a pick onto Lorba.
Yeah, and the rescue team was just not in time with Toasty and Bry just helplessly watching as their offlaner gets hunted down again and again. And now it's Lakenator alone on that other side of the map again against Pablo and Ray that just play together all the time while Toasty tries to do something on the rest of the map. But that kind of means that Lakenator takes a lot of damage under tower and also has to drop a few CS as well.
Just kind of reeling from the pressure coming out from Ray and Pablo. Again, all eyes. I mean, Pablo. I mean, what hasn't been said about the ADC for even worse timing? His 4th Grand Finals appearance. He's won 2 of them. And plays like that moments ago are the plays that tell you you're on your way to securing that 3rd championship for yourself. Another player becoming the most decorated player in the PCC. But the Villains certainly have something to say about that. They fought back. Toasty looking for a Rip Flash, can't find it. Ray hits a stasis trap. That's going to be the end of that one. But the villains, make no mistake, they're coming out swinging. They do not want this to end yet. But even worse timing, starting to pull ahead as Pablo finding kills.
Yeah, and I think another note to mention about Pablo is that he has gotten 2 pentakills, as we see, and engaged by Import in the offlane. Forces the blink out of Lakenator. That's going to be a good cure onto the Twin Blast. Also, Epi Picker close by is trying to get to Pablo. Pablo is getting the Lakenator really low, but that's going to be the Ventilate, not securing the kill. Epi Picker is still stuck behind, and that's going to be a good stun by Import, but not enough. Epi Picker gets away. That's 1 kill over to the side of of Villains.
Yeah, Stasis Bomb not going to find its mark. Hits the terrain, bounces harmlessly away. Bry coming in from the mid lane. Shin is also here as well. But that shutdown onto Pablo. Appy Picker finally finds his mark on the Assassin pick.
Yeah, and that's a timing where Fangtooth is about to spawn as well. It just did. And so the question is, do they want to go for it? But the dual lane off the side of EWT is a bit too strong still, so they don't opt to go for it. Even getting that kill against the TB against Pablo, they still end up losing the tier 1 with Shin rotating over as well. They also can't secure the Fangtooth on spawn, but I see a bunch of members heading over now, and now we also see the power of the Iggy. If he can set up in the pit, it's just so hard for EWT to contest the early objectives.
For sure, he's got that set up. Fangtooth going to be started. They have the advantage. They have the momentum. Import is around. He's already stolen 1 objective. He's going to go into the play once again, but Villain secure this one. Import was hit by the Riplash. He's able to get to safety. Villains disengage. It's just going to be the neutral objective going their way and even up on the Fangtooth.
Yeah, but TB is instantly shoving down the mid lane and nobody's there to respond to it. So that's going to be a lot of damage towards the tier 1. That might even be the tower falling and a lot of money in the pockets of the TB. It didn't look like the wave was big enough. So Import just hovering close by to make sure Pablo is safe. Even with Appy Picker making his way over, he doesn't have death mark, he does have nothing. So it ends up just being the Fangtooth secured for Villains.
Yeah, again, Villains still keeping pace in this game, and also with Lorba unlocked from the solo side as well. Definitely had enough of dealing with the giant oversized lizard on the right-hand side, now wanting to make a move over towards the mid, even picking up the pink river buff as well, just to make his abilities hit even harder. I'm sure that the Snoop is going to be absolutely delighted with that news when he bumps into him in the right-hand side. Grouping up here for even worse timing, still looking for a pick. Pablo getting a river buff of his own. But without, the only neutral is going to be that mini prime at the moment, but neither team really making that much of a move towards it. Some resets need to happen, some farm needs to be gathered, but the Villains with Appy Picker on the right hand side look the most likely to potentially start this up.
Yeah, and that's also because Grux has an item lead over Saras, is also stronger in those small engages, as we see Lorba going towards Jhin, getting a good blink, forcing out the blink by Bellica, getting a bit of damage off the back end of it, but that's still the Grux blink for the Bellica blink, something you definitely take as for the side of Villains.
Yeah, Lorba's only got eyes on one prize, and it's going to be Shin's name in his tower, but Shin just returns so much damage onto Toasty. Sanctification keeps the Richter alive, but Lorba once again blinking aggressively. He's still sticking around. He's got Import behind him in the river. Appy Picker's here, looking towards Ray, looking towards Shin as well. It's going to be a bit of a split fight. It's going to be engaged over towards onto Lorba. Import with the shield slam. Long arm at all comes over the top, and Rat's going to be Ray dropping down to Lakenator from the left-hand side. Once again, a lot of action, a lot of moves, but only the 1 kill.
Only the 1 kill, but it's actually Import starting up the mini prime with his team still close by with a lot of HP. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we see Pablo getting caught by Bry, but Bry doesn't really have much hard CC, so it's hard to catch up, but maybe he's still gonna try to go for it, but he opts not to try it. The Iggy really good in those engages where he can set up first, but if the Iggy has to run into someone, he does not have his turrets, he does not have that setup, and he does not have that burst that other mages usually have.
It's interesting to note, speaking of mages, that Shin is actually the beneficiary of the mini prime. Don't normally see it dropping onto the mid lane at Tang. What are your thoughts on that?
I think they just really want to have that Bellica with more gold in her pockets. Shin really piloting it well. Was a big win condition in that first game where they actually got the Bellica before it was banned in every other game. So now with the Bellica having it, she does not have Blink in the mid lane. I'm expecting the Steel import to hover around that lane to make sure that Bellica is not going to get engaged by the Grux that is already making his way over towards the mid lane.
Once again, just seems that villains are just hitting their head into a wall, but they do say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's what the villains are banking on, a different result. Maybe a pick on towards Shin. Lakenator feeling the pressure in the left-hand side. Pablo and Ray getting the damage on once again, but Bry is moving through the blue side jungle. Happy pick on the way as well. Toasty with the blink, with the impale. That's going to be cleansed, and Pablo's going to get away for now. But Bry is here, starting to get the slows, starting to proc the damage. But again, it's going to be the dual lane starting to escape. Bry can't find the lockdown. Neither can Toasty, and Pablo's going to get away.
Pablo gets away, and with all that pressure soaked on the dual lane, Bellica secures the mid tier 1 tower with that mini prime we've talked about earlier. It's going to be a bit of money in her pockets as well, and it also opens up the map a bit for EWT. Now that the next fight is going to be around that Fang Tooth, it allows them to have the minion waves a bit more pushed up. In the meanwhile, Grux is also trying to do the same in the mid lane, but with Bellica covering, it's just not going to be the tier 1 falling for the side of the EWT.
No, they're not able to make it work. They're going to be grouping up though inside this mid lane once again. Feels like we're kind of defaulting to everyone playing the ARAM at this point, as side lanes only for farming. All fighting has to happen inside of this mid lane. You don't know where Lorber is. He does take the Photon Disruptor to the face. Able to back away, but Toasty though hitting a Riplash on towards Import, not the target you want, but Lorber's going to pull him straight back in. But Lorber's locked in. Look at the CC chain coming in. Sanctification buys some time, but Shin's got nowhere to go. And now a Colosseum from the Stoop who engages the fight. They turn their attention, and that's going to be Toasty dropping. And now what more can they get? Import still had ult blink away from Abby Picker. Lakenator the next target who's going to go down. Big guillotine from Abby Picker, but going to be instantly CC'd, and is going to run for his life. Pablo drops on the back end. Bry is the beneficiary of that kill, but even worse timing, take down the numbers more, and that's going to be them pulling off onto this second Fang Tooth.
Yeah, the second Fang Tooth for them, the third Fang Tooth of the game in total. Import is pretty low right here. A good shield wall disrupts the damage that would have gotten out from Bry. We see Kalari on the reset. Everybody needs to be careful here, especially the Bellica and the Decker. They could be a target here, but Epipicker does not have his ultimate up. He does not have Blink up, so there's just no real play to be made, and he can't trade something for the Fang Tooth being taken by the side of EWT.
Yeah, it's just going to be a result as just a complete positive across the board for members of Even Worse Timing. But to Villain's credit, they still got the kill onto Pablo, at least behind on that team fight here. Just having a look at the scoreboard here, 8 kills to 11. CS firmly in the lead for the Villains at this point as well. But right now, it seems to be decided in this solo lane. Lorber has been making the plays, but the plays just haven't been working out in his favor.
Yeah, but Lorber has also been ganked so many times in the offlane, but now finally Kalari is also moving over, but Snoop just so elusive on that Saras is just not going to be a target for Epipicker that just madly swings his daggers around after he was not able to find anything there. But yeah, Sarah is just really strong in those team fights, manages to catch a lot of people, especially in that last fight. Grux, on the other hand, really strong at split pushing. Sarah doesn't really have any chance to contest the waves if Grux is close by. But on the flip side, Sarah is stronger in team fights, so it's always that sort of balancing act.
Yeah, and that Colosseum as well. I mean, looking at that Villain's lineup, Bry doesn't have mobility. Neither does the Richter. Neither does the Murdoch. That's going to have to force blinks. He's going to use it on towards Lorber, keeping him in place as 3 members turn their attention. Iron Strike and a Shield Star made that 3 ultimates, but it got them the kill. However, Villains in position. Appy Picker starting to get the daggers down, hitting onto Ray. Can't quite confirm the kill just yet. It's going to be baiting them in. Bry is here. So is Toasty. Looking for the lockdown. Looking for the Impale. We're not going to find it yet. Toasty, next target, CC'd. Up to hell and back. And Snoop is going to grab the kill with the Spear of Near. That's 2 kills dropping in the right-hand side. Even worse timing. Collapse and pull back on towards this 24-minute All Prime.
They're playing this so well. They're not giving Epipicker any time to pick up a target. They're just hard engaging whenever they see them. Kalari really strong in those engages where people don't know where he is, but now that they do, it's really hard to actually deal the damage. Epipicker not having any mana as well, but it does look like EWT is heading away from the Prime, don't have enough damage to actually start it. And compared to the previous games, we don't see a Narvish in either team, because Narvish would have made that Prime take super easy for the side of EWT.
Yeah, and just backstage whilst we were waiting for that draft to complete as well, like, you were really happy to see that Narbash banned away. It was like, wow, this is actually just such a smart ban coming out. And you can see it's kind of been one of them defining picks of this entire series as well.
Yeah, and I think that's even considering that Toasty is such a good Richter, right? But like Narbash is just, you press one ability, you press your heal, and your entire team is just 10 times stronger than it would be otherwise. It allows you to play around objectives. It allows you to take negative trades on purpose just to make sure that your enemy can't reach in that HP that you get. Epipicker getting caught in the jungle though.
Yeah, onto the Snoop, having to use the guillotine, able to get himself up to the red buff, but Import's going to follow. Bull Rush in the CC, the knock-up as well, but Epipicker with a double jump, able to get away. Lorba pulls in too with a smashing grab. He's still in this fight, but there's engaged. Coliseum comes down. Toasty goes for the lockdown, but not going to find anyone. Bry trying to make them burn, trying to get the hits, but can't find the kill. It's only going to go one way, and that's Lorba dropping. And once more, even worse timing, finding a pick in that red side jungle.
They don't have damage on the side of villains. Even with Iggy being there, setting up the turrets, it's just not enough to get rid of those tanky members in the Ceres and the Steel. They just press the W key and there's nothing that Epipicker can really do about it. He does have the Melody, he does have the Pain Weaver, but he has no Mutilator, nothing really against the tanks. So he is there to delete the squishies and the squishies only, but he doesn't quite find the angle to execute Pablo or Bellica quite yet.
And what I think even worse timing are doing so well here is very much indicative of their entire playstyle, right? Is that when a call is made, everyone follows. Even worse timing are throwing ultimates. You know, they're committing 3 ultimates to get 1 kill, but it's working out for them every single time. They're finding picks in towards the red side jungle, and they're just starting to pull ahead more and more. Villains really can't even move into either side of this jungle safely without warding. That is what they're doing. They have at least been able to get 2 down in the red side jungle, but I want to highlight Import Tang, who has been leading the charge on all of these invades, and he seems to just know where Epipicker is at all times.
And he's not afraid at all. He knows he is a tanky boy on the Steel. He knows he has his passive that grants shields. He knows he has a lot of tank items. So he's just permanently going in, shadowing the Kalari that Epipicker is piloting, making sure that he can't surprise anyone of his squishier members. As we see Pablo again getting another tier 2, getting more standing gold from the map, as we see and sort of engage in the mid lane, but everybody's close by.
Gotta be careful. Toasty throws the Riplash, but can't connect onto Pablo. Was using the long-range Ventilate to get some chip damage down. But can't find the kill just yet. Leganator pulling away this blue buff, but Snoop goes in with the Colosseum. There's the Import over the top as well. It's onto Bry. It's onto Toasty. He throws down the Impale. Able to lock down the Import. It's got to be careful here. Bry will get the killing blow. But on the back end, Lorba was chased out by the rest of even worse timing, and Pablo gets a kill credit. Epipicker is here on the Assassin, looking for an opportunity. It's a 1-for-1. It's solo laner for jungle. But with even worse timing, losing their smite, they're the ones who have to be more careful here, but they're still going to keep grouping up. They're going to take tier 2 tower in the mid lane and pull back.
Yeah, they pull back, they have the mid wave, and they run there, instantly get the tier 2 as well. So an equal trade turns into a positive by always looking at the minimap and looking what lanes, what waves they can play through. They saw the mid wave being pushed up and they instantly walked there as 3, gonna secure that tier 2. They know there's no threat of really any objective gaming happening for the side of Villains, with health bars being pretty low. But now they have a really late reset. We still have the TB and the Bellic on the map, and it does look like Villains want to capitalize on it.
They're going to start it up. Import making his way over to this pit. Even worse timing, fully aware of the situation as the Primal Fangs dealing damage onto Toasty. Iron Strike, Stasis Bomb on towards Lakenator. Import into the pit. All eyes on the prize. Going to be secured. It's stolen away once again by Even Worse Timing. And now the fight with a Primordial Blaze. Even worse timing. Look to clean up house and find the exit frags. They've already got the Richter. They've already got Bry. What more can they get?
They can get the Prime as well. They're all heading there 3 members strong, looking to get that second objective after getting that bonus damage from the Primordial Blaze. Now it's Kalari's turn to be the hero. We've seen Import steal the Prime before in the second game, making the game so much longer, giving EWT a chance to come back. Now, maybe Epipicker can do the same.
It's got to be the hero play. All or nothing with tournament life on the line, but Shin is the one who's going to be zoning him away, and Appy Picker will be marshaled away. He might have to make a move on the right-hand side. Ray throws out the containment fence. They've got Appy Picker is going to find, and they're going to stack him in the Colosseum. The jungler is down. No chance of a steal or prime. Goes the way of Even Worse Timing.
Yeah, I mean, Even Worse Timing is having the time of their life right now, though, with double buffs, with pushing waves. They are looking scary. They don't even have to reset with the Prime Regen kicking in. That's a lot of HP they get back. They're gonna secure the tier 2 in a second. They're also pushing down the mid lane. They're looking to get at least double inhibs with this push. And then maybe even look for more, as we see Bellica slowly approaching the mid wave. Meanwhile, 3 members still pushing that off lane, tier 2 down. Shin really respecting the engage that Lorba and the rest can have in the mid lane, so playing super far back, making sure not to get caught before the fight on the off lane starts.
Inhibitor under siege. Screen comes down, start the projectiles, but that's the right hand's inhibitor falling. And now with the work that Shin has been able to provide, it's going to be the mid lane inhibitor, the next target. Mini wave coming in, buffed up. Lorba goes forward, smash and grab. Not going to find the priority target. Lorba takes so much damage, and Snoop is just going to collect and take down his solo lane. But Toasty yanks him back, unable to get to safety. It's 1-for-1, but Even Worse Timing still pushing forward. Import with the up, down finds 2 with the knock up, and this might be the fight they were looking for. Toasty next on the chopping block, going to take him down. It's only Bry left. The core is at their mercy with one more minion wave. Bry trying to clear it as best he can, but Bry is off, and that means there's no one left to stop Even Worse Timing taking this core. They took out your reigning champions. The crown's on the floor. Pick it up, dust it off, put it back on your head, because Even Worse Timing are your 2-time PCC champions.
EWT really putting on a clinic right there, just really dominant gameplay by them. They had the Kalari in the last 2 games to play against them, but they are not worried at all. They just prevail. They play so well around those objectives. We've seen so many small mistakes that we've seen them do in the group stage, and all of them are just gone. They're just like a different team from what we've seen. We've talked about it before. Maybe they don't even make semis, maybe they don't even make quarters, but no, they just dominate the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And just that performance from Even Worse Timing, you know, every play just worked out for them when it mattered. Individual players stepping up. It's the greatest hits once again. And I think for Even Worse Timing, every single member of that roster, Snoop, Import, Shin, Pablo, and Ray, have a highlight reel of just this tournament. It's been quite an incredible turnaround. And you're right, you know, we wrote them off. They've been in the shadow of the Professors for so long. But as soon as they dispatched them in the semifinals, it's all of a sudden like, wait, are Even Worse Timing back? Man, they are. But I want to have a quick word about the Villains as well, because that was a cracking grand finals. The Villains, I don't think there is any shame in that loss. They played absolutely lights out, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, we saw what they can do in the second game where they just dominated. It wasn't even close, to be honest, after that mid game. And in the other games, it was very competitive. I want to mention EpiPicker having some really good ganks. I also want to mention Lorber on that Sephiroth in the first few games, just being an absolute menace. Also, Bry in the mid lane piloting that Iggy super well. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. Toasty, of course, as well with the Narbish Richter performance of a lifetime, but EWT just came up ahead still.
Yeah, it's just an incredible series comes to an end, and what a way to round off the first event of the 2024 competitive calendar here for PCC. Even worse timing. Many congratulations. They are your first two-time champions as well. The curse has been broken. We will not have a unique team securing that prize. And that's going to do it from myself and from Tang. We're going to throw it over one more time to the desk to close out this game.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much, TJ, DJ, and Tang. What a fantastic last game. PCC6, what a grand finals. Congratulations, even worse timing. You are our champions, 3-1. Two-time PCC champions. You are the winner of PCC6. What an incredible event. Shin kept his shin up. Ray made it his way. Pablo put on the show. Snoop shooting through the hoops. And Import was the export EU didn't know they needed. I'm sorry, villains, but you stay the antagonists because the true main characters are even worse timing. Mugiwawa, please break down that last match. Sorry, Mugi.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I was saying like PCC6 is the sixth uneven number, and so like that means that it was like a EU team that was going to take it. And also this other little thing I was going to say is basically Toasty and Lekinator trying to be the best Saiyan, but unfortunately Pablo mastered Ultra Instinct first.
And Joey, what happened in that last match?
Yes, I think throughout, it's not just this last match, but throughout this series, it seems like Import's been putting some serious work for the team. You saw that in that one game they were losing against the villains. Import just went for the steal on Old Prime, and we see this happen again on the Premier Blaze where he 50-50 and won it against the Clive right there. And because of that, that led to Old Prime and an early end in this last game of best in 5. And throughout just entirely this tournament series, we see the EW team having such great control on these objectives, going for the early phases, making sure that they're always on top of the objective control. And I think a large part of that is not only the whole EW team just showing up in all the respective roles, but also just Import making the calls and making sure that he is always at those objectives to secure it for his team.
Yep, he was definitely, if there was an MVP of, the series, of the match, it was definitely Import. These guys, they know the game inside and out. They are masters of Pred, and they've definitely shown up today, and they have taken, they are the winners of PCC6. I know we mentioned the money on the line, with first place receiving $2,000 and the second place receiving $1,000, but the developers from Even Worse Timing are donating their winnings to the villains. So actually, villains are going to be taking home a lot more than just the $1,000. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Before we kind of like round out the, and finish out, Mugi, any other last remarks?
Well, it has been a blast. I'm very thankful to have been part of the desk, and I've enjoyed all this weekend. Thankful to all the viewers, thankful to all the players that gave up like all those wonderful games, and thankful for all the staff that allowed to put this event together.
Yep, thank you so much for your time. And how are we going to catch up with you, Mugi?
Well, you can find me on my Twitch, Mugiwawa, and also on my YouTube when I focus on doing some guides and also Scrim and tournament reviews. So next week, I'm going to watch all those games that have been played this weekend and dissect them to the bone.
Anything else you'd like to add, Joey, about the series or about the match we just watched?
Yeah, I think this overall PCC tournament has just been full of surprises. Not only some upsets here and there. EW team seems like a lot of people think that it's going to be hit or miss with them, and it seems like they hit on the nail on this tournament series. So welcome back, EW team. We'd definitely love to see you come back and stay strong as you are right now.
And of course, Joey, before we say goodbye to you, how will chat find you?
Yeah, of course, you can find yours surely at joeyoursurely on youtube.com. You can also find me on Twitter, where I'll post more updates on what's going on in my life. Also, just if you guys are Darkers and Joyous, definitely follow my Twitter.
Yep, and a little bird in my ear just said that Import has won the MVP chat poll in our chat. So thank you and congratulations, Import. You are the MVP of PCC6. Congratulations yet again. Even worse timing. GG's and thanks for playing, Villains. What a wild ride. I just got to say thank you to the community. Thank you for all the follows, the subs, and being a part of this journey. We can't, say goodbye without also highlighting all of the people behind the scenes of PCC. I don't have a list of all the people with me, but you know who you are, and we appreciate it. And thank you so much for being a part of this organization. It's been an honor. My name is Rdog with the Triple G's. You can find me on YouTube, on Twitch, and also on Twitter. Thank you so much. If you haven't already, please drop us a follow. Join our Discord like we mentioned. Subscribe to our YouTube. This is our first main event of the year, and we have a lot more cooking up for you. So stay tuned and keep up with us, because full stop, no breaks, PCC, this is our year, 2024. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, chat, for all the love and all the support. We are going to be sending it to a raid to somebody, so please go ahead and show them some love. Thank you again, everybody. Catch us on our next episode of Cutting to the Core. I don't know when, but you will know if you are catching up with us on our Twitter, our YouTube. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye for now.